A Demon's Summer, a Max Tudor novel by G.M. Mallier. Narrated by Michael Page. Cast of characters at Monkbury Abbey. Members of the Order of the Handmaids of St. Lucy. Abbess Justina, the Superior of Monkbury Abbey. Dame Hephzibah, the elderly portress of the Abbey. Dame Tabitha, the guest mistress, nicknamed Dame Tabby. A gruff woman with a bouncer's build, she makes sure guests of the Abbey toe the line. Dame Ingrid, the kitcheness, affectionately called Dame Fruitcake. Dame Olive, sacrist and librarian, she has an encyclopedic knowledge of the Abbey's long history. Dame Petronilla, the infirmeress, nicknamed Dame Pet. Responsible for the care of the sick and dying at Monkbury Abbey, she is also an expert on plants and herbs. Dame Sybil, cellaress of the Abbey. Dame Meredith, formerly the cellaress, now a patient in the Abbey's infirmary. Sister Rose, ex-military, now a novice preparing for admission to the order. Mary Benton, a postulant preparing for the novitiate. Abbess Genevieve, a visitor from St. Martin's, the order's mother house in France. Visitors to Monkbury Abbey Guest House. Maxon Max Tudor, a former MI5 agent turned Anglican priest. He is sent by his bishop to investigate certain unusual disturbances at the old abbey. Clement Gorey and his wife Una Gorey, wealthy American benefactors of the nunnery. They want their souls prayed for and are willing to pay top dollar for the privilege. But where has all the money gone? Xander Gorey, their willful and wily teenage daughter. Paloma Green, a flamboyant businesswoman who owns an art gallery in Monkslip-super-Mare, she organized a fundraiser for the restoration and expansion of the guest house at Monkbury Abbey. Piers Montague, Paloma's lover, a photographer and expert on medieval architecture. He helped Paloma raise funds for Monkbury Abbey, donating several of his famous photos. Then the funds began inexplicably to dry up. Dr. Leroy Barnard. A summer squall forces him to stay overnight at the Abbey. Ralph Percival, 15th Earl of Lisle-Livet. Lord Lisle-Livet's sudden interest in religion seems out of character to everyone, particularly Lady Lisle-Livet. They had their lodges in the wilderness, or built their cells beside the shadowy sea, and there they dwelt with angels like a dream. Robert Stephen Hawker, Vicar of Morwenstow. Prologue. "I have a surprise for you," said Lord Lisle-Livet to his lady, as the maid cleared the last course from the vast expanse of their mahogany dinner-table. Lady Lisle-Livet may have imagined it, but wasn't there just the hint of a smile playing about the woman's lips as she hoofed her way back to the kitchen? Such impertinence! Lady Lisle-Livet narrowed her eyes, watching Maybelle's retreating back. The dog Scooter, geriatric but game, shambled along in her wake, no doubt hoping for table scraps. Tonight Maybelle wore a T-shirt with "Born This Way" scrawled across the back. Well, that explained it. Lady Lisle-Livet's many attempts to talk the woman out of jeans and T-shirts and into a more suitable maid's ensemble had failed. Still, it was hard enough to get any help these days, let alone good help. One took what one could get. Lady Lisle-Livet dabbed at her lips with her napkin, to hide her annoyance both at the maid's constant mutinies and her husband's hints at pleasures to come. Hardened by the grindingly slow passage of the years of her marriage, and sceptical as to her husband's definition of surprise, she did not look as thrilled by the prospect of a spousal treat as might have been expected. Often Lord Lisle-Livet's surprises sprang up, to coin a phrase, when he was between mistresses. Altogether, Lady Lisle-Livet preferred it when her husband was kept otherwise occupied in London. That way she could pursue her own surprises unimpeded. Her eye caught on the photo decorating the wall nearest her. Her husband was suffering buyer's remorse over it now, as it didn't really suit the grand style of the house. Caught up in the excitement of the auction and goaded by her and by a few drinks, he had paid too much, never intending to get stuck with a dark, moody photo of Monkbury Abbey. What was really needed for this room was an oil painting of some august ancestor or another astride a horse. Setting down her wine-glass, Lady Lyle-Livett uttered a cautious, "Oh," just as Maybelle returned with 2 plates containing lumpen mounds of something that looked like currant-studded coal. "Yes. You remember the fruit-cake? The little gift from the nunnery? I thought it was time to pry open the tin, as it were." Was that all? Still, he knew how she hated fruit-cake, or he had known at one time. His fleeting concern for what she liked and disliked had gone with the wind, like so much else. On further reflection, it was jolly difficult to imagine anyone apart from her husband actively liking fruit-cake. A holdover from his days of being coddled by a nanny, no doubt. Only the upper classes would think to poison their children with the type of vile nursery puddings they went in for. She wouldn't use rice pudding to plaster the walls of her house in Tuscany, just for one example. "It's not Christmas," she said flatly, as Maybelle practically threw the plate down before her. Typically, she had forgotten to provide a pudding fork, and, on being reminded, plunked down a soup spoon instead. Lady Lyle-Livett had begun to suspect Maybelle saw through Milady's thin aristocratic veneer, and was choosing these not-so-subtle ways to show her contempt. So much for working-class solidarity. "It is Christmas wherever you are, my dear," said Lord Lyle-Livett. God! It was hard to say which was worse, the fruitcake or the forced gallantry. Lady Lyle-Livett felt a little scruffle of fur against her ankles. Scooter, begging as usual. She handed off a few bites to him when her husband wasn't looking and scooped the rest of the fruity sludge into the napkin on her lap. Fortunately, as it turned out, the dog ate only a bite or 2. Scooter didn't seem to care for the fruitcake either, so his symptoms were much milder than those of his master. Lord Lyle-Livett, wolfing down his fruitcake with carefree, childish pleasure, would be taken very ill indeed. Part 1. Matins. Chapter 1. Abbess Justina. The community as a whole shall choose its abbess based on her goodness and not on her rank. May God forbid the community should elect a woman only because she conspires to perpetuate its evil ways. The rule of the Order of the Handmaids of St. Lucy. The bell rang for matins in the middle of a dream, as it often did. Just as she would enter deep sleep, the scientists had a name for it, she could never recall what, Abbess Justina of Monkbury Abbey would be awakened by the bell. This was seldom a welcome interruption, for Abbess Justina was given to pleasant dreams, more often now dreams of her childhood and young girlhood, dreams in which she would be reunited with her family. It was just before the hour of 4 a.m. in June, Millennium Domini 3. She rose from her narrow bed and dressed by candlelight, first sluicing cold water over her face. Long habit made short work of putting on her habit. It was a costume whose basic design had not changed much over the centuries. Atop her sleep shift of unbleached muslin came a black tunic that fell to the tops of her feet, tied at the waist by a cord, and over that was worn a scapula of deep purple, an apron of sorts that draped from the shoulders, front and back, falling to below the knees. The fabric at her wrists was smocked in a pretty diamond design halfway to the elbow, to keep the voluminous sleeves in check. For all its antique quirkiness, it was a practical garment, suitable for work and contemplation, the fabric hand-woven on-site of wool from Abbey sheep. On ceremonial occasions and in chapter meetings, she would carry her staff of office with its little bell as a symbol of her authority and her right to lead. Otherwise, her garb was identical to that of the women in her care. Nothing in her costume was made of leather, not even her sandals, just as nothing in her diet came from the flesh of four-footed animals. In summer, out of doors, she wore wooden clogs. Meat was forbidden except in cases of illness, when the rule of the Order of the Handmaids of St. Lucy allowed it for those recuperating. The abbess still marvelled at herself, at times, that she, such a clothes-horse in civilian life, such a devourer of women's style magazines, given to obsessing over the latest hair products and adornments, had adapted so readily to the habit. Coco Chanel would probably have said the classics never go out of style. Well, it was difficult to say what Coco might have made of the clogs. Now Abbess Justina's hair was cut straight across the nape. Every few months or so she would wield the scissors herself, chopping away without the aid of a mirror. She wrapped her shorn head tightly in a linen coif, pinned at the crown, a bit like Katharine Hepburn's in A Lion in Winter. Over that was draped a black veil, held in place by a narrow woven circlet meant to represent a crown of thorns. She tied a linen wimple like a baby's bib around her neck. Pinning the coif and attaching the veil took some minutes, the pins stubborn in her swollen fingers. The headgear was worn back from the forehead to allow half an inch of hair to frame the face, the single concession the order had made to modernity. In medieval times, a wide starched headband would have sat atop the coif, fitted so tightly around face and neck. Truth be told, in those days the headdress might have been adorned with pearls and gemstones, for the nuns of yore had on occasion had a little trouble keeping to their vows of poverty, not to mention chastity and obedience. Abbess Iris, who had ruled just before Justina, had been the one to decide on the need for a change of habit, modifying the traditional style. The colour of the scapula was the major innovation, the deep blue-purple of the iris, as it happened. Of course, it all had to be done with the bishop's approval. The poor man had been absolutely flummoxed at having to pronounce on women's fashion. He was shown several sketches, like a magazine editor being presented with a new fall line, and vaguely pronounced any of them suitable. The deep purple he thought a slightly racy departure from the centuries of black, but he did not demur. Dear Abbess Iris, a flamboyant but wise character, now long gone and buried in the cemetery of Monkbury Abbey. Pity, thought Abbess Justina, she'd done away with the style that covered much of the head, for it would have hidden the grey hair and jowly neckline that had come as one of the booby prizes of late middle age. But at least the coif and veil still prevented one from looking like a Persian cat as the grey hair gained its ruthless hold, like kudzu. If they'd had to change anything, she thought they might have shortened the skirt length, for she still had strong, shapely legs, the product of a youth spent climbing the Welsh mountains like a billy-goat. None or no none, one liked to present a pleasing and vigorous appearance to the world. Following timeless ritual, Abbess Justina reverently kissed a large wooden cross before draping it round her neck to lie flat against her chest. Around her shoulders she now buttoned a hooded mantle. In choir she would pull the hood over her head for warmth and for privacy. It also was wonderful for hiding the expression. A strategic bend of the neck and tuck of the chin, and one could be as private as a turtle pulling in its head. These little things, these momentary escapes into solitude, were what made living in a community possible. Learning how to put all this on without the use of a mirror was one of the biggest challenges of the life. She had yet to see a novice who didn't need extra time in the morning to get all the bits and bobs attached in the right order. That, and mastering the great silence, and learning to loosen family ties, and any other number of things that made people wonder why they bothered, these crazy women who chose to live in the middle of nowhere, working and singing and praying. There was no answer to that, but the single-word answer that could be given was joy. We do it for joy. Sometimes she caught a glimpse of herself in the plate-glass window in the kitchen. She liked taking a turn at kitchen duty now and again, even though she was exempt from chores because of her position. It kept her humble. It also gave her access to the thrum of what was really going on in the convent. Interplays and tensions and little personality conflicts that could grow into internecine warfare if not closely watched. Lately there had been undercurrents, of that she was certain. They seemed to date to the time of the earthquake, she thought, registering the irony. That had been a year ago, almost to the day, and measuring just over 5 on the Richter scale, it had rocked the Abbey from side to side in the most terrifying way. For who in England was used to earthquakes? But the emotional undercurrents seemed to be connected with the appointment of the new cellaress, an unpopular choice in some quarters, she knew. The sisters had formed an attachment to Dame Meredith in that role, but of course there was no question of her being able in her weakened condition to carry on that heavy responsibility. And of course forming attachments of any sort had to be discouraged. Change, here as elsewhere, was good. There was also some tension surrounding the new novice, although whether she was the cause or the result wasn't clear. She was not adjusting well to the religious life, which was never a completely easy transition for anyone. Post-traumatic stress disorder, they called it now, PTSD. And no wonder, given Sister Rose's history. The new postulant as well. Abbess Justina had serious reservations about the new postulant, Mary Benton. Vocations were so rare nowadays. She supposed it was possible they had unwittingly lowered the standards somewhat, allowing Mary to sneak past. Still, what was clear was this. There was great change afoot at Monkbury Abbey. What was uncertain in Abbess Justina's mind was whether all that change would prove to be for the good. Part 2. Lords. Chapter 2. Max Tudor. Most willingly and in all humility shall the followers of St. Lucy heed the voice of authority, avoiding disobedience, which leads to sloth and chaos. The Rule of the Order of the Handmaids of St. Lucy. A few weeks after Abbess Justina's reluctant awakening, as the days stretched lazily toward the time of the summer solstice, Max Tudor, the vicar of St. Edwald's Church in Nether Monkslip, also woke early. To be sure, it was not nearly so early as the ordained rising time of the abbess and the other nuns at Monkbury Abbey, but Max was still bleary-eyed from last night's tryouts and rehearsals for the Christmas ensemble band, and to him it felt like the crack of dawn. To say the least, the tryouts had not gone well, becoming an occasion for umbrage, hurt feelings, and the occasional stifled sniffle. Max knew he had no one to blame but himself. In the bulletin enlisting participants, he had, in a moment of typical good-hearted optimism, specifically stated that all ages and skill levels were welcome to participate. The results were predictably appalling, but there had been moments of a sort of goofy charm, especially for the parents who had invested heavily in some expensive instrument or other for their offspring. Who knew there were so many nascent trombone players in the small world of Nether Monkslip, or that cymbals were making such a comeback? Die-hard music lovers found excuses to leave early, but Max was duty-bound to stay, an expression of astonished delight pasted onto his face. Even he, being somewhat tone-deaf, grasped intuitively that this was not the sort of music designed to soothe the savage breast. Still wondering how he might diplomatically break the news that there might not after all be room for everyone who wished to participate in the band, Max dressed quickly, discovering in the process that his best cassock had not come back from the dry cleaners, leaving him with a choice between a torn cassock and one with yesterday's egg down the front. As he was to learn later, his housekeeper, Mrs. Hooser, had forgotten to hand in his order when Fred Farnstable came by to collect the dry cleaning. Fortunately, the vestments he wore for the service would cover the spillage, but he'd have to return to the vicarage to change into civilian clothes before starting his morning rounds. He had promised to drop in on Mrs. Arthur at the urging of a social worker from the school in Monkslip-super-Mare, who suspected Mr. Arthur had begun using the children's lunch money to finance his rounds at the local pub. He made toast and carefully boiled an egg in the vicarage's archaic stone-floored kitchen. After a quick glance at the headlines, a Shiite group calling itself the League of the Righteous was operating in Iraq, One had to admire the staggering humility in the choice of a nom de guerre. He set off along Church Street to take the early service. The day was warm and sunny, with flowers spilling from window boxes wherever he looked, the weather nicely cooperating to lift his mood. But the morning was not done with him yet. He and the acolyte looked high and low in the St. Edward's vestry, but could not find the gluten-free wafers. Mrs. Penwhistle was allergic to gluten, and as she was a regular at the early service, Max always made this concession for her. Finally, Elka Garth at the Cavalier had to be prevailed upon to provide a small loaf of gluten-free bread for Max to bless. On his return to the vicarage an hour later, he found a note on his desk in Mrs. Hooser's scrawling hand. "Call your bishop." Oh, fine, thought Max. The bishop seldom rang unless he had a bone to pick. In fact, he rarely telephoned at all, which is what made this sudden directive rather alarming. Max considered asking Mrs. Hooser if she knew what the man wanted, but was stopped by the utter futility of the idea. Mrs. Hooser's weakness, her refuge, in fact, was that she lived in a state of blissful unawareness. She simply did not notice much of anything that went on around her. He put the note aside for the moment in favour of the even more dreaded task of going over the accounting books for St. Edward's and the 2 other churches in his care. There was an unexplained spike in expenditures under the miscellaneous column. He saw it was for antibacterial wipes, and realized it was for the OCD family group that had started meeting at St. Cuthberga's in Middle Monkslip. There were the normal expenses for facial tissues for the Al-Anon meetings, where a certain amount of tearful sentiment was to be expected. Max had always thought it interesting the AA meetings, by way of contrast, went through far fewer tissues. This minor sort of expense was meant to be offset by donations from the group members themselves, but times were hard and the donations voluntary, so Max had become adept at shoving money from one fund to another to cover the cost. He also had been known to dip into his own pocket when all else failed. He couldn't allow a few pounds to keep anyone from getting the help they needed. Having exhausted all diversions, and knowing it couldn't be delayed forever, he reached for his phone to call the Bishop of Monkslip. A few steps away from the vicarage, Elka Garth worked behind the counter of the Cavalier tea-room and garden in Nether Monkslip. Her cotton sweater was smeared with flour and blueberries, and it was buttoned crookedly, possibly because the top button was missing anyway. She had tied back her hair in a bright paisley scarf to keep it out of her eyes as she worked, and she had made a rare experiment with makeup. With her eyelids dusted with lavender to go with the purples and reds in her scarf, she looked, thought her friend Susanna, lounging over her second cup of coffee, rather pretty, if in a hectic sort of way. Almost as if she were planning a night on the tiles, which was out of the question if one knew Elka. It was too bad she led such a difficult life, keeping the shop and her son alive single-handedly, but the beauty of the woman was that she seldom complained. She just created her glorious pies and biscuits and her marzipan creatures, the tiny owls and geese and hedgehogs and mice lovingly crafted and generally sold online to be shipped off in their little individual nests of glittery paper, and somehow in this endeavour reality seemed to get pushed aside, to be dealt with on another day. Her current passion was perfecting a shortbread recipe that incorporated dried lavender flowers. Elka's young assistant Flora was either contributing to or mitigating the chaos in the kitchen. It was difficult to say. But in any event, Flora's apron, unlike her employer's, always was pristine, devoid of flour or batter. Elka seemed to have a talent for surrounding herself with young people who did not like pulling their own weight, thought Miss Agnes Pitchford, watching the scene with her gimlet-eyed stare. Miss Pitchford, long retired after terrorizing generations of youth in the village school, sat near a window of the shop, reading that day's news and maintaining a running commentary on the inbred foolhardiness of Britain's elected leaders. Miss Pitchford was an anachronism, a throwback to the era of the sedan chair, a living testament to a time when elderly spinsters were borne about in boxes to attend missionary teas and strew their visiting cards about the village. They might make the occasional brief stop to administer relief to the ungrateful poor of the village, but more often their aim was to attend a private Bible exposition or violin solo, or some similarly gay and carefree pastime. That they did all this dressed head to toe in draperies and scarves and hats with feathers and netting and hat-pins and other impediments to comfort, regardless of the season, was probably a testament to their inner and outer fortitude. England was built upon the steely backbone of such stalwarts as Miss Pitchford and her kind. Much else in the village had not changed, had refused to change. The Nether Monkslip Parish Council, in particular, was fearless in standing in the way of progress. Much of the struggle against modernity was to no avail, but that didn't prevent the villagers from fighting the good fight, at home and in the trenches. Susanna Winship, sister of the local doctor, shared a table with Miss Pitchford in surprising peace and equanimity, for two personalities more diametrically opposed would be difficult to imagine. Susanna, outrageously gorgeous and sexy Susanna, had been one of Max Tudor's most ardent admirers in the days before Max and Rowena had so clearly staked their claims to each other. Max's arrival in the village some years before had electrified the female population of Nether Monkslip, for Father Max Tudor was everything they could have wished for: kind and decent, basic requirements, of course, for a vicar, handsome and youngish, both huge bonuses, rumoured to be a former MI5 agent, so daring and mysterious, and most of all unattached and, to all appearances, available, a lamb ripe for sacrifice on the marital altar. The women got busy, either throwing themselves at his feet or pushing their nieces, daughters, and best friends at his feet. Church attendance skyrocketed, along with volunteerism for the little chores that needed doing around the church: cleaning the brass and silver, preparing the vessels for the Eucharistic services, that might bring them into closer proximity with Max. But Max remained steadfastly uninterested, oddly oblivious to the frenzy of self-sacrifice and do-goodery he had unleashed. Perhaps he thought it mere coincidence that the St. Edward's Altar Guild suddenly had more helpers than it could accommodate, all of them female, and all of them jostling for a slot in the rotation. The church flower rota became a free-for-all, with the altar bouquets growing more grandiose and extravagant with each passing week. Max remained clueless to all the passionate storms of hope and speculation, and just when the women's bafflement and frustration at his cluelessness reached a fever pitch, particularly in the case of the village's anointed vixen, Susanna Winship, it was noticed that Max was to be seen more and more often having dinner at the home of Rowena Owen, the owner of Goddess Spell, or seen having dinner with her in one of the handful of restaurants in Nether Monkslip. These occasions became so frequent, no branch of the village grapevine could for long accept the maybe they're just friends theory that was tentatively bruited about. Finally, at Rowena's winter solstice party, it became glaringly apparent that Max and Rowena could not keep their eyes off each other. When Rowena's pregnancy began to show a few months later, it became apparent they could not keep their hands off each other either. The village phone wires lit up. It was a cause célèbre, of course, and a bit of a scandal, but that it did not become fodder for malicious gossip was a testament to the high esteem in which both parties were held. The villagers loved both Max and Rowena, by now dubbed Maxina, and could only wish them well. The villagers even managed to conduct a rare conspiracy of silence, for Max's bishop had so far been spared the news that his most charismatic priest was in a now permanent relationship with the village's only neo-pagan. What the bishop might have done had he known, no one could guess. But no one, not even the scandalized Miss Pitchford, was going to help the man out with a thought-you-should-know telephone call. Adopting an atypical transcendent detachment, the villagers decided as one to let the fates handle it. Elka Garth of the Cavalier Tea-Room and Garden had been much surprised at Susanna's easy capitulation to the situation. It was not as if the high street of Nether Monkslip were littered with highly eligible bachelors. "It's nice of you to be so gracious about it. Elka had said after Awena's winter solstice party, when the attraction between Max and Awena had been evident to the most obtuse observer. "Why are you surprised?" Susanna had demanded. "I can be gracious. I can out-gracious the Queen when I feel like it, God damn it!" "All righty, then." A little more work on the self-awareness front, and Susanna might be good to go, thought Elka. But she did seem to have recovered from the loss of Max, whom she had never, in fact, stood a chance of winning over. The arrival of Umberto Grimaldi in the village to open the White Bean restaurant with his brother had created a much-needed diversion. Fortunately, Susanna's interest in Umberto seemed to be reciprocated, even though the late hours he necessarily kept at the restaurant were a frequent source of complaint. Miss Pitchford had at this point in her reading reached the lines describing the less-than-altruistic activities of a peer known frequently, too frequently, it was felt, to darken the doorway of the House of Lords. "Lord Lyle-Livett," she said, "certainly is a mover and a shaker. I'll say that much for him. I knew his mother. Lovely woman. Breeding tells. I am not certain he is all that he could be in the scrupulousness department, however." Her voice trilled the vowels in scrupulousness like an opera singer going for the high notes. "But that, I suppose, is too much to ask these days. The noble families are all going to rot. Why, in my day—" But no one paid her any mind. The name Lyle-Livett only had meaning for people like Miss Pitchford, who read her Debrett's the way she read her Bible. "How do you say jackass in French?" Susanna was asking Adam Birch, owner of the Only Begetter bookshop, who sat beside her. They had been talking of a recent resident of Nether Monkslip, a man with a flawless French accent, now sadly deceased, although whether sadness was called for in this particular man's case remained a point of debate. "I'm not sure," said Adam, turning to Madame Lucy Cuthbert, who squared the table where they sat. "Comment dit-on jackass en français?" "I think it's just jackass, but you should wave your hands about as you say it, holding a gitane." "Ah." Elka, from behind the counter, paused long enough in her trek to and from the kitchen to ask, "Has anyone seen Awena today? I wanted to ask her about food for the ceremony." "I saw her working in her garden on my way over here," said Susanna. "She said she'd probably join us for elevenses." "You're talking about the—" Miss Pitchford stopped on a deep breath, finding it difficult to go on. "The public union of Max Tudor and Awena Owen, of course." She was not at all certain how she felt about these loosey-goosey, new-agey goings-on, and would in fact have roundly condemned them as a travesty had she not been as fond of both Max and Awena as she was. The whole situation was a scandal that would not have been tolerated in her day, a travesty up with which no self-respecting Anglican bishop should put. But it was, she had to admit, a new day. Elka nodded, smiling as she dried her hands on a linen dish-towel worn through to near transparency. "The hand-fasting ceremony. I wouldn't miss being there for the world." "People will come from miles around," Susanna agreed. "Umberto is taking me. I managed to get him to agree to 1 day away from the restaurant. Besides, he's donating some of the food." Miss Pitchford sniffed loudly and went back to her reading. The Duke of York was rumoured to be getting remarried, and the Duchess was at long last to be given the old heave-ho from the marital home. As a scandal, the situation between Max and Awena simply paled by comparison. "I thought you had decided never to trust a man with beachy waves in his hair," said Elka. Susanna had expressed certain doubts over whether Umberto really was spending all his free time in the White Bean. "I came to realize that was natural. Can he really help it if he has better hair than I do? Besides, that was all just a misunderstanding." "I'm so glad to have lived to see the day," said Adam. "Max and Awena, such a perfect couple, and with a baby on the way." A sound between a sniff and a snort erupted from Miss Pitchford. This situation with the baby was too much for her, and she looked sternly over the top of her newspaper to indicate that a change of topic would be quite in order. "At least there is one thing we can be sure of. She's not after his money." "Vicars don't make any money," said Susanna. "I shouldn't think that was the primary consideration on either side," said Elka. "It's obviously a true love match." And she sighed, releasing a little cloud of organic coconut flour into the air. 5 minutes later they looked up as one as Awena Owen came gliding in. She did not waddle, noted Susanna, the way most women in the advanced stages of pregnancy would waddle. Due in September, now mere weeks away, she moved like a train on a track, her long skirts hiding her locution, or like a tugboat pulling an invisible ship into harbour. That she managed to look both womanly and, yes, sexy in this inflated condition was completely galling to Susanna, who admitted no competition in the sexy department. Still, it was Awena, and even Susanna found it hard to hold a grudge where the much-beloved neo-pagan was concerned. "May I have a glass of kale juice, Elka, if it's not too much trouble?" Elka had begun offering fresh-squeezed juices like kale, cucumber, spinach, celery, and carrot. After some initial reluctance, "I don't eat anything green that doesn't come with dressing," Susanna had said, speaking for many. Most of the villagers had been won over. While Elka's pastries would never be resistible, the sales of healthier choices were gaining ground. Elka herself had lost a stone, most of it around her middle. Just the week before, she had introduced shots of fresh ginger, wheatgrass, and acai juices. Awena was her best customer in the wholesome juices department. Nothing about her delicate condition had slowed Awena down. In fact, she was busier than ever, sought after by the BBC and by publishers wanting her to write a tie-in cookbook. But Awena, rather than reading the contracts on offer, had spent much of the past several days harvesting chamomile flowers and raspberries to dry for the tea she shared with Max and sold in her shop. She'd spent the evening before blessing and packing a collection of oils and botanical bath salts, the blessing meant to revive any plant spirits dampened during processing. Nothing shipped out of Goddess Spell without an earnest goddess speed from its owner. It was rather as if she cracked open a bottle of organic champagne against the side of all her offerings to the public. In May, Awena had held a special candlelight Pray for Peace ceremony in the room at the back of her shop, an observance in honour of Vesak, more commonly known as Buddha's birthday. Awena had on several occasions lured a young Buddhist monk to make the journey to Nether Monkslip to lead a meditation class. In the beginning, he had caused a genteel commotion on the steam-engine train from Staincross Minster in his orange robes, his demeanour unruffled as he was transported in silent dignity, his eyes closed. But now the regular passengers were used to him and asked after him to the conductor if he didn't make an appearance on a given Saturday. Recently, Awena had been helping Tara Rain prepare for a weekend of rest and rejuvenation at the meditation retreat being hosted by Goddess Spell at a nearby seaside resort. They would be offering heart-centered yoga asanas, deep relaxation via yoga nidra or yogi sleep, blissful harmony of one being using the chants of nada yoga, peaceful integration of the soul through guided imagery, healthful walks along the sunlit shore in honour of the goddess Shakti Vahini, and wholesome, balanced meals. A regular tie-dyed hippie granola bliss-out, as Susanna had described it to her brother. A feature at the retreat would be a healing session using the techniques of energy medicine of the Peruvian Andes, along with a session of rune healing as practiced by the ancient Norse people. Susanna felt this was rather a scattershot approach to healing. If you threw enough runes at a problem, something was bound to stick. But she had come to a grudging acceptance of the power of spirituality that seemed to permeate Nether Monkslip via the medium of Awena. And, as Susanna often said, she was willing to try anything once. She was always rather hoping Awena would offer tantric sessions at Goddess Spell, but so far no luck. While loudly maintaining her complete indifference and scepticism, Susanna had been among the first to sign up for the weekend. Knowing that absence made the heart grow fonder, She thought it was time to put a little distance between herself and Grimaldi the elder and his beachy waves. But, as she told her brother, "If I should return home wearing a knitted headband, a cockle-shell bracelet, bells on my toes, butterflies in my hair, and bleating about my spirit master, please know that you have my advance permission to have me committed." At least it was all grist for the mill of Susanna's new position as magazine editor of the St. Edward's Parish News, which she had renamed the St. Edward's Herald, insisting that it gave the enterprise a more global reach. It was a position of enormous power, but one she was determined, she said, not to exploit. "There will be no phone tapping on my watch," she had solemnly assured Max. Max hesitated. After all, this was Susanna, who had bribed 4-year-old Matt Nathol to vote for her entry in the St. Edward's Crumpet Bake-Off. "You do realize," Max had said, "it is a simple matter of announcing local weddings and baptisms and the church flower rota and times for services. There's nothing global about it, Susanna." "Oh, but it can be so much more," Susanna had replied, eyes aglow with the spirit of tattling pioneers like Pulitzer and Hearst. Her background in journalism made Susanna a natural for the job, and she looked forward to shining a light on village doings. Max, fearing an outbreak of yellow journalism of the worst sort, had emphasized that the position was temporary. It was, in fact, a task he enjoyed doing himself when time permitted, but his other duties continued to encroach. Not to mention his continually being drawn into murder investigations, not to mention the approaching demands of fatherhood. Fortunately for everyone noteworthy in the village, Susanna, also head of the Women's Institute, had additional fish to fry. Her planning for the Christmas fair was already well underway, spawning internecine strife typical of preparations for the harvest fair, although with nothing to match the lethal animosity of previous years. Unlike her predecessor in the role, Susanna ruled with a firm but benevolent hand. She was just putting the finishing touches to an org chart when Tara Rain went by the Cavalier on her bicycle, headed to teach a class at Goddess Spell, a yoga mat tilted at a rakish angle in the bike's basket. She rang the bike bell as she passed. "I should get back," said Awena, declining Adam's offer of a chair. "I've spent the morning gathering plants from near the sacred spring on Hawk Crest. Next to the monastery, it's the most peaceful spot in the village. I left an offering for Sul." "Okay, I'll bite," said Susanna. "Sul?" "She's a goddess of fertility and healing. The Celts worshipped her." Susanna eyed Awena's stomach. "It certainly seems to be working. I'll stay well clear. Thanks for the warning." Awena smiled. "Just don't drink too much of the spring water. It's very rich in minerals and needs to be diluted with ordinary water." "No worries." Chapter 3. Max and the Bishop. No one should repeat to those outside the Abbey the business of the Abbey, nor should anyone sent to conduct the business of the Abbey return with idle tales of what she saw or heard while outside the gates, because that causes the greatest harm to all. The Rule of the Order of the Handmaids of St. Lucy. Max had been summoned to the presence of his bishop. It was getting to be a regular routine. Only this time, it appeared, he was not to be probed with uncomfortable questions about either his private life or the little bursts of publicity that had erupted around the various recent murder cases he had helped the police solve. The bishop wanted something from Max, as he had made clear on the telephone. It was a situation so rare as to be both flattering and alarming. So Max showered and quickly changed back into his cassock, the one with the egg on it, the lesser of the two evils on offer to him that day. He threw the Land Rover into high gear and set off for Monkslip Cathedral, the seat of Max's spiritual and temporal leader, the Bishop of Monkslip. Along the way, he left the torn cassock for repairs at the Stitch in Time. "I think you might have some food on your cassock," observed the Right Reverend Bishop Nigel St. Stephen. "Yes, I do apologize," said Max, I tried to wash it off, but I'm afraid I made things rather worse. It was the only one I had available. Your housekeeper, my secretary did mention she seemed a bit vague on the phone. Mrs. Hooser gets rather overwhelmed, said Max. In fact, she was unsatisfactory in every conceivable way as a housekeeper, but even worse as a mother to 2 small children. It was for Tom and Tildy Ann's sake that Max was willing to put up with quite a lot from Mrs. Hooser. The vicarage gave them somewhere to go and be reasonably well supervised when they were let out of school. Max looked around at the spacious headquarters office of the Bishop of Monkslip. The bishop's office was like a Shangri-La to Max, with all its spiffy new computer equipment twinkling in the sunlight admitted by ancient mullioned windows. The bishop's screensaver rotated a series of photos of Monkslip Cathedral as it appeared in all seasons. The credenza, where slumbered a high-speed printer, also held a photo of the bishop's wife and 4 daughters, but it was an updated version from the one Max had seen before. In this image, the eldest daughter, her gamine face peering as through a forest of curly auburn hair, looked to be of an age to go to university. Max commented on it. "She is going into the theatre," the bishop informed him, "and has applied to the RADA in London. I find it all rather disquieting. I don't know where she gets this showbiz gene from." Max started to point out that the church, with its pomp and circumstance, not to mention its costumes, was not without a theatrical element, but thought better of it. "I was hoping she would choose a more stable profession," the bishop went on. "The thing of it is, she has real talent. If you'd seen her in Troilus and Cressida, you'd have been amazed. My little girl. I just don't want to see her go into a profession where rejection is so much a part of the game." "The urge to protect her must be overwhelming," said Max. He was thinking of his and Awena's unborn child, due in mid-September, an event he anticipated with equal parts stark alarm and unbridled happiness. What would he do to protect his child? What wouldn't he do? "It is a constant battle between wanting to let her fight her own battles and wanting to send her off to a nunnery where she might be safe. Might being the operative word. Which brings me to the reason I asked you here, Max. Thank you for being willing to drop everything at a moment's notice. Your secretary indicated it was important. It is. Whether it is urgent, I'm not certain. I hope not." "Financial shenanigans?" said Max. "In a nunnery?" 5 minutes later, the bishop was still filling Max in on why he'd been summoned to Monkslip Cathedral. He'd begun with an introduction to what he thought were the key pieces in an emerging puzzle. "I'm afraid so," said the bishop. "At least the appearance is of financial shenanigans. Money that was fundraised to expand and refurbish the Monkbury Abbey guest house has largely disappeared. It is too early to say if or how the money was misappropriated. I'm rather hoping it just got, misfiled somehow, put into column A when it should have gone under column B." Max, reflecting on the books for Nether Monkslip and his other 2 churches, rather doubted this was possible. But then the nunnery probably had many more revenue streams to account for than his tiny parishes, and bigger weekly expenses than facial tissue and antibacterial wipes. "And for a nunnery," the bishop was saying, "just the appearance of such a thing is alarming. If it turns out to be true, well, I don't have to point out the implications for you. It would tarnish the image not just of Monkbury Abbey, but of the entire monastic tradition, which, as you also know, already has had a lot of scandal to live down in the past." A dodgy nunnery? Not unheard of historically, as the bishop had said, but surely nowadays. Max's imaginings were gleaned from hazy school lectures in which out-of-control monks and nuns of the Middle Ages had gone from wealth to decadence, as often happens when power goes unsupervised. "I don't really know a lot about the order," said Max. "You are not alone," said the bishop. "They are members of the Order of the Handmaids of St. Lucy of the Light, which is an offshoot of the Benedictine tradition. A far-reaching tendril, I might add. They are following many of the precepts of the 6th century rule of St. Benedict, but for obvious reasons they have had to make some modifications over the centuries. Corporeal punishment, just to mention one thing, is not so much in vogue as it once was. The Lucians used to be considered a bit of a fringe group, actually, but those days are long past. Yes, now that you refresh my memory, the name sounds familiar, Max said. The Lucians. Still, I've only just heard of the order. I am not surprised. They are quite a small group, 31 in number, down from hundreds of members in their glory days. Although lately they have established a bit of a presence in the world. I understand recruitment inquiries are up. It's quite an ancient order, isn't it? Yes. The original Lucians were founded as a double order in the 11th century by people wanting a simple and secluded way of life. Like many such, they were reactionaries, in revolt against the wealth and worldliness of other orders of the time, until corruption crept in again. Quite. Not all nuns and monks were corrupt, as you know, but Henry VIII was nothing if not thorough in putting his own ideas in place. Monkbury Abbey was spared the worst excesses of the Reformation because it was so remote. Even dismantling the buildings to repurpose the bricks and stones for other uses, as commonly happened elsewhere, wasn't all that practical. So large parts of its structures were preserved even though Mother Nature soon took over. The place eventually became overgrown and ramshackle in appearance, the haunt of ghosts, hobgoblins, and the occasional passing hippie. The bishop hesitated, peering at Max. The handsome priest, gregarious in many ways, was strangely reticent in others. He so seldom spoke of his past. The bishop supposed that was part of his MI5 training, but the reluctance to talk of his experiences clearly ran deep. Not surprising that. Spying was a dangerous and dirty business. "You have a relative in the religious life, am I right?" asked the bishop. "Yes," said Max, "an aunt. My father's sister. I can't say I know her at all well. Her convent is cloistered. For obvious reasons, she wasn't a big part of my childhood. When we'd visit, we could only see her face through a grill. I remember being frightened of that when I was small, even though she was, of course, very sweet and kind and made a big fuss over me. It was the situation that worried me. It isn't natural for an aunt not to be able to hold her own nephew." Max thought how like his father she had seemed, that same ascetic quality as his father's, given full range, the same reserve and stoicism, an otherworldly cast that he suspected would not have thrived outside the grey walls behind which she continued to live out her days. He had been negligent in not having visited her for months, an oversight he vowed to correct soon. Bishop St. Stephen studied the priest before him. He hoped he was doing the right thing in taking Max away from his expected duties in Nether Monkslip and sending him off on a mission to, essentially, spy on a religious order. But was there anyone he could think of more ready-made for the task? Not a soul. Being MI5 called for a man with chameleon qualities. He not only could tell no one what he did for a living, but he had to make certain what he said he did for a living sounded as boring and ordinary as possible. Even the bishop wasn't sure what Max had really got up to during those MI5 years. It was undoubtedly better not to know the details. What mattered was the man before him now, whose integrity he never doubted. Max prompted conversationally, never dreaming it all would have anything to do with him. "You say there are 31 of the sisters? That is a sizable group these days. What do you know of their backgrounds before they came to Monkbury Abbey?" He added, "Please don't tell me one of them was an accountant." "Actually, one was, but they all share jobs routinely, and the nun with a background in accounting doesn't seem to have been solely in charge of the funds. The job-sharing scheme is meant to keep them both humble and cross-trained, you see. There are a few key positions that remain stationary, the abbess for one, the cellaress for another. They mostly came to the religious life after a full exploration of the outside world. When we think of nuns, we think of a convent full of virgins singing in the choir and scrubbing stone floors. Even those of us who have been called to religion ourselves, those who should know better. The Order of the Handmaids of St. Lucy admits widows, and always has, and today it boasts a few of those, several with children living. There are women from the business world, from academia, from all walks of life, really. Abbess Justina, to name one, was quite a London mover and shaker in her day. The best leaders of establishments such as Monkbury Abbey, Max knew, combined a generosity of spirit with a steely practicality and a gift for diplomacy. I would think some experience of the outside world would be a bonus to the nunnery, he said. Absolutely, it is. And they're not interested in recruiting naifs who see the nunnery as a place to hide. It is a life to be embraced with joy and in full knowledge of what the postulant is leaving behind. Stopping to adjust the collar at his neck, which looked too tight for such a warm day, the bishop went on. They lean toward the Anglo-Catholic tradition, but they seem to be more interested in preserving the monastic traditions and rituals of the Middle Ages than in modern religious debate. They emphasize a return to the devotions of old, and a wish to abandon the distractions of modern life. Who can blame them? Their main argument is that the earliest members of the C of E had no quarrel with their practices, so why should we? So I gather there has been some discussion about, let's say, policy with the abbess? Oh, on many occasions. The situation bears watching, but they seem to me to be earnest and devout, avoiding the excesses of the medieval church. No hair shirts either, then, said Max. That's a relief. No, no. I should quickly put a stop to any hint of that sort of thing. He straightened an already immaculate pile of pages on his desk and leaned over to arrange a pencil that leaned lopsidedly in a cup on his desk. In the past, as now, where monasteries or nunneries got into trouble was usually with the financial situation, which bred envy, which bred, all sorts of ills. Rich benefactors willed them money, wanting special prayers said for their souls. They often earmarked their bequests for certain parts of the nunnery, such as the infirmary or the guest-house. Back in the day, the infirmaress, for example, might have control over a sheep farm left to subsidize her part of the operation. You can see where this could lead. Perhaps a woman with no experience of sheep was suddenly responsible for their welfare and the milk and cheese they produced. Her duties as estate manager might take her away from the nunnery for days or even weeks at a time. The fact that she controlled a large portion of the nunnery's income might create internal conflict and might also lead to serious debt. No audits. Finally, yes, that is exactly what had to happen. Annual audits. It is a tradition, a rule, in fact, that is strictly upheld to this day, although I have tried to steer clear of micromanagement. I don't interfere, and I make it a point not to. I have never felt a need to. Not until now, perhaps. Better to delegate authority wherever possible. I see no harm in what they are doing. Max was not certain that religion should follow the latest business management fads. Both as an MI5 agent and as a priest, he had seen the theory of delegation of authority deployed with disastrous results. Too often, managers had no real idea of the psychological limitations of the young, untried subordinates they were entrusting with other people's lives and welfare. The Abbess Justina, the bishop was saying, as if tracking Max's thoughts, is a sound woman, a good manager who commands respect. She is perhaps a bit vain, I think. She is a tall, handsome woman. The day-to-day operations are in the hands of the cellaress, as is usual, the abbess being the big-picture person. She steps in only when there is something the cellaress can't sort out herself, which is seldom. Max was still left thinking of cases in his own history where upper management remained clueless while the lunatics one rung below ran the asylum. He had every faith in the bishop's good judgment, but how often did he see these women? Anyway, Abbess Justina. She offers what I've always regarded as a Ronald Reagan style of leadership. Not unintelligent, far from it, but 10 minutes after speaking with her you are not certain exactly what it was she said. Still, you feel somehow that everything is going to turn out all right. She is charming, then. Oh, yes. She is possessed of quite a natural charm. Loads of charm. How long has she been the abbess? Not long. Her predecessor was elected in the 1980s, I believe, and was re-elected in 2000. She died a few years ago. And what did Abbess Justina do in, let's call it, her civilian life? She was a financial consultant. You're not serious. Oh, yes. She was quite a successful one. Made mucho dinero in the city. Then one day she just packed it in. Not unlike yourself, Max. You came to us rather out of nowhere, it seemed. Max nodded, acknowledging the comparison and avoiding the possible invitation to elaborate on his past. It takes a person like that sometimes. A vocation, I mean. Although I didn't have all that much dinero to give up. Men such as yourself are not motivated by money. Thank you, murmured Max, pleased and flattered by the comment. There is no prioress? He asked. The norm in this sort of outfit was that there be a second in command, the real power behind the abbess, who was often more of a figurehead. The bishop shook his head. The cellaress of Monkbury is in charge of the physical running of the place. She is the prioress in all but name, but they've had to mothball that title. You did indicate it was a thriving operation, said Max. That should negate the need for any financial chicanery. You would think so, wouldn't you? Yes, the nuns are extremely enterprising. They grow all manner of fruits and vegetables and sell their leftover crops. They are also very much into drying herbs and making preserves and so on, which they sell with great success. They have a little gift shop connected to the guest house, and they also sell products online. They have quite a professional-looking website, monkburyabbey.com. It's a natural fit. The online store allows them to maintain their isolation and independence while bringing in a steady revenue stream for repairs and ongoing expenses. They also loom rugs and throw pots and things, and as I recall, they make a significant living from their embroidery, making vestments, christening robes, things like that. But by far their biggest success is their fruit cake. The fruit cake. Okay. This did not strike Max as a money-making proposition any more than selling plum preserves, but he was willing to be surprised. You'll see, said the bishop. My wife ordered several last Christmas as gifts. It was a Christmas we'll not soon forget. It packs an astonishingly high alcohol content. I can see how the alcohol might mask the flavor of anything that should not be in there. I'm sorry, did you say should not be in there? Yes, I'll get to that in a minute. They recently teamed up with the National Trust to sell some of their goods via the Trust stores. Quite an astute financial move. I gather the cellaress was the moving force behind this plan. The partnership has been a runaway success, and the nuns could name their price, but are charging basically what the goods cost to make. I gather the abbess insisted on that. The pottery pieces have become collector's items, in particular the terracotta creche scenes. The fruit-cake? Max asked, desperately trying to get the bishop to the point, even though he suspected he was not going to like it once they arrived there. There was a problem with the fruit-cake. But the bishop breezed on. Dame Potter, they called one of them. She runs that show. Louise Dietz was her name in civilian life. She also does some work in stained glass that, to my mind, is of museum quality. By the way, my secretary can provide you a file with names and some background on all the sisters. Before Max had time to wonder why he should need such a thing, the bishop swept on. Dame Potter makes things like garlic pots, wassail mugs, bowls, and salt pigs. I had to ask the wife. You keep salt in it. I don't know why. This is the sort of useful thing you'll learn when you're married, Max. But Max was not quite ready to cross that river. He had news for the bishop with regard to his marital arrangements that, for the life of him, he could not see how to introduce into the conversation. An announcement that a child was on the way would, as sure as rain comes from storm clouds, be followed by joyful inquiries about when Max had gotten married, and by hurt feelings at not having been invited to the wedding, and by the need for explanations that might make matters worse. Max was rather hoping that the problem would resolve itself in a few weeks' time, with the bishop never knowing there was an issue. Instead, Max said, his voice carrying a high note of optimism, "Fruit-cake?" The bishop sighed. "Fruit-cake, yes. I am afraid accusations have been made. Wild, unsubstantiated rumors. Someone rather well known, alas, is claiming he became ill from eating some fruit-cake he brought back from a visit to Monkbury Abbey. He went on a religious retreat there, you see." "Who is this person, if I may ask?" "Lord Lisle Livett." "Lord Lisle Livett?" Max repeated, not even bothering to keep the scoff of scepticism from his voice. "Yes, I know," said the bishop. "My reaction was much the same as yours. Lord Lisle Livett has no known connection to Monkbury Abbey, has he?" "Actually, he does. Like you, he has an aunt in the religious life. But it's been many years since he visited her. I gather he has shown a sudden interest in going on retreat." "That's totally out of character," said Max flatly. He knew Lisle Livett by reputation, and his appearance at a nunnery retreat was a laughable concept, barring miraculous conversions, which, Max reminded himself, always remained in the realm of possibility. Max was a dealer in miracles himself. Miracles were his stock in trade, it could be said, and so he had to hold out the wild hope that even such as Lord Lisle Livett might be brought into the fold. Still, "You do see the problem," said the bishop. "It's a criminal matter, or it soon will be if Lord Lisle Livett cannot be calmed down. There has to be an innocuous explanation. They are nuns, for heaven's sake. They don't go around poisoning people." "When did this happen?" Max asked. "I mean, when did he come to obtain the fruit-cake in question?" Max struggled hard to maintain a professional demeanour, but really, this was just the limit. "It was last fall, months ago. Perhaps there was a batch of bad fruit-cake from that time. They are still trying to sort out what may have happened." "The accusation is that the cake was poisoned?" The bishop nodded, a look of such misery on his face Max immediately felt sorry for the man, his instinct to help kicking in. His mind turned over the possibilities and surrounding questions. Why poison? Was someone trying to create scandal? Why? Was it a plan by one of the nuns to keep visitors away? Revenge by someone with a grudge against the church? An accident? The question as to why Lord Lisle Livett had been the target of foul play took Max down quite a different path. Max had never met the man and knew of him only from newspaper accounts, but nothing spoke to his being a well-loved and cherished member of the nobility, or even an admired if feared one. In a privileged category bound to inspire envy and resentment, Lord Lisle Livett stood out from the rest, a leader, as it were, in arousing class warfare. "What," Max asked, "does the abbess have to say about this? You've spoken with her?" Yes, by satellite phone. I spoke with her right away. She has no theory as to what happened, and is as baffled as anyone. My first thoughts are that this poisoning, if such it was an attempt to create bad publicity for Monkbury Abbey. It might almost be a personal vendetta, even one against the abbess herself. A strong leader is not by definition popular in all quarters. Yes, of course, that is a possibility. An abbess is the linchpin holding a nunnery together, for she wields near total power, appointing all subordinates. Even though in theory decisions are made democratically, she always makes the final decision. There is perhaps some bad feeling about some of her choices? That is possible, the bishop acknowledged. That would need to be ferreted out. Max suddenly was feeling decidedly ferrety. Surely the bishop didn't intend him to— "I want you to go there and find out what you can, Max. All you can." Well, this was a new one. In all his days with MI5, he had never been sent to spy on nuns, not even once. He said as much. "The scandal must be stopped in its tracks," replied the bishop. "I've asked the police for discretion while we launch an internal investigation. It is at least on the surface a criminal matter, but one taking place months ago, so I gather it is not a priority with them. No one died, you see, and all these months later it will be jolly hard to sort out." With a sigh, the bishop put his hands on top of his desk, the fingers spread, as if he might be trying to cause the desk to levitate. The gold of his very large episcopal ring caught the sunlight. His hands were surprisingly rough and reddened. Max knew the bishop was a keen gardener, and visitors to the beautiful cathedral grounds were unaware that the man with a hoe in overalls turning over the soil in the flower-beds might be the bishop himself, dressed in mufti to escape detection. "You can see how the scandal would ruin them overnight," the bishop continued, "and it puts me in rather an awkward position. I have given them almost complete free rein and autonomy. In return, they've been self-sustaining. Not once have they called on the church for financial help, even during the lean years, and they did have a few of those. The abbess before Abbess Justina was a bit of a spendthrift and given to what I'd call ornamental changes. But even there I just let her go, as it didn't seem to be anything requiring my attention. So what once would have been lauded as benign management might be regarded as dangerous neglect," Max finished for him. "Even active neglect. I do understand. So if you were to look into it and find that the nuns are blameless in all this, you do see, Max?" Max did see. The bishop was hoping against hope that a theory of an outside agency would hold, and that Max would uncover evidence in support of that theory. "Yes," said Max. "But, Bishop, whatever I may discover, if it is the truth, well, then it is the truth of what happened. I won't be able to alter or undo what I find, as awkward as it may prove to be for the Church. Of course not. I wouldn't expect you to. I just hope and pray—" "Quite," said Max, "that it's not an inside job. When did you last talk with Abbess Justina in person?" "I visited there only last year. It was a formal visitation, you know, to see that all was well." Max nodded. Part of the creaking machinery of the Church in post-Reformation Europe had been increased vigilance over the goings-on in convents and monasteries. "And was it?" No, it wasn't. And that is, of course, what is bothering me now, that I should have heeded my instincts, asked more questions. And now there's what might be a case of attempted murder. Could I have prevented it somehow? That will haunt me." "What did you sense was wrong? The finances only, or something more?" No. Finances looked all in order then, on paper at least. I'm no forensic accountant, but the bottom line looked sound. Business was booming, in fact. It was when I talked with each nun in turn. Something that was not being said was what I heard, if you follow." "What?" "I don't want to prejudice you by telling you specifics in advance of your visit. You can't investigate something like this from a distance. I've made arrangements with— what's his name? That DCI who was involved in the affair at Chedrow Castle." "DCI Cotton," Max supplied for him. DCI Cotton operated out of Monkslip-super-Mare, and generally investigated homicides and other major crimes. It spoke volumes that he was involved already. Things had to have crossed a certain threshold for Cotton and his team to be poised to run about, notebooks blazing. Lord Lisle-Livett must have complained loudly. Yes, that was it," said the bishop. "DCI Cotton." You can't fill me in a bit more?" The bishop studied the ornately carved ceiling of his office as he searched his memory. "They were jumpy, some of them, when last I saw them. Decidedly jumpy. It was most un-nun-like behaviour. Nuns should be serene. They should just glide along, cool, calm, and collected. But I could get nothing out of them. I did ask. However, I didn't press when I was assured all was well. Again, one doesn't want to micromanage, and the abbess is a completely competent sort of woman." "Did you get a sense of an ongoing feud? Personality conflicts, anything like that?" "They had the usual petty squabbles. You can't shut people up together in such isolated circumstances and expect otherwise. But this? Attempted murder in order to discredit the place? No. Max, I'll speak plainly. I want you to go out there. I want you involved. If anyone can get to the bottom of this, you can. There have been other complaints, you see, one from an individual well-placed to make trouble." Max was in the midst of his usual dilemma when confronted by a crime. The investigator part of his nature was champing at the bit to get started. The priest in him was dismayed at all the projects in Nether Monkslip that would be left in abeyance for his return, the Christmas ensemble band being the least of his worries. And now to leave Awena's side for even a day. Monkbury Abbey was only a few hours from Nether Monkslip, but even so. "One can't ignore the fact that money talks," the bishop was saying. Max dragged his mind back to the conversation. "Anyone I would have heard of?" "Clement Gorey and his wife Una. They've been major benefactors of Monkbury Abbey over the years." Max whistled softly. Nearly everyone knew the eccentric American by name and reputation. "I suppose a financier of Clement's caliber would be particularly incensed at being played for a fool financially." Again a look of despair enveloped the face of the ginger-haired prelate. He must have been working in the garden recently, thought Max, for his complexion was a red several shades darker than normal. "And now Lord Lisle-Livett and his wife are hopping up and down about poisoned fruitcake. Just imagine the headlines. No, it doesn't bear thinking about. Both the men and their wives are quite concerned, naturally. The situation must be contained." A bell had sounded in the far reaches of Max's brain, the part where cold cases were filed. Wasn't there an earlier scandal involving the Lisle-Livett family? A kidnapping? Lord Lisle-Livett's brother disappeared. Yes, an appalling tragedy, that. So you see, this coming on top of everything is bound to attract attention. Too much and of the wrong sort. Max, despite himself, was intrigued. "I'll of course see what I can do, but I can't hold out a lot of hope. What is probably needed with regard to the missing funds is some sort of forensic accountant. I can barely get the books of St. Edward's to balance each month. No, of course, your bailiwick is murder most foul, not fiscal shenanigans and pranks. Just do your best. I must say the whole fruitcake thing strikes me as a lark designed to harm the reputation of Monkbury Abbey. Not something, well, more serious. Not attempted murder. We shall soon know more. There was fruitcake remaining in Lord Lisle-Livett's larder. There always is. Fruitcake does linger so. And it was sent to the police lab for testing. But I think diplomacy might be what is needed right now, more than business savvy or analytical skills. Whatever is going on, we need to keep Mr. Gorey satisfied that we are conducting an open and thorough inquiry. Calm him down until we know what is what. The same goes, of course, for Lord Lisle-Livett. In his case, I rather get the impression he is weighing whether news of an attempted attack against his person would ruin or enhance his reputation. While he is deciding, there is still time." Max smothered a laugh. Lord Lisle-Livett was known for waffling on every issue under the sun, from the care of children to that of old-age pensioners. He voted not with his heart, God knew, and not with his pocketbook, but with the flair of the born politician looking for whichever angle would ensure his survival. If he was up against Abbess Justina, and she was as smooth an operator as the bishop said, he may have met his match. The bishop, catching and misreading the smile playing at Max's lips, said, "Good, so you'll do it. I admire your can-do attitude, Max. Always have. That's set, then. Just be sure someone covers your duties at St. Edward's for a few days. See if Father Arthnot is available. Goodbye, and keep me posted." Max knew he should be used by now to these sudden dismissals, but somehow the bishop always caught him flat-footed. "Oh, by the way," the bishop turned from his computer, where an incoming email had caught his eye. "Try to get there before 9 tonight." Tonight? Who had said anything about tonight? "Why is that?" Max asked. "They keep the great silence after Compline, which is at 9 p.m. You won't get a word out of them until after Lord's the next morning. This is such a conservative group." The bishop seemed to feel that fact could not be emphasized enough. "Oh, I've had chats with them here and there over the years, little pep talks, trying to egg them further into the 21st century. I could grant special dispensation to let them talk to you, but under the circumstances I think it best that you see them as they are, and not ruffle any feathers by throwing them off their usual schedule." If a possible attempted murder by poisoning hadn't done that already, Max didn't know what would, but he saw the bishop's point. Better to cause the least disruption possible on first arrival. "I could celebrate the Eucharist for them while I'm there," he offered. "A sort of special guest appearance. Yes, that's a good idea. I'll see that Father Riley is notified. He is their usual celebrant. Some of the nuns, the highly traditional ones, still prefer a male priest, which is odd when you think about it. Anyway, I'm sure they would welcome the little change in routine. I'll do what I can, but you can be there tonight, can't you?" The bishop reached for the immaculate pile of paper printouts stacked at one side of his desk. Max said, "Not for at least a day, Bishop, I shouldn't think. Loose ends to tie up at St. Edward's before I go. You know the sort of thing." "Oh." The bishop did a poor job of hiding his disappointment. "Well, that will probably be all right. Lord Lisle Livett has said, quite loudly, he will be on his guard while he's there." "While he's there?" "Oh, didn't I say? Yes, he is there this week. I don't know for how long. I'm surprised he hasn't hired a food taster, but what he means, of course, by being on his guard is that he won't eat anything that isn't offered to the community at large. He's probably travelling with a large supply of power bars and such. I can't imagine why he's there at all, frankly. It seems quite a mad thing for him to do." "Me either. Surely it would be wiser to stay away until this mess is cleared up. He claims to have had a religious experience when he was there before." "A what?" "I don't understand it either," the bishop said impatiently, with a pointed look at the pages now spread before him on his desk. "Nor do I believe him. I rely on you to get to the bottom of it, Max." He looked up. "Oh, I suppose I should mention, all the people currently on retreat at the guest house were there sometime in the fall, just not all at the same time. And the fall is when Lord Lisle Livett picked up the fruitcake in question." "That is an odd coincidence, surely," said Max. "DCI Cotton says they are all there again, this time together." "What? That seems beyond coincidence." A latent interest in crime was showing on the bishop's face, mixed with genuine concern. He's become an eager participant in all of this, thought Max. Not when you think about it. The whole thing is coming to a head out there. You'll see. Well, goodbye and Godspeed, Max. Toodaloo. I'm really frightfully late for my next appointment." And Max, seeing no option, rose, made a deferential bow, and left the office. The Right Reverend Bishop Nigel St. Stephen stopped shuffling his papers and punching his computer keys long enough to watch him go. The bishop thought of himself as a patient man, a big-picture sort of bloke. In his mind, the two things went together. a benign philosophical stance combined with the patience to watch and wait as the Creator made all things clear. But the incidents at Monkbury Abbey had shaken him from this Siddhartha-like pose. Something had to be done about the situation at the Abbey, and something had to be done ASAP before all hell broke loose. But ASAP would not be soon enough. When Max reached the vicarage later that same evening, he found 2 urgent messages waiting for him in Mrs. Hooser's hieroglyphic scrawl. One was from Bishop St. Stephen, and one was from DCI Cotton of the Monkslip Constabulary. Somehow, Max knew, even before he picked up the heavy Bakelite phone to begin dialing, that the 2 messages were connected. Part 3. Terse. Chapter 4. Monkbury Abbey. But let us ask the Lord, who will find rest upon your holy mountain? The rule of the Order of the Handmaids of St. Lucy. Monkbury Abbey lay almost directly to the north of Nether Monkslip, past Monkslip Cathedral, a few miles past Muckleford Piddle, and a few further miles east of the roundabout at Temple Monkslip. Max made record time the next day in light traffic, stopping once for petrol at a motorist convenience stop. He decided against the healthy option on the menu there, opting for a quick pub meal in Temple Monkslip. Afterwards he entered rolling countryside that in ages past had been as flat and sodden as a rice paddy. Spotting the nunnery in the distance, he pulled into a lay-by to take in the full postcard-worthy view. A marvel of medieval construction surrounded by a wide river, Monkbury Abbey clung to the craggy, steep mountainside like a walled castle of the Languedoc, to which it may well have owed its inspiration. It was difficult to tell what was rock and what was building. An evening mist rose from the river at the mountain's base, enveloping the bottom, so that the abbey seemed to float suspended against a turquoise sky shot through with copper. Greenery grew nearly to the summit of the walled precinct. A narrow road could be glimpsed, winding to the top like a swirl of soft ice cream. A cruciform church with Norman tower was the crowning glory. From there the abbey buildings tumbled higgledy-piggledy down the hill, clinging to the sides until they came to a stone wall. This plunged straight into the river like the long train of a lady's skirt. Max thought, smiling to himself, that the only possible word for the nunnery was impregnable. He had consulted a drawing and photographs on the internet before setting out, and knew the steepest wall comprised one side of the infirmary. The buildings where the nuns slept, ate, and worked surrounded the eastern and southern sides of the cloister garth. To the west, set slightly apart, was the guest-house. Animals, specks of white and brown, could be seen grazing on fields surrounding the complex. The place looked utterly self-contained, mysterious, forbidding, and inexpressibly beautiful. And despite its splendor, Max did not want to be there. He did not want to be anywhere Awena was not. He put the Land Rover into gear and set off up the hill. His phone conversation of the previous night with DCI Cotton had lasted half an hour. The DCI had confirmed the lab results were back on the fruitcake retrieved from the country home of Lord and Lady Lyle Livett. The cake had definitely been tampered with. But whether deliberately or accidentally, of course they can't say, Cotton told him. To some people, me for example, good-for-you berries look exactly the same as bad-for-you berries. That's why I avoid the great outdoors at all cost. As far as I'm concerned, they invented the supermarket to keep me out of forest glens. But the experts suggest it may not have been an attempt to kill outright, but to make someone decidedly uncomfortable. Who, after all, in their right mind, would eat more than a few bites of fruitcake? It was something in the nature of a cruel prank, you mean. But why would anyone go to the trouble? Max wondered. It's an unorthodox situation, to say the least, if you will pardon the expression. When all this first came up, the Bishop of Monkslip himself called the station, asking to speak with me. Once the switchboard determined it was not a hoax, they put him through to my flat, where I sat blamelessly watching a Downton Abbey rerun. The bishop is desperate to have us approach the matter with all diplomatic caution. I gather he has already asked you to look into a few things at the Abbey. I've had a brief look-see myself, but I didn't have a lot of time to devote to it." "Yes, he asked me to take a look around," said Max. "He said that beside the Berry incident there might be some financial irregularities. Perhaps he was hoping against hope the Berries would prove to be harmless, the lesser of two evils. It is not impossible that Lord Lisle would raise a big stink over a minor matter for publicity purposes." "Ah, you know him." "I know enough of him," Max replied. "So, whether we are talking of a prank or attempted murder, this ninny apparently has taken himself off to the Abbey to be right in the thick of things." "Apparently. It's set to blow sky-high once Lord Lisle hears someone's tampered with his food in a meaningful way. I would agree with your bishop that it all needs to be contained, cleared up as quickly as possible. Quietly, if it can be. If the situation called for discretion before, it now calls for the highest diplomatic finessing we can bring to bear. The press and media have not been informed," Cotton told him. "Yet. Of course they'll learn of it in time, but right now they've no idea. Even Lord Lisle seems not to have told them. If he had, it would be all over the news by now." "Oh, but surely—" Max trailed off, tried again. "You must— surely nothing. Must nothing. There is no clause in my oath of office that requires me to broadcast every detail of every case to the media immediately I become aware of it, or before I'm even certain there is a case. Quite the opposite. I spend more of my time than I care to fending off people with notebooks and microphones so they don't bugger up every investigation for me and for whoever might be a suspect. The media find out about things in its usual ways, using its usual methods. Some of them, like bribery or wiretapping, not particularly attractive methods. But so far we've got a window of opportunity before they come swooping in, shirt-tails untucked, ties untied, swearing to high heaven and trailing cigarette ash all over the place. And that's just the women." "The women are much better behaved," objected Max, "as a rule. Generally smarter, too. They run rings around the men. All the more reason you'll have to play it straight with any reporters. If and when they find out you kept this quiet, they'll have your guts for garters. Of course I'll be straight with them. It's just a question of when I'll get around to it." Max, after taking a brief survey of his conscience, found he wasn't overly concerned about the ethics of keeping details from the media. There were centuries of precedent, after all. As a theological conundrum, he thought it was in the category of wondering how many angels could dance on the head of a pin. If justice or reputation were at stake, certainly then concealment would be out of the question. But delaying media inquiries into the investigation? A grey area. Dark grey, but grey. He mostly wondered how on earth Cotton thought he would get away with it for longer than a few hours. A day at best. A week? Never. As if reading his mind, Cotton said, "We won't get away with it for long, of course. But Monkbury Abbey is its own little world, isolated from the outside, undisturbed by modern inconveniences, and therefore completely unable to withstand any sort of media onslaught. I shudder to think of it, Max. When it happens, and it is bound to, it's going to be awful. Simply a bloodbath. As always, the innocent will suffer along with whoever is responsible. And these women, these nuns, are true innocents. Except, perhaps, for one of them. Well, yes, it doesn't bear thinking about. What makes you think the BBC isn't at this very moment rolling up to the front gate of the Abbey in one of its vans? The abbess has told no one but the bishop about what's happened, and as I say, Lord Lisle is being the soul of discretion, totally unlike his usual self. But the financial irregularities, surely there is a connection. That is why I need you, Max. I have to say I don't see the connection. The bishop said much the same cast of characters as were at the Abbey in the fall with Lord Lisle are there now. Max heard the rattle of a sheet of paper being unfolded. We have a family group, Clement Gorey, Una Gorey, and their daughter, Xander Gorey. The Goreys have donated a king's ransom to Monkbury Abbey over the years, an amount nicely calculated to ensure they are remembered in perpetuity. Clement seems to be the ringleader in this financial investigation. Then we have Paloma Green. She owns an art gallery and was apparently responsible for holding a big fundraiser for the Abbey at her gallery. You know the sort of thing, where people who know nothing about art show up and eat little canapé things wrapped in bacon and drink white wine until they've bid an insane amount on some photo or painting that's captured their fancy because blue is their favourite colour. Anyway, this shindig raised a lot of money to expand and improve the existing Abbey guest house, to blend the medieval with something that can be heated in winter. Paloma's boyfriend, Piers Montague, is with her at the Abbey now, although he was not among the guests when Lord Lisle carried off the tainted fruitcake. The boyfriend is a photographer specialising in gloomy portraits of ruined monasteries. "Is there any other kind?" asked Max. "No, I see your point. Not in England, at any rate. They always look so depressing, don't they, those images? But in a beautiful way. And then there is himself, Ralph Percival, the 15th Earl of Lisle, a walking advertisement for the sound thinking behind the French Revolution, if you ask me, however much we may despair of their extreme methods. He does not appear to have the same investment of money or reputation in the situation as do the others. What reputation, I hear you ask? But still, what his wife thinks is that he's there on a treasure hunt." "Come again?" "A treasure hunt. It has been rumoured that something is buried in the Abbey precincts, something of incalculable value, something Holy Grailish. There's some book just come out that's sparked a renewed interest. The nuns will have their hands full as it is, dealing with the fortune hunters flocking to their gates. Combine that with poisoned fruitcake and missing charitable donations, and they've got a perfect storm of trouble." "Holy Grail?" Max repeated. "You're kidding me, right? It was so, what? So feudal, so archaic." Max could almost feel the centuries begin to dissolve around him. The electric candles in the vicarage seemed to shape-shift into rushlights as he stood incongruously clutching a telephone, his spare modern garb transformed into the long folds of a cleric of the Middle Ages. Cotton had the grace to keep silent while Max turned everything over in his mind. Or perhaps Cotton was busy reading a report on his computer. He was the ultimate multitasker. Finally Cotton said, "So, when can you get there? Time really is of the essence, Max." Max Tudor sighed. He supposed the peace and quiet of the Abbey might at least give him an idea for his sermon. "As soon as I can pack a few things and find someone to cover for me here. I really do need to work on my sermon. More importantly, there's someone I must visit in hospital. It can't be put off." His parishioner, Chrissa Baker, who had resisted all sane advice and stayed with her abusive husband, had finally fulfilled one of the predictions as to her likely fate and landed in hospital with a broken jaw. Injuries suffered at her husband's hands, of course. Max was going to bring all his persuasiveness to bear to get her to leave him. He'd already arranged a flat for her to stay for a month, and was working on finding her a job in Staincross Minster. "All right," said Cotton. "Bring enough clothing for about 3 days. You can leave the laptop behind, assuming you have one. This lot is strictly of the parchment and quill school of sermon writing." As the Z key on the vicarage computer was currently stuck, Max thought there might be compensations. The malfunction had played havoc with last week's sermon, which, in keeping with the law of sod, had been about the prophets Ezekiel and Zechariah. "Oh, and Max?" "Thanks. I owe you a beer. You owe me a hefty donation to the Widows and Orphans Fund." "Done. Gladly. I'll write a cheque tonight." This was what Cotton liked about Max. He wasn't above a dab of genteel extortion in a good cause. And you could come to morning prayer once in a while. It wouldn't kill you. It might, when the roof of St. Edwald's caved in on me, said Cotton. Chapter 5. The Portress. The portress should be a wise old woman not given to roaming about. The rule of the Order of the Handmaids of St. Lucy. At the top of the hill, his headlamps picked out painted wooden signs that politely directed him to the abbey gatehouse and firmly away from the restricted area of the nuns' cloister. Max parked and walked over to a wooden door set deep within the stone wall of the gatehouse. He lifted the large brass knocker, shaped like a cross, and pounded it against the massive studded door of a type most often found guarding the entries to ancient Oxbridge colleges. After waiting what seemed an unreasonable amount of time, he knocked and waited again. Well, there must be someone at home, he thought. It's not as if the sisters would have taken it into their heads to go see a movie together. Just as he was lifting the knocker to try again, an eye appeared at the peephole. "Thanks be to God," warbled a thin, high voice from inside. Sounds of an almighty struggle reached his ears. A scraping and clanging of metal and a creaking of wood as the door opened inward, inch by slow inch. Tempted as Max was to help, he feared he might frighten whoever it was on the other side if he started pushing against the wood. Instead, he waited. And waited. To be greeted at last by a nun of prodigious Old Testament-like age, an ancient woman, shriveled by weather and time, with a pointed nose and large, compassionate eyes, a bit like Dobby the elf in Harry Potter. If she had Dobby's ears, too, that fact was hidden by her white coif and black veil surmounted by a woven circlet. Calling on all her remaining resources, the woman gave the door a final tug, and then, to Max's amazement, stood on tiptoe to kiss him, once on each cheek. She looked as delighted to see him as if he were a long-lost relative, the good sort of mislaid relative one does hope to see again. She seemed to take his arrival in her stride. Probably the abbey had been alerted by someone on the bishop's staff. But Max sensed there was more to it than that. It was as if she saw his visit as somehow inevitable. It was only fanciful thinking on his part, he knew that, but it really was as if she'd waited a lifetime for Max Tudor to appear. She had lost a few teeth with the passing years, but still she could offer a good and welcoming smile, the soft folds of her face settling comfortably around her eyes and mouth. Her grip on his hands was firm. Indeed, it could be said she clung fiercely to him in her struggle to remain upright. Now she inched back and peered up into his face, making a study of him. She smelled of soap, lavender and another flowery scent he could only guess at, and of sunlight and starch. There was also the pleasant but faint odour of honey that he decided came from the beeswax candles that were dotted around the room behind her to the right. A hand-lettered wooden sign identified it as the portress's lodge. Max bore the scrutiny patiently, without flinching. It was her job, after all, to assure the safety and security of the abbey by not allowing in random strangers, although he began to think her age and various evident infirmities might make her the worst possible candidate for the job. Indeed, he thought he detected behind the thick lenses of her glasses a film over the eyes that might be the beginning of cataracts. Finally, she seemed satisfied by what she could make out of his appearance. "You'll be wanting the guest mistress," she shouted. "I'll go and fetch her presently." Slowly she turned, as good as her word, and began a measured shuffle toward her desk in the lodge's reception area, behind which some sort of primitive call system anchored her to the rest of the building. Max, who had followed her through the large wooden door, shutting it behind him and slotting all the barriers back in place, watched her wobble slowly to behind the counter where she apparently spent much of her day reading and praying, for surely there were few visitors to occupy her time up here. A little prayer book lay open at the page where Max, by his appearance, had interrupted her contemplations. As she continued the long walk back to her station, Max essayed a friendly greeting and a trial question or two, and it soon became apparent she was quite deaf, replying in a nonsensical way to anything Max said. He did manage to establish that her name was Dame Hephzibah. When he asked her how long she had been at Monkbury Abbey, she replied that she felt fine and thanked him kindly for asking. "And God willing, I'll live to be 100, she added. He imagined that inability to hear might come in handy during the Great Silence, but right now it only added a wrinkle to his investigation. Finally, pulling out the notebook he always carried with him, Max wrote down in large block letters his most pressing question. "Has DCI Cotton left a message for me? Father Max Tudor." The DCI had promised to keep Max updated with anything breaking in the case. What Max most wished to hear was that it was solved and he could return home to a weaner. She took the notebook from him and, holding it up to her eyes, studied it closely. Finally she removed her glasses and looked closer still. The glasses caught on the edges of her coif, complicating their removal. "Good heavens, no!" she yelled at him. Like many people who were hard of hearing, Dame Hephzibah compensated for the loss by shouting. Max felt his pulse quicken slightly as her response reverberated off the stone walls. For an elderly, small woman, she had tremendous vocal power. "And to have a detective inspector need to call here at all," she added. "Bless my soul, I never thought to live to see the like." Turning away, she continued her penguin-like progress, and Max at last realized her destination. There was a bell-pull hanging from the ceiling, and much like Lady Grantham in Downton Abbey, Dame Hephzibah apparently used it to communicate that she needed assistance. Grabbing the rope, she clung swaying to it for dear life, much as she had clung to Max, and by using her meagre body weight as a force of gravity, managed to yank the bell 3 times, as 3 times her feet left the ground. The 3-bell ring probably was a sort of code for visitor at the gate. Max walked further inside the lodge and stood with his arms held slightly out from his body in order to catch and break her fall if need be. It was a very near thing that she might not be able to return to earth and could sway up there forever like a woman ascending a rope version of Jacob's ladder. But at last she landed safely on her tiny orthopedic shoes, releasing the rope with the expert timing born of years of practice. And smiling happily, she said, "Dame Tabitha, our guest mistress, will be with you shortly. She will show you your lodgings in the guest house. Would you like some tea while you wait, Father?" Chapter 6. The Rule. All are to follow without questioning the teachings of the rule as set forth herein. Let no one dare to deviate from these instructions. The Rule of the Order of the Handmaids of St. Lucy. Max followed the portress's directions to park his motor-car, taking a dirt road that ran around the outer wall of the guest-house to the gated visitors' area. The gate was equipped with a solar-powered keypad for which he had been given the passcode. A nun waited for him at the door to the guest-house. He assumed this was the guest-mistress, Dame Tabitha. Dame Hephzibah had confided that her nickname among the nuns was Dame Tabby, but "Best you not call her that unless she gives you permission," she cautioned him. Dame Tabitha was an immensely large woman with a bouncer's build. She had Dame Hephzibah's kind eyes, but hers were younger eyes, and they sat rather far apart in a wide face. "You'll be Father Maxon Tudor," she said, consulting her clipboard with brisk efficiency. She made as if to relieve him of the small valise he carried, but he demurred. "Please call me Father Max," he said. "Everyone does." She showed him to a small entryway and down a long hallway, pointing out as she went the guest kitchen and the bath facilities. Max was well aware of the dictum of St. Benedict that guests to a monastery were to be welcomed as Christ himself. This open-door policy was sacred to monk or nun, down to the present day. Max had to wonder how often this utopian innocence had been repaid with thievery and worse. At one time, monasteries had been duty-bound to provide sanctuary for criminals on the run. Once inside the walls, no sheriff could touch them, whether they be murderers or pickpockets, or embezzlers, or poisoners, which rather brought Max to the point for his visit. "I gather," said Max to Dame Tabitha, "that many of the people here this week are repeat visitors." "I think they all are," she said vaguely. "Their gathering here, I believe, has something to do with the plans for the new guest-house." She massaged the knuckles of her large hands like a prize-fighter contemplating a rematch. "You are not pleased to have a new guest-house?" he hazarded. "Oh, it's not that. It's that, well—" She was clearly wondering if this were idle gossip. She seemed to decide it was mere opinion, and thus okay. "From the architectural plans I've seen, it looks like an asylum. And I don't mean as in sanctuary. It looks like a home for the insane, but with big windows. Very modern, you know." "Ah," said Max neutrally. "Still, it is not my place to comment," she added virtuously. "They were all here in the fall?" Max prompted. "Everyone connected with these plans in some way?" She paused. "It was in the fall when the plans for the guest-house expansion were being finalized. An architect was here to talk with the abbess and the cellaress, and Lord Lyle-Livett was here." A dark shadow seemed to cross her face at the name. "That's all I remember for certain. The Americans weren't here for long, that I do recall. Mr. Gorey is a hearty eater, and keeping his plate filled is always a challenge. And he is a meat-eater. We do not serve meat except to those who are ailing. It is against the rule." "I see." "He and his wife have always been most generous to the Abbey," she added sternly, as if Max had suggested otherwise. "Very kind of them, I'm sure," he murmured. In a former life, Dame Tabitha might have worked in a pub, keeping the hooligans at bay. Max was guessing at her background, and would continue to do so until he had had time to study the potted histories provided by the bishop's office. But she gave every impression of being worldly wise and gruff almost to the point of rudeness. Max again tested the waters. "There are other visitors now?" he asked, knowing the answer full well from talking with Cotton. "A pair from Monkslip-super-Mare. I don't gather they are married. Even if they were, they'd get separate rooms." Max beamed his approval at this chaste arrangement. This seemed to soften her, just 1 degree. The massive shoulders relaxed. "I was forgetting the girl. Xander is her name. The Gorey's daughter. A bit of a handful. No harm in her, I don't think. But pink hair and blue fingernail polish? I mean, really." "It all comes out in the wash," commented Max. "Humph! At least," said Dame Tabitha, "you have good weather for your visit. This past spring was a trial. We thought the lambs would wash away the minute they were born." "It's peaceful here," observed Max. He had become aware of an almost eerie absence of sound, probably something to do with the thickness of the Abbey walls. "It almost takes some getting used to. I can see why people are drawn to the Abbey." "People nowadays are seeking something. Most of them don't know what." He'd been following her down a secondary, narrow hallway lined with doors. Finally, she came to a stop before a plain wooden door at the far end. It was painted blue and bore a small brass plate that labelled the room Mat 9. She turned to throw open the door, which was unlocked. "More private for you here," she said, flipping on a light switch. This was answered by the feeble illumination of a low-wattage, energy-saving bulb in a lamp at the foot of a narrow bed. "I see." That was nice, although Max wasn't sure privacy was what was wanted in an investigation. Being in the thick of the action was more like it. Still, he nodded, indicating his pleasure with a smile that was not returned. In fact, Dame Tabitha seemed unwilling to meet his eyes. Perhaps it was their proximity in the small room. She stood awkwardly, her large frame blocking the door once he had entered, blocking him in. She cleared her throat. "Here's the drill," she said, and launched into what was undoubtedly a much-rehearsed speech. "Matins, or dawn prayer, is at 4 a.m., Lord's is at 6, terce at 9, sext at noon, none at 3, vespers at 6, and complin, or night prayer, at 9 p.m. Got that? The great silence follows immediately after complin. Matins at 4 means rising at 3:45 a.m., when our sisters assigned to the night vigil come to wake us. You may join us at any service you choose." Pausing in her narrative, Dame Tabitha peered at him from her wide-set, tilted eyes. Like a cat's eyes they were, and suddenly Max saw how she got her Tabby nickname, with her small chin and wide cheekbones enhancing the illusion. The litany she had just recited was a test, Max felt, of his devotion. Would he embrace this military-style regime? She did add, with a tiny access of compassion, "When you get to be my age, Father, you're generally wide awake at 4 a.m. anyway, so it's not the hardship it once was. I have learned to welcome the sound of the wake-up call to prayer, even in the dead of winter, when it is very hard to force these bones out of bed. Apart from fireplaces, the convent is heated by generators and solar power, and the hydroelectric generator we installed in the river last year has been a godsend." Max acknowledged this by a nod of his head. At just the thought of Monkbury Abbey in the middle of an English winter, he could feel his temperature drop a notch. The advantage of the old stone walls in summer would be that outside the sun's direct rays one would be comfortably cool. There was, of course, no air conditioning. "After matins we have some quiet time to ourselves," she continued. "After Lord's comes the end of the great silence, then breakfast." Max reflected that, for many people, that would be a full day put in already, and time for a nap. But they were only getting started. "Guests join us for our midday meal and for supper. For breakfast, you are on your own in the guest kitchen, where cold cereal and fruit and so on are provided." She paused. Was he taking all this in? He nodded. "We work after the midday meal, and after 3 p.m. prayer we have a light tea. Afterward is private time for those who choose, but for postulants and novices there are readings and reflections that are a part of their training. We have one of each at the moment, Sister Rose and the postulant named Mary Benton." She sighed. "Things are not as they were in my day, when we would easily have had a dozen of each, like hens running underfoot." "Time marches on," Max murmured sympathetically. "Lights out at 10 p.m. sharp. I cannot emphasize enough that the time of the great silence is sacred, and can only be broken with permission from the abbess or in an emergency." Again she peered closely at him, as if gauging him for tendencies toward late-night carousing and general debauchery. "The door that links to the abbey proper is kept locked at all times," she said, with, he thought, unnecessarily pointed emphasis. "So if a sister were to enter the guest-house on an errand, she would lock the door behind her?" If she found this question strange, she gave no sign of it. "At all times," she said. "Even if she were going to be here only a moment or so?" "All times." She was starting to economize on syllables, so Max didn't see that he could get much further with this line of inquiry. If Dame Tabitha were to be believed, and he didn't doubt her for a minute, there was no access to the off-limits cloistered area from the guest-house. Dame Tabitha was looking at him as if to be certain he quite understood everything that was expected of him, behavior-wise. He smiled, hoping he looked sufficiently innocent of plans to break uninvited into the nuns' dormitory. "Do you have any further questions, Father?" "Why, yes, if you wouldn't mind." Her expression suggested that had she been wearing a watch, she would pointedly have consulted it, but she waited, again massaging her giant's knuckles. "Do you get many visitors?" Max asked. She shrugged and allowed herself a small smile. Was it his imagination, or was she relieved at the general nature of his question? "We've a full house most weekends," she told him. "During the week it's mostly retired and unemployed folk. They are wise, I think, to use their free time to contemplate their next move. For the unemployed we don't charge. We ask them to make a donation when they are better equipped to do so." "That is really most kind of you." She blushed, as if it were all her own idea. "It used to be the policy never to ask for a specific sum, but after we had entertained several dubious guests, we had to begin suggesting a minimal amount. One person stole the light bulbs, if you can believe it. But after we mentioned what it cost us to keep the guest house running, guests generally exceeded the suggested amount, sometimes by hundreds of pounds. There is no accounting for people." "No, indeed. You must be kept very busy." "My, yes. I'm kept busy, praise God. But not as much as the guest mistresses of the past. Monkbury Abbey has had its share of queens and duchesses and their entourages come to lodge with us. They seem to have been nothing but trouble. I do not wish to boast," she added, "but we have always been famous for our hospitality, and for our cooking, and for our choir." "Everyone is welcome at all the services?" "Absolutely. We also invite people to lend a helping hand with whatever needs doing. Male visitors are invited to help chop wood and do the heavy lifting." She looked meaningfully at her latest male visitor, assessing his potential for manual labour. Max resisted the impulse to flex his biceps. "Oh, of course," he told her. "I'd be delighted to help where I can." If nothing else, it would give him an excuse to mingle with whoever was about. "We have trouble taking in the deliveries sometimes, you see," she said. "The bags of flour and what-not for the fruit-cake." "Ah, I see you've heard of our fruit-cake?" "Yes, and of course there is the garden. I heard Dame Petronilla say the other day she was getting behind with the vegetable garden. She's coming down with a cold." "Just let me know. I would welcome the chance to be out of doors." "Many of our visitors seem to feel the same way. Some are in search of the simple life." There was just the merest hint of scorn on the last phrase, but she went on to say, "We've never had anyone refuse to help in the garden, for example, although we have had visitors whose help has been on somewhat of a sliding scale. I can't say our resident artist has been of much help." Her voice dripped irony on the word artist. "I wasn't aware you had an artist in residence," he said, knowing from Cotton's brief descriptions she must mean Piers Montague, the photographer and friend of Paloma Green. "My, yes," she said. "You'll come to hear of him, I'm sure. He's already been asked several times not to photograph the sisters. We are not on display." She had edged away from the doorway and now stood in the corridor, illuminated by a single electric bulb augmented by sconces between each door. "It's all quite atmospheric," said Max. And indeed, this was an understatement. It was dark enough he felt he'd have trouble finding the door in an emergency. Haunting. "The guest house was at one time a lazar house," she told him. "A leper hospital. 12th century. It was the sort of place nuns were sent to serve as a penance for, moral incontinence and other serious lapses. The hard cases who never seemed to learn anything. Of course, there were always the truly devout nuns who asked to serve in this way. They saw it as a privilege, you see." "Remarkable," said Max. "And of course, with no hope of a cure, and no real understanding of the disease, it was for many of the nurses a terrible and almost guaranteed death sentence." "There also was a leper chapel at one time. Sadly, it's gone now," she told him. "That is too bad," said Max. "Except I'm glad there's less need of it now." "Normally we don't mention the origins of the place to the guests," Dame Tabitha confided. She lowered her booming voice to a rumble, like a helicopter on a strafing run. "It puts some of them off. Even though it was centuries ago, the images it conjures up are not so restful. Just think, people used to believe God visited terrible diseases like leprosy only on sinners." "We haven't travelled so very far from that sort of superstition," observed Max. "I really must fly," she announced. "Full instructions and a map are on the desk. You've missed your dinner. Shall I bring you a tray?" Max shook his head. "Thank you, no. I had a pub meal on the way here, a place called the Running Knight and Pilgrim. Ah, well, I've heard they do a decent fry-up, but it wouldn't have been organic and fresh like the food we serve. Dame Ingrid, our kitcheness, she's a marvel. You'll see. But for breakfast, you are on your own, as I've said. The guest kitchen's cabinets and drawers are all labelled as to contents." He nodded. "Thank you. I'm sure I'll get everything sorted. Good night, Father. Feel free to join us for Compline." She bustled away, skirts billowing behind her like a black sail. Max closed the door and looked around the room. It was small, perhaps 10 square meters, with a large picture window at one end. Nearest the window and against one wall was a desk. Over it hung a matted and framed photo of the cloister gardens, presumably an offering from a prior guest with artistic leanings. It may even have been a Piers Montague, although it was unsigned. Near the desk was a wash-basin with mirror. That mirror would be forbidden in the nuns' cells, he suspected, and behind that a tall, shallow row of shelves with stacks of fresh towels and linens. Behind the shelves was a built-in open cupboard with assorted clothing pegs and hangers. Flat against the other wall was the single bed, at the foot of which was an end table with a reading lamp. Next to that, a cushioned armchair completed the basic decor. The room was nicely heated, and when he tested the hot water tap, it ran lukewarm, nearly hot. He wondered if the nuns enjoyed the same amenities as the guests. He suspected their water, if they had running water, would run cold. Max picked up from the desk a sheaf of paper, mimeographed and stapled together. It was headed, "Rules for Our Guest-House Visitors," and it contained a map and a number of admonitions designed to preserve the quiet and safety of the place. Smoking was of course prohibited, as was alcohol. Tape recorders were permitted so long as they were used with earphones, but musical instruments were not allowed. Mobile phones were not mentioned, but he imagined such things had not been discovered when the rules were being drawn up, or perhaps it was known that they were miles out of tower range. Reading material of an uplifting nature was provided in the guest-house library, as well as in the guest-house living room, and retreatants were encouraged to attend daily services so long as they confined themselves to the visitors' seating area in the nave of the church. A schedule of psalms and readings was attached. Guests also were welcome to use the small chapel attached to the guest-house for private prayer and contemplation. Finally, it was pointed out that while the abbey generated its own electricity, each guest room was provided with a battery-powered lantern for use in case of emergency. This item could be found in the room's cupboard. The bishop had already advised him to bring a torch. "But you won't be needing an alarm clock," the bishop had added. Had there been a twinkle in his eye when he said that? It was delicately suggested at the end of this long list of warnings and admonitions that donations were in no way obligatory, but that the cost to operate the guest-house was £50 per person per night. 3 daily meals and snacks were included in the stay. It seemed an eminently fair request to Max. He wondered if anyone had ever had the temerity to stiff the good sisters. Awena, if she had been there, would have said such a thing would absolutely guarantee bad karma for the future, probably forever. Surely she would have been right. And how devoutly he wished Awena were there. Closing his eyes, he sent up a prayer, which, as always, included Awena and the child she carried, a prayer cloaked in anxiety. Please, please, please let them be all right. And in wonder. He was going to be a father. He, Max Tudor, a father. The idea would not take hold, no matter how often he repeated the words. He had always loved children, but this was a new frontier. He sat and took a few deep breaths. Breathe in for a count of 6. Hold for a count of 6. Release for a count of 6. It was a calming technique he had learned from Awena, the most serene person he had ever met. It helped a bit to quell the panic that lately simmered at the edge of his consciousness. Most of her ideas did. He wondered if he should pant as they'd been shown in the birthing classes they'd been attending, but decided against it. After a few minutes, he collected his sponge bag and plunged into the semi-darkness outside his door, feeling his way toward the men's shower room. Part 4. Sext. Chapter 7. The Visitors. 1. All visitors to the Abbey shall be made welcome, as we recall in Matthew, I was a stranger, and ye took me in. The rule of the Order of the Handmaids of St. Lucy. The next morning Max was wakened by the early bells, the very early bells calling the nuns to prayer. He gave a fleeting thought to joining them, but turned over and went back to sleep. An hour later he entered the kitchen to find a central wooden table with 8 mismatched chairs slotted round it. In the middle of the table were a bowl of fruit, another of fresh brown eggs, and a tray of eating utensils individually wrapped in cloth napkins. Ranged along the walls were cupboards, a large old-fashioned sink, a stove, ditto, and a small refrigerator, no microwave. One small window facing east overlooked the magnificent cloister garden and was framed by a tied-back muslin curtain. It was, as Dame Tabby had explained, strictly a serve-yourself set-up, and, although basic, seemed designed to accommodate almost every breakfast preference a guest could wish for. The refrigerator revealed a tub of what looked like freshly churned butter and a cloth-covered plate of farm cheeses. There also were a colourful variety of preserved fruits, blue, red, and a pale golden colour. Max started to reach for one of the jars. It looked like it might contain blueberry preserves, and then thought better of it. He saw a jar of honey on a nearby shelf and chose that instead. Why, he asked himself, ask for trouble? He found a fresh loaf of brown bread, clearly homemade, with seeds and nuts, and rootled around in several drawers for a bread knife. He cut 3 thick slices off one end of the loaf, realizing how hungry he was. The pub meal of bubble and squeak of the day before had been filling, but it seemed an age since he'd left the running knight and pilgrim. He heard the door open behind him. The man who entered the room could only be, from D.C.I. Cotton's pithy description, Piers Montague. The photographer, conceding nothing to the season, wore the standard-issue artsy uniform of black turtleneck and black slacks, accessorized with an expensive belt and Italian loafers of a buttery soft black leather. Piers's dark hair would have been the envy of any woman, let alone man, and it fell with silky precision across his tanned face from a deep, gleaming side part. Max was to learn that Piers frequently tossed his head to one side as he spoke, and, as if to display the skill of his barber, his hair obediently flicked back in place each time. Max, with his own tousled mane, felt he might look like a wind-swept poodle by comparison. Piers had dark eyes of a brooding melancholic cast that probably went down a treat with the ladies, who would want to help him unburden his soul, and indeed he had the breezy off-hand confidence of a man whose conquests probably were legion. Max disliked him on sight, fighting back the groundless instant prejudice as unworthy of someone of his religious calling. Somehow he suspected it would be a long fight with many hostages taken on both sides. Everything about Piers Montague, beginning with his name, just rubbed Max the wrong way. "Hello," Max said. He extended a hand in friendly greeting and was repaid with a bone-crushing grasp. He resisted the urge to crush back, and in no way let his face betray that his fingers were left in crumpled pain by the encounter. What a jackass! "Oh, Paloma, darling, there you are," said Piers, turning as a dark-haired woman of middle years entered the room. "I was just getting ready to set out with my camera. It's a nice day for moody outdoor shots. Lots of shadows. Then I thought I'd stop into the church once the nuns have done praying." He turned to Max. "I love these old buildings. I studied to be an architect at one time. Today's designs can't hold a candle." "Well, hullo," the woman said to Max. This had to be Paloma Green, whom Cotton had described as artistic, runs a shop selling high-priced paintings and things for the upscale sitting-room. Paloma gave her caterpillar-like lashes a slow preliminary bat in Max's direction. The impression was of an extra effort involved in opening and shutting the weighty trim of fur around her eyes, but more likely it was part of a practised vampy act she trotted out whenever a good-looking man crossed her path. The too tight leopard-print pants, the plunging neckline of her short-sleeved jumper, the jangly gypsy jewellery at her neck and wrists, all spoke of a woman clinging as hard to youth as the elderly Dame Hephzibah clung to her bell-rope. For some reason, Paloma Green looked familiar to him, but Max could not think how he had come to cross paths with such an exotic creature. Certainly it hadn't been in recent years. She was much more the sort of person he might have dealt with in his MI5 days in London. This Vavavoomie persona was not associated in his mind with placid Nether Monkslip. He'd have noticed her long before now, if only as serious competition for Susanna Winship, the official village vixen. Paloma shook Max's hand. She said, "Piers adores architecture and goes around taking snaps of everything. And of course this place just oozes atmosphere. It's haunted. Naturally it would be," she said matter-of-factly. Before Max could question her basis for this claim, she added, "Piers has done a lot of restoration work, and he specializes in pictures of scenic old ruins." "Not including you, my dear," Piers said laughingly to Paloma. But she did not share the laughter. Max had the impression it was a very old and very tired joke between them. Piers clearly was 10 years younger than Paloma, at least. Although her shoulder-length hair was curled in the chocolatey brown swirls popularized by the Duchess of Cambridge, Paloma probably had a 15 or 20-year head start on the princess. The curls were held back from her face by a patterned strip of scarf that just missed clashing with the rest of her ensemble. She wore a great deal of makeup, and even Max could tell the eyelashes were fake. A blind man, he corrected himself, could see that they were fake. He had the idea it was her makeup he was remembering, more so than the woman herself. "I mean to say, architecture, particularly medieval architecture, is my passion," said Piers. "Given half a chance, I might have become an expert. But my parents were so working class, and they didn't believe in the sort of university education that sort of career would require. And once photography began paying the bills—" He shrugged. "I was stuck." A whiny note had entered his voice as he sang the refrain of the undernourished genius. It was not an attractive sound. Max thought of the ongoing renovations at St. Edward's, which seemed to be a permanent fact of the economic life of his parish, along with purchases for facial tissue. "I do feel I know rather a lot about building renovation and restoration, one way and another." Neither of them invited Max to elaborate on his expertise. Paloma was still looking a bit miffy, and Piers was clearly eager to get away before she took it into her head to follow him. Max had the impression of a relationship under some stress. Was this in any way related to the mysterious financial doings at the nunnery? Sensing at last that his joke about Paloma's age had fallen flat, Piers said, after a few stiffly awkward moments, "Well, I'll be off now." "Actually, I'd appreciate it if you'd stick around a moment," said Max. "I have a few questions I'd like to ask, if you wouldn't mind." "Of us?" They exchanged glances. Piers said, "Well, I don't think I—" "You are staying at the Abbey as a sort of spiritual retreat?" Max asked, smiling ingenuously, keeping the scepticism from his voice. All were welcome to seek renewal among the nuns, people from all walks of life and background. But these two were as out of place as Viking raiders at a car-boot sale. Paloma confirmed this impression by saying, "Well, hardly. I mean, geez. No, we're here in more of a supervisory capacity. Or investigative. Wouldn't you say, Piers?" "Well, sort of," he agreed, but judiciously. "Paloma helped raise funds for the Abbey's new guest house, you see, and I donated several of my best photos. Sort of a goodwill gesture, you know, for the publicity. We thought it would be a lark to spend a weekend in the country and see how our good deeds were being put to use. If they were," he added. "If?" asked Max. I don't see any signs of construction or groundbreaking, do you? Still, it's not completely a waste of time. As I've said, I am enamoured of old ruins." Wisely, this time he did not even glance in Paloma's direction. "But it's rather quiet here." "Ah," said Max neutrally. "It's not what we'd expected, to be sure," Paloma offered. "And you were expecting what?" Max wondered. "Cirque du Soleil?" "But you've been here before?" Max asked. "I have," said Paloma. "But how did you—" "It's really quiet here," Piers elaborated, yawning. "I have just returned from a 2-week trip driving alone around Leeds, on commission, looking at sites some building magnate wanted photographed. That was a lawless riot by comparison." Paloma had apparently forgotten her question to Max. Again batting her eyes, she said, "If things don't pick up, we'll probably leave tomorrow. I can't even get a signal on my mobile out here. I left my gallery in the charge of an imbecile, and it's the busy season." Said Max. "Well, each to his own. Personally, I'm looking forward to a little downtime away from the World Wide Web." He added politely, "Where is your gallery?" "In Monkslip-super-Mare." She mentioned the name of an art gallery on the high street in the popular seaside resort. It was one of many galleries, but one serving the upper end of the tourist trade. The penny dropped. Max knew where he must have seen her before. "You carry Coombridge's work!" he exclaimed. Lucas Coombridge was an artist living in secluded Monkslip Curry, who had nonetheless achieved a global renown for his seascapes. Max owned several of his smaller works, bought at a time when they were still within reach of the salary of a country parson. Max happened to know the woman before him had been granted exclusive rights by the artist to display and sell his works. Max also knew, as it was an open secret, that she was one of many former lovers of the infamous painter. "Yes," she said, pleased at the recognition. "I've bought several paintings from you," Max told her, "but that was long ago, and I'm sorry to say that while you look familiar somehow, I don't think I remember you from the gallery." The more he thought about it, the more he was sure he'd not met her in person. "I'm certain I would have remembered," he added gallantly. She expanded visibly. The over-the-top costuming surely was intended to make the biggest impression possible, and she was pleased it had succeeded. "I'm not often there," she said. "You probably saw my photo in the promotional literature for the gallery. Coombridge was he was a right stinker. But his commissions set me up so well I soon didn't have to be in the shop much. I travel abroad a lot." She held out one arm and jangled the attached bracelets, as if to show what could be bought if one went abroad. "His work is so overrated," scoffed Piers. "Not a match for your work," she exclaimed loyally. But the wink, not meant to be seen by Piers, was aimed at Max. "Well, it's been a pleasure, I'm sure, Mr. Piers began. Max remembered he was not wearing his collar. He'd thrown on a jumper and jeans and trainers, not really expecting to meet anyone this early. "It's Father Max Tudor, actually." "Ah!" They both looked taken aback, as though a priest were the last thing they'd expect to meet in a nunnery. "Well, I guess you're here on retreat," said Paloma. Max smiled. "Sort of," he said. He thought he might quiz them some more later on their reasons for being here, not that he expected to hear the truth. But for right now, he was hungry. Chapter 8. The Visitors 2. Be tolerant of the young and the old. The rule of the Order of the Handmaids of St. Lucy. Once Paloma and Piers had left, she trailing scarves and he creeping after, a model without a runway, Max resumed assembling his breakfast. He was just slicing peaches for his granola when the door swung open to admit a young woman of indeterminate years. She could have been 16 or 30, but her costume, like that of a child playing dress-up, suggested the lower end of the age scale. She wore a black leather jacket over a full skirt of tie-dyed fabric, and beneath it showed several layers of petticoats, also of rainbow hues. Her black boots matched the jacket. Purple and black striped socks, worn over white lace stockings, peeped from the tops of the boots. Her hair was a thatch of white blonde, randomly tipped in pink at the ends. Max saw that her fingertips were indeed painted blue, as had been reported by Dame Tabitha. He took a wild guess that this was Xander, daughter of the American family, the Gories. She was short and slightly pear-shaped, and with the hair she looked like a baby chick that had come out the worse for wear in an Easter egg decorating competition. On entering the room, she had the preoccupied look of adolescence, but on seeing him, she switched on a cheery smile. Here at last, something new. She had a gap between her front teeth that added to her charm. "Don't tell me you're in with this bunch," is what she actually said, looking him up and down. She had a high-pitched, girlish voice with what he recognized as an American Valley girl accent. "You don't look like a religious maniac." Then she hesitated. "Wait, you're the priest sent in to look into all the, stuff going on here, aren't you?" She waggled her blue-tipped fingers on the word stuff to indicate the fluidity of the situation. Max wondered how she had deduced his calling, a question she answered by saying, "My mom said there was such a nice-looking priest sent to sort things out." This place must rival Nether Monkslip for jungle drum communiques, thought Max. Her mother must have seen him arrive last night, when he was wearing his collar, but how she had known his mission. "And if Mom notices," Xander went on gaily, "it must be one hot-looking dude. You don't mind my saying that, do you? You are hot, you know, for an old guy. It's not like you're a priest, with vows of celebrity and all." Max nodded his agreement, biting back a smile at her gaffe. "Anyway, there's no one else here who fits the bill. I mean, that cop Cotton is good-looking, but I know who he is. He grilled me for simply hours, you know. It was wonderful, so much like Law and Order. Do you get that here? Yes? And God knows Piers thinks he's a gift sent to women from above. But for sure I know what Piers looks like. That's Piers Montague, artist. Everyone always refers to him this way, you will notice. Piers Montague, artist. What a Burke. If you hear a lot of commotion at night around here, it's probably him meeting up with Paloma Green. Who they think they're kidding, I do not know. And anyone can hear the bolt to the women's side of the guest house open. It's like Grand Central. Now, that DCI Cotton is a different story. Hubba, as they say, hubba." "I've been wondering exactly why he's here," said Max. "Piers." He looked hopefully at his new source of information. She was hardly a reluctant witness, although how unbiased a one he couldn't be sure. She seemed to share his withering assessment of Piers, which moved her up several notches in Max's estimation. "Piers Montague, artist, you mean? He was part of the fundraising effort. The idea was that famous artistes would be invited to donate paintings and photographs they'd made of the Abbey and religious stuff like that. He's also studying some paintings in the church, he says. He's a restorative... "Restorer," finished Max for her.
"Yeah," she agreed. "But me, I wonder what qualifies you to be sorting things out at the Abbey. I mean," she added, "no offense, but this can't be in your usual line of work. Shouldn't you be baptizing babies or healing the sick or something?"
"DCI Cotton asked me to be here," Max said mildly. It seemed best to leave it at that. She struck him as the sort of precocious woman-child who would pepper him with questions given half a chance. He decided to turn the tables. "You must be Xander," he said. "What an unusual name. Very pretty."
"They had to name me something to balance out the last name, Gory. Always makes me think of a horror flick about an alien creature from the planet Zykon or something. And it is not short for Alexander. For once in their turgid, stuck-in-the-mud lives, my parents anticipated a trend. You know, Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
It's a very pretty name, he insisted, thinking her parents couldn't be all that stodgy, or they surely would have put a clamp on her hair and costume choices. Although, when did parents have any real say in those departments? You are here with your parents, I take it.
As if I had a choice. You don't seriously think I'd be here without them, do you? It's summer vacation time back home. I just finished my freshman year in college. I'm studying medieval literature. Not my choice, believe me. Some days I could just die. Die. I'm trying to talk the folks into letting me switch. My mother says he who pays the piper names the tune. But I don't even know what they're talking about in class most days. Complete waste of money. I threatened to drop out. They practically commanded me to come on this trip with them. They think it will change my mind. My father especially is a real Anglophile.
Whatever they were teaching her in college, it was not vocabulary.
My parents both love everything about England, beginning with the Queen and that naff son of hers. I could just gag, I'm so bored. Harry looks like he could be fun, though.
Max assumed she was talking about HRH Prince Harry. Max still had connections in SO14 who reported that guarding Harry was an exercise in burlesque comedy intermixed with moments of sheer terror. Xander twirled the end of one blonde-pink lock, evaluating Max's own potential for livening things up. "When do you leave?" he asked.
"Whenever my father's convinced himself he isn't being ripped off," she replied. "Or when he's satisfied he has been and decides what to do about it. What legal recourse he has, as he puts it. But he's taking his sweet time about it. I mean, they're nuns, after all. It's a bit hard to go around accusing them without a lot of evidence, wouldn't you say?"
"Ripped off?" Max asked casually, pouring a cup of coffee for himself and offering her one.
"Yeah, it's something to do with money," she said, lowering her voice and leaning in confidingly. "Money that should have gone into replacing electricity and plumbing and things here in the guest house can't be accounted for. There was supposed to be an addition to the building, too, and there's no sign of it."
She examined one blue nail and began smoothing back the cuticle with her thumb.
"My father is furious and demands an accounting. I think he brought Piers Montague, artist, and that art gallery owner woman on board to back up his protest. That's just a guess, but my father is good at getting people in his corner."
Turning away, she started rooting around in various cupboards, opening the small fridge to pull out a milk bottle. She proceeded to pour half the contents into a large glass and took a sip, eyeing him over the top.
"You didn't know all this?" she asked.
"I would bet you did." "I know there is some question in your father's mind, and presumably in your mother's, about the dispersal of various funds he's provided the Abbey."
"Big question, yep. Mucho problemo with the missing dinero, yes sirree. He's rich, you know, my father. He actually believes God wants him to be rich, which probably helps, don't you think?"
"I suppose it does, rather," said Max.
"He's an investor, meaning he invests other people's money. In what, I don't know. Just stocks and stuff like that. But he's pretty good at guessing how the market will move. And just because he's rich doesn't mean he is okay with being ripped off. He hasn't half been torqued since we got here. Where are the earth movers? He wants to know."
She lowered her voice to a basso boom, in what Max was to learn was a fair imitation of her father.
"Men with shovels, pitchforks, something."
"He came here to investigate, did he?" Max prodded. "To determine whether his money was in good hands?"
"Yeah. But he and my mom come here at least every summer, anyway. Have for years. It's their idea of fun, this sort of religious fandango. Just imagine. Well, I guess you can imagine, but they used to leave me with my aunt in Boston, thinking that was safer somehow. They had no idea. My aunt is 40, but she rocks. I mean, really, she sings in a band. But this year, as I say, my father decided it was time to expand my horizons. Ugh, shrink them is more like it. No computer, no cell phone, no television. Jesus. Oops, sorry, Father. No disrespect intended. But I'm just about reaching my limit, you know. The animals are not as much fun as I was led to believe.
Animals?
Sure. It's a working farm. They have goats, and the nuns make cheese and things. The goats creep me out. Those eyes.
Hunching her shoulders around her ears, she shivered with distaste. Even the little ones. Max was sympathetic. It had not been all that long since he himself had been a teenager. He could imagine that Monkbury Abbey held little scope for someone her age.
And they barely have electricity, she went on. The lights went out the other night. The hamster, or whatever turns the wheels that make the generator go, must have escaped.
They are somewhat off the grid out here, agreed Max.
Are you going into the village soon? She asked.
I just got here, said Max.
I don't suppose I could—
Borrow my car? Max laughed. No. But if I go into the village, you'll be the first to know. You can come with me, but with your parents' permission, of course.
I'm 18, she insisted.
Still, he said, better to keep the peace with the Gories, whom he had not even met, than disturb the peace in anticipation. Her father didn't sound like the type of man to approve a joyride for his daughter, particularly in a foreign country with a strange man. A big sigh at this from Xander. Apparently this Max person was going to be as tedious about everything as her parents were. Clearly playing her trump card, she said,
I don't know how much more I can take, you know. They communicate with these elaborate hand signals at meals on Sundays. The nuns, I mean. The only sound you can hear is a spoon striking the bottom of a bowl, or the occasional crunch of a raw carrot or a stick of celery, or the clacking of someone's dentures. It's too horrible for words. Ghastly, as the English say. But worse than the silence is the readings the nuns do at dinner-time. Stuff from the scriptures, and uplifting advice from martyrs and hermits and the utterly clueless, all delivered in this, monotune. God.
Monotone, corrected Max automatically. I'm sure it's a bit boring, but there is the fresh air and the little sheep, right? And perhaps fishing, if you're so inclined. I suppose— He trailed off. She looked at him as if he had taken leave of his senses.
I hope you're joking. Do I look like a fisherman to you?
I just meant there must be compensations. The peace and quiet. Those are hard things to come by day. Perhaps it's something you'll appreciate more as you get older.
Not I, she said flatly. I never want to get old, not like this bunch. Even the postulant. She's not much older than me, and what a drip she is. She doesn't even know who Eminem is. I want to live my life in, the fast lane, you know. If I ever get out of here alive, I mean. At least the attempted murder livened things up.
Who told you it was attempted murder? He asked her, rather sharply. Then, more gently, he added, I mean, what makes you think that?
Dunno. She twirled one of the pink-tipped strands at the side of her head. Stands to reason. I mean, have you met him?
She would not be drawn further on what exactly stood to reason. After a few delicately phrased attempts at pinning her down, Max returned his attention to his granola.
My father is always on about the mandolin, she said conversationally after a while. She began picking through the bowl of fruit on the table. He collects things, my dad.
Max imagined he could afford to. That's an interesting hobby, he said.
I guess. He likes religious art. You should see our house. It's like living in a cathedral.
She had sat down across the table from him, and using the knife he'd left lying there, began trying to peel an apple without breaking the skin. She got about halfway through.
Rats, she said.
Max, still puzzling over what on earth she was talking about, finally put it together.
"You mean Mandilion," he said. "Yeah, that's it. My dad's obsessed with the mandolin. He's not the only one." "A Mandilion," Max repeated. "It is thought to be an image of the living Christ. There are several versions, none that can be authenticated." He thought of the reappearing image back in his own church of St. Edward's, which stubbornly re-emerged on the wall despite his best attempts to eradicate it with paint and plaster. As little Tom Hooser loudly and repeatedly insisted, it bore a strong resemblance to the face on the Shroud of Turin. "Of course," Max added, "it is all the purest speculation. Wishful thinking at its most intense. Everyone wants to know exactly what Christ looked like when he walked the earth, and there is no one who can know." "Didn't the apostles or somebody leave a description in the Bible? Didn't anyone make a sketch or something?" Max smiled. A child of the Internet age, she would find it hard to grasp that describing the physical Christ would not have occurred to anyone. Also, that he didn't leave written words or autographs. That photography had not yet been invented. That, in any event, much that was recorded in the scriptures had been recorded long after the fact. Max merely shook his head. "No such luck," he said. "So I am to take it you are not religious yourself?" "No. I leave all that to the people who'll go in for this sort of thing." With a wave, Xander indicated the other inmates of the Abbey. Realizing what she'd just said might have sounded rude, considering her audience, she added, with the urgent gaucheness of youth, "I didn't mean you, of course. It's your job, like, and I'm sure you're really good at it. But my parents, I've just had it up to here with being told what Jesus said and what Jesus thought, and how I'm breaking the rules all the time. And my hair. Why do adults always make such a thing of hair? Besides, you should have seen it before. Curly, but not in an interesting way. More like escaped lunatic curly." "They're very devout, your parents?" "What a nice way of putting it. They're crazy, actually. Our house also looks like a gift shop in Lourdes. They dragged me there when I was 10. Let me tell you, there's no plastic left in France that hasn't been melted down into a statue. I don't know why my parents don't just convert over to the Catholic side. They're so, what do you call it here? High church? Yeah, so high church it practically makes no difference." There was a movement outside the window, which overlooked the cloister. Xander pointed and said, "There they are. Meet the parents, if you dare." Max stepped over to the window and saw the couple walking in the cloister, near the north alley that ran beside the church. The cloister was actually a large square garden with fruit trees and flowers, now coaxed into bloom by the summer heat. The UK as a whole had endured a rainy spring, but now the Monkbury Abbey garden seemed to be reaping the full and glorious benefit. The cloister was surrounded in traditional style by a roofed arcade on all sides, with the nunnery buildings opening off of it. There was what appeared to be a stone well in the centre of the garden. Max remembered reading somewhere the waters of that well had miraculous healing powers. The couple were near enough Max could see them clearly over the top of the muslin curtain. Clement was a large, tuna-headed man with a shiny bald pate and round wireless spectacles perched precariously on the bridge of a fleshy nose. He had small teeth like rows of baby corn kernels, misshapen but gleaming white. He wore what Max thought of as the uniform of the travelling, well-off tourist, genus American, khaki pants with large pockets on the legs, and a short-sleeved polo shirt unbuttoned at the neck to reveal a clean white T-shirt. He had on expensive white trainers with a tread fit for an all-terrain vehicle. Mrs. Gorey, Una, was, like Piers Montague, dressed in black, but in some drapey fabric that hung loosely from her shoulders to cover what looked to be a substantial frame. Somehow Max didn't think this was an arty choice on her part, as it was in the case of Piers. She may have thought of it as proper nunnery visiting garb, but although black was all the rage these days, this clothing was funereal rather than stylish. Her hair was like a balled-up fist, the blonde curls tightly corkscrewed to her head. She had a pretty little face, but it wore a mean, pinched-in expression. Max was reminded of one of those grand ladies whose effigies could be seen carved on medieval tombs, her husband lying beside her, and perhaps a little dog curled at her feet. Her expression stern and forbidding, just knowing she was on her way to meet God in person at last. Judging by her strong visage and the sturdy walk of this living example of grit and fortitude, Max imagined Una Gori could easily hold her own against her powerful husband. He turned back to Xander. "The fun couple," she said. "As I told you, they adore this place, which gives you some idea of the limits to their definition of a fun vacation."
"Perhaps you could learn a craft while you're here. The sisters are famous for their skills at pottery, just for one example."
"Oh, yeah. I suppose. I was helping Dame Potter the other day, but that is so not me."
"What is you?" asked Max gently.
For that she had a ready answer, surprising Max somewhat. Generally, at her age, the answer was more about what she did not want to do. "I want to study fashion design. In New York, at the Fashion Institute. My father won't hear of it."
"Ah," said Max. "I suppose he holds the purse strings and decides what you study and where."
"You got it."
"Is there any chance of a scholarship?"
"Not when you're rich, no."
"I meant a merit scholarship, based on your talent."
"I dunno." It didn't seem to have occurred to her, strangely enough. The rich really are different, thought Max. A glimmer of something like hope crept into her eyes.
"Why don't you look into it?" said Max. "You're not a minor any longer. Once your father sees you making your own way, he may come around."
Remembering his own father, Max added, "if slowly." "The minute I'm near an internet connection again, which can't be a moment too soon, I will look into it. Thanks." A rather loud, throat-clearing harumph could be heard from the hallway, along with the sound of a rather heavy footfall. "That would be the Lord," said Xander. "Lord Lyle Livett. Sorry to do this to you, Father, but I am so out of here." Chapter 9. There Was a Crooked Man. The sisters should remain vigilant to each other's needs as they eat and drink, so that no one at table need ask for anything. The rule of the Order of the Handmaids of St. Lucy. Max actually welcomed the intrusion, for here was a chance to meet the devil in the flesh. Lord Lyle Livett was much smaller than he appeared on the telly, where Max had seen him in various ceremonial appearances in the House of Lords, dressed head to toe on high occasion in feathers and swords and other inherited bling. As one of the few remaining members sitting by virtue of a hereditary peerage, Lord Lyle Livett was a vanishing breed. Perhaps the glittery accoutrements added inches to his height, for in person he was a small man, one who might have been mistaken for any man on the street except for the certain glow of privilege that exuded from every pore. Today he was dressed casually in a linen sport jacket on top of an open-collared shirt and cotton chinos. If he added a tie, he'd be ready to take a last-minute business meeting at his club. Dark-haired and olive-complexioned, he had that special polish that came with having loads of money and access to the best bespoke tailors, that sheen of hair and skin as if he had been spray-painted with fairy dust. Prince Charles had the same patrician look of hair blown into place by royal hairdressers and of shoes polished to a deep gleam by royal shoeblacks. Like many men of his breed, he also wore an invisible cloak of entitlement. Max had dealt with many such in his career, as he had often been called in by MI5 when the have-nots showed signs of wanting to exterminate the haves, as happened routinely. The haves sat in their resplendent drawing-rooms and sipped their single malts, these winners of the inheritance lottery, as they poured out their distress at being targeted yet again. Most of these men were charming, if oblivious. Lord Lyle Livett struck Max as leaning heavily toward the oblivious side, not feeling an overarching need to waste his limited resources of charm.
As Max pondered how much to tell Lord Lyle Livett of the reason for his being there, the Lord stole the initiative. "I am glad," he said. "The bishop is taking this seriously. You have been sent by the bishop from Monkslip Cathedral, have you not?" "In fact, I am the vicar of Nether Monkslip," Max replied. Feeling that he towered over the man, he stood back an inch or two to try to even the eye level. "Father Maxon Tudor. But yes, I am here at the behest of the bishop. Obviously, the situation concerns him mightily." "The vicar?" Lord Lyle Livett repeated, obviously taken aback by Max's low station in life. "Of what was it? Nether Monkslip? And where on earth is Nether Monkslip?" "Not far from the Channel," Max answered vaguely. "A few miles from Monkslip-super-Mare." "So you're not officially attached to the bishopric? You're not part of the bishop's official investigative team?" "So far as I'm aware, the bishop does not maintain an investigative team." Max struggled to keep the exasperation from his voice, although the image of the bishop trailed by a bodyguard of MI5 agents did raise a smile. "It's not the Vatican, you know, just one smallish diocese of the Church of England." "Well," said Lord Lyle Livett, if he'd added, "I suppose you'll do," Max might have turned heel and left the room. Instead, the man unbent enough to say, "The bishop is a sound man, an Etonian, you know. I suppose he knows what he's doing. What exactly are your qualifications for this investigation?" Every bone in Max's body resisted the impulse to provide Lord Lyle Livett with a summary of his CV, although he was fully aware that a mention of his MI5 background would instantly have placated the man. There was about it too much of a tone of pandering to live up to Lord Lyle Livett's inflated sense of his own worth, of a need for all the forces in the kingdom to be brought to bear on this fruitcake problem of his. "I simply have an inquiring mind," said Max evenly, "as well as a desire to arrive at the truth of what happened to you. The bishop has found my involvement in similar cases useful in the past." There. That sounded sufficiently James Bondish, thought Max. Cue the Goldfinger theme. He arranged the muscles of his face in a suitably inscrutable mask, like an avenging samurai sent by the shogun from the court of the emperor. It seemed to do the trick, for Lord Lyle Livett said no more, but regarded him warily, a new respect in his eyes. "I would appreciate it if you would fill me in," said Max, looking to steal his advantage. "The bishop was rather sketchy as to detail. You were here at the Abbey last fall, I gather?" "Yes. I came on a religious retreat. Fresh air and quiet, you know. A chance to reflect and restore the soul, what? And a chance to see my aunt. She lives here, you see, and she has not been at all well." This would have been during the summer recess of the House of Lords? "Yes. As I recall, the return of the House wasn't until October 8 last year." "And how did you come to have this offending fruitcake in your possession? Did you buy it from the gift shop here at the Abbey?" "No, as a matter of fact, although I intended to buy one there, which is the odd thing. A gift for the little woman, you know. The fruitcake they make here has become world-renowned." "This was your first visit to the Abbey, was it?" "By no means, but it was my first visit in quite a while, sad to say. I would be the first to admit I've neglected my aunt shamefully over the years. We were never close. The way of life she chose precluded that. And once my mother died, years ago now, I'm afraid my visits fell off completely. It was my mother who felt duty-bound to come and visit, you see. I was a young man, and I found the whole set-up rather off-putting, if you follow." Max did follow, as it happened, and would have used precisely the same terms. All these women shut away from the world. He had always found it hard to understand, and his own visits to his aunt were too few and far between. "So how did you come by the fruitcake?" Max asked him again. By this point, Lord Lisle-Livett was attempting to master the industrial-sized toaster that dominated one counter of the kitchen. The trick, Max knew, was to slot the bread on the grill and let it slip inside the conveyor without forcing it. The way Lord Lisle-Livett was going about things, there was sure to be a logjam followed by the smell of burning toast. Max was familiar with the more recalcitrant type of machine from his time at university, but perhaps Lord Lisle-Livett had had his own scout to prepare breakfast for him. Max took over, setting dials and pushing buttons with a flourish, disproportionately proud at the opportunity to demonstrate his competence in this culinary matter. His time spent with Mrs. Hooser had not been in vain. In self-defence, he had been forced to learn a few basic survival skills. Lord Lisle-Livett began struggling with a jar of currant preserves. Max took it from him and gave the lid a whack with the dull side of a knife to loosen it. Lord Lisle-Livett looked suitably impressed, almost as if he thought Max could survive for months alone in the Arctic Circle with just a harpoon and a spool of thread. Surely this would translate into more confidence in Max's sleuthing abilities, although Max was not entirely sure why this was so. But Lord Lisle-Livett seemed easily fooled, and Max was enjoying himself. "So," he repeated, handing back the opened jar. "On second thought," said Lord Lisle-Livett doubtfully, "perhaps I won't have anything to eat with fruit in it." Max nodded. "Right, I see. An egg might be better. Now, the provenance of the fruit-cake?" "Well, that is what should have alerted me that the situation was perhaps unusual. I found it in my room here at the guest-house before I left. You have noticed how none of the doors have locks, so anyone could have come along and slipped it inside my room. Was it packaged or labelled in any way?" "It was wrapped in cloth, some homespun sort of thing, and it had a note attached saying, 'With the compliments of Monkbury Abbey,' or words to that effect." "You didn't save the note?" The man shook his head. Now he held an egg in one hand and a pan in the other. He seemed to have arrived at a basic understanding that both items were needed in order to produce a boiled egg. But it was clear he did not know how to set about doing it. Max took the pan from him and, filling it with cold water, set it on the stove to boil. "So the note was unsigned," Max said after Lord Lisle-Livett's egg was under way. "That's right." "I don't suppose you saved the wrapping, either?" He shook his head. "All long gone, I'm afraid, thrown in the fire when I got home." He laughed. His laugh was a dry little heh-heh, devoid of humour. It was a shame, thought Max, that key pieces of evidence had been destroyed. "It was handwritten, the note?" "Yes, but in block letters. I suppose that should have made me wonder. But it's a nunnery, for God's sake. I assumed it was a nice little parting gift they gave to all the guests." "I see." Using a slotted spoon, Max dropped the egg into the water before it could reach a roiling boil and turned down the heat. "And when did you realize there was something off about it?" "It was several weeks later. Months, actually. A fruit-cake is not something one dives into right away, you know. It sits there for a while, making one feel guilty until one eats it. It could actually have sat around for years, but one night I had it for a pudding when I didn't want the fresh fruit my wife had planned. She's always on some slimming regime, and I wanted something more substantial, you see." "Yes. So you had some fruitcake, and there were symptoms. How soon after you ingested it?" "About 2 hours after we finished supper. I was taken quite ill. My wife and I had the identical meal, you see, except for the pudding. She later admitted she hadn't touched the fruitcake, but gave some to the dog. The dog was taken ill, too. That's how I knew the problem was with the fruitcake." "And immediately you got on the horn to the bishop's office?" "Not right away," said Lord Lisle-Livett. "I didn't quite know what to do, to be honest. It was rather unprecedented, apart from a spot of food poisoning once when I was in Delhi on business.
But finally my wife convinced me I had to tell someone. It could have been a bad batch of fruitcake going out around the world, you see."
What his wife actually had said was that she was sick of hearing him complain about that stupid fruitcake, so why didn't he do something about it? But Lord Lisle Livett didn't feel compelled to repeat their marital conversation verbatim. So much of what transpired between him and his wife, once he came to think of it, was unrepeatable in polite society.
"I never doubted it was a mistake or accident," he concluded. "Now I'm not so certain."
Max removed the egg from the water, having nicely judged the timing by his wristwatch. If Lord Lisle Livett had not asked for a 2-minute egg, Max might have been tempted to show off by cracking an egg open with one hand, a trick he'd learned by watching a weaner work in the kitchen. He was absurdly pleased to have mastered this new skill. Now he found an egg cup on one of the open shelves and deposited the egg inside, just as the toast was emerging from the toaster. He set this meal on the table before Lord Lisle Livett, who thanked him with a nod, and proceeded to tap around the edges of the egg, breaking the shell. Max noted he cut his toast into soldiers for dipping, the way a child would do.
"I have to ask, Lord Lisle Livett," began Max. "It's a bit delicate, but is there anyone here who would wish you harm?" "No, not at all. The very idea is preposterous."
He seemed genuinely astonished at the question, but that could be because he had no enemies. An impossibility in Max's experience. Every man had enemies, whether earned innocently or deliberately, or because he believed himself to be so greatly loved that the thought of enemies was impossible for his mind to entertain. From what Max knew of Lord Lisle Livett's character, the second alternative was much the more likely. Lord Lisle Livett's ego would protect him from the reality of how he was perceived and regarded. His mind simply could not take in the fact that someone would deliberately want to harm him. In fairness, thought Max, how many of us could live with that truth? Chapter 10. The Evil of Avarice. In offering for sale the products of the nunnery, beware the evil of avarice. The nunnery must always be known for fair dealing. The Rule of the Order of the Handmaids of St. Lucy. Max left Lord Lisle Livett 10 minutes later, none the wiser as to who might have wanted to poison the man, except in a general sort of way, and why. Lord Lisle Livett may have been no one's idea of a man to spend a lazy summer day with, but he did not rise to the category of killable villain, so far as Max could see. Max was drawn to visit the medieval church, officially the Abbey Church of St. Lucy. The nuns would have finished their morning prayers by now, and would be in the chapter house, confessing their faults to their sisters and receiving their penances, and being assigned their daily chores. Max took the outer walkway to the main door of the church, which remained open to all visitors. There would be another door near the altar that led into the chapter house and further inside to the cloistered area, and this, by tradition and necessity, would be barred to outsiders. He moved reverently down a side aisle toward the small lady chapel, with its sanctuary lamp indicating the presence of the sacrament. He knelt at a prie-dieu to pray, then took a seat on a wooden chair, letting the peace settle round him. Half an hour passed without his being aware of it, his thoughts retracing the path his life had taken and peering toward his future with a weaner and their child. It was utterly still and quiet. Nether Monkslip was a noisy and bustling hub by comparison. Here the silence was complete without even the thrum of electricity running in the background, the hidden buzz of modern-day life that permeated everything. He was entirely alone, except, he imagined, for the ghosts of those who had come before, making their pilgrimage to this holy place. For in centuries past, the church would have been the repository of sacred bones and books and embalmed bits and bobs of long-dead saints, artifacts to which people would pray for a cure for themselves or a loved one. The prayers must have been answered, at least some of the time, for the Abbey Church had enjoyed centuries of renown, drawing rich and poor to come and pray within its walls, and many a benefactor had left money in his or her will for the nuns to continue their lives of prayer and work. Benefactors not unlike Clement Gorey and his wife. Did a hard-headed man of business really believe he could buy his way into heaven? Wondered Max. It was time to orient himself to as much of the place as was open to him. He couldn't wander without invitation into the obviously closed-off areas, outlined in red on the map provided in his room, but the fields and glens dotting the area around the nunnery were open to all, and the abbey kitchen, the nucleus of his investigation, was set apart from the strictly cloistered area, as were the infirmary and the abbess's lodge. Max left the church by the main door, following the signs for the gift shop. It was empty except for the elderly portress who had greeted him the night before, Dame Hephzibah. Stepping inside, he saw that behind her was a window overlooking the entrance to the convent. In this way she could do double duty, keep an eye out for visitors and mind the store. He imagined there were not that many customers on a given day. She smiled at him, giving him the full benefit of her toothy grin. "Goodness, Dame Hephzibah, they certainly get a day's work out of you," he said. "I begin each day asking the Lord to use me up," she said. "It looks like he's not done with me yet." "I should think not. You are far too valuable here with us." Max looked at the goods on display, attractively arranged on wooden shelves and tables. Many were wrapped in oilcloth or paper and tied with ribbon rather than sealed with the ubiquitous plastic. Everything seemed to be of a very high quality as well as reasonably priced. He thought if there were time and opportunity before he left the abbey, he would load up on presents for Rowena. And for the baby, his eye caught on a small frilly dress of exquisite workmanship, fit only for a newborn. He could see it was all hand-stitched, the cloth embroidered, white on nearly every inch. A christening gown, perhaps. It was one of the many topics he and Rowena had not decided on, the baptism of the baby. His church taught that it was necessary. Rowena held that the child could decide for itself when the time came. But first things first. He and Rowena still had the marriage ceremony to navigate, and by careful willingness to accept and adapt to one another's beliefs and sensibilities, they had arrived at a solution to that first impediment. In one of the history books he collected, there was a photo of a whalebone casket from the 8th century, decorated in both Christian and pagan images. It was a blending that apparently had bothered no one at the time, and it seemed to him he and Rowena could arrive at a similar give-and-take balance in their union, given one day at a time. "Do you have children, father?" Dame Hephzibah asked. "The first is on the way," he told her, "due mid-September." "Oh," she beamed. "How nice for you and your wife." How to explain? How to begin to explain his tangled yet wondrous situation to this dear old heart? Max smiled at her and replaced the little gown on the shelf, carefully refolding its tiny lacy sleeves. His fingers were too clumsy for the task, and Dame Hephzibah kindly took over for him. In one corner, a Christmas tree made of twigs and burlap displayed handmade wooden ornaments painted bright colours. There were all the animals of Noah's Ark, and stars and flowers and snowflakes. At the foot of the little tree, which stood about 3 meters tall, was a primitive creche scene of exquisite workmanship. The figures, Mary, Joseph, and the baby Jesus, a shepherd and a wise man, the ox and the lamb, made of painted terracotta. He couldn't help but smile, looking at Joseph's concerned expression as he stared awestruck at the child put into his care. Max looked at the price tag on the creche scene and could not believe his eyes. It belonged in a museum, and they wanted only a few pounds for it. He walked on. From a branch artfully stuck in a pottery jar hung several dozen rosaries of variously coloured beads, positioned to reflect the light. Shelf after shelf along one wall was stacked with jars of honey of every conceivable flavour, like almond or raspberry. The label on the jar of creamed honey told him it had been crystallized into a butter-like spread and was recommended for use on toast or hot cakes. He had just finished breakfast, but could not wait to try this delicacy. Surely hot-cakes were no challenge to a man who had now mastered the egg. There were bundles of herbs hanging from the rafters, as in a Wiener's goddess-spell shop. Herbs from the physic garden of Monkbury Abbey, read their labels. Shelves of books nearby held, in addition to the expected devotional tomes, several rows of books and tracts on cooking with herbs, and the medicinal uses of herbs and the use of herbs in the pickling process. To Max, this was all close to necromancy.
"Our infirmaress is an expert botanist," Dame Hephzibah informed him. "She has written several of those pickling pamphlets. And, of course, Dame Fruitcake, Dame Ingrid, has some wonderful recipes. Those little booklets are nearly as popular as her fruitcake, although I am quite convinced, between us, that she keeps her really special secret ingredients to herself."
Did she realize what she was saying? Max wondered. For hopefully none of Dame Ingrid's special secret ingredients involved poison. There were jars of hand creams and candles and jams and preserves made of all varieties of fruit, including, of course, the ubiquitous berries. The labels informed him that the berries were hand-picked on the premises. That, he told himself, might soon no longer be considered a selling point. There also were sweet biscuits of every variety, lumpy with seeds and nuts, and, yes, berries again. The orange marmalade containing whiskey looked tempting, and looking at the contents label, he wondered if whiskey on toast in the morning might be a slippery slope. Some of the goods, he noted, like the wines, were imported from St. Martin's, the Order's mother house in France. Dame Hephzibah saw him reading the wine label and said,
"We are thinking of expanding into beer production one day, but for wines we still have to depend on the mother house. Abbess Genevieve Lacroix is here again to discuss with Abbess Justina ways to strengthen the bonds between our two houses. The French have such a way about them, don't they?" she added wistfully. "Some of the cosmetics we have on sale are theirs. I gather from our visitors that the face lotions work wonders on wrinkles. For people who worry about such things, I am certain that comes as a blessing."
Her face exploded in a smile as she said this, wrinkles radiating in every direction.
"But such an enterprise as making beer and wine would mean more involvement with outside vendors, people who sell grapes and such like."
She shook her head. "There is some resistance to the idea?" Max asked her.
"We like to keep the world at bay, Father. It's why we came here, why most of us came here, although I have to say it is gratifying to meet the needs of others with our products."
Max waited for her to elaborate, but judging by the thin line into which she had drawn her mouth, she had said all she had to say on that subject.
"However, we may soon open a little restaurant for visitors," she added, "serving coffee and a cream tea for those who come to visit our church. That sort of hospitality would be more in keeping with the rule."
He came upon a small hand-lettered sign that declared that the proceeds of sales from the shop went to fund a Christian missionary and orphanage in Africa, and to sustain various other good causes, including a rape crisis centre. All of this seemed to Max added inducement to help empty the shelves if it would help the good sisters in their work. And what a shame if that work were interrupted by some terrible rumour that their goods were tainted. Max could understand the demand being created for the nuns' produce in the outside world, a world with its reborn interest in the natural, the pure, the homemade. Was it somehow an opening for the return to the corruption and vice of religious houses of the past? How much, wondered Max, did the Abbey rake in a year, selling its humble good stuffs? Surely not all that much. There were too few nuns to work the fields, ply the needles and stir the pots for homemade jams and jellies, not to mention get the famous fruitcake into production. But there now were also the internet sales, which Max gathered were gathering quite a head of steam. He wondered how they managed that, living off the grid as they did, and made a mental note to ask Xander, who looked like she would be clued into all things internet-y, as opposed to Dame Hephzibah, who did not. The sisters were, of course, most famous for their boozy fruitcake, as it had come to be called, forever fruitcake as a marketing concept having failed. Max had remembered that an article about this particular Abbey product had appeared in the Monkslip-super-Mare Globe and Bugle, and had been picked up by one of the London dailies, and he had searched out and reread the article before setting out for the Abbey. An enterprising reporter had given it the boozy name, which had stuck, sending sales rocketing heavenward. St. Lucy's boozy fruitcake was a confection of honey, sherry, and brandy, and unlike the usual re-gifted doorstop cakes, these were actively sought out by devotees. Demand crashed the convent's website for a time, but the nuns quickly rallied, offering 10% off and special prayers for those who had been inconvenienced. Now they shipped many hundreds of loaves a year. This in addition to their honeys and jams and illustrated pamphlets and the exquisitely embroidered babyware. Famous London babies, he gathered, would not think of being christened in anything but a linen gown from Monkbury Abbey, and having now seen a sample for himself, he could understand why. Even once the nuns realized they could charge the earth for these goods, they kept prices strictly in line with actual costs, allowing only a modest profit, for this was the law as laid down in the Rule of St. Lucy, which governed their lives. They also made beeswax candles, offering beekeeping classes on occasion. They had even managed to breed a special type of bee that was less aggressive but more efficient. Max thought how fascinated Awena would be by all of this. She claimed her bees were gentle because she talked to them. He had asked her once, half in jest, what she talked to the bees about. She had replied in all seriousness that they seemed to like hearing the weather forecast. He had learned not to challenge her on this sort of thing, for her knowledge seemed sure, born not of whimsy, but of unsentimental experience. But what, wondered Max, would Miss Pitchford of Nether Monkslip make of the competition for her own infamous, and some said lethal, fruitcake? Reminded of his mission, he asked Dame Hephzibah to point him in the direction of the Abbey kitchen. It was time for a talk with Dame Fruitcake. Part 5. Known. Chapter 11. In the Chapter House. When serious matters confront the nunnery, the abbess shall call the whole community together to take their advice. She shall listen to all, particularly the young, for God often reveals more to them. But the final decision is the abbess's to make, and all shall obey. The Rule of the Order of the Handmaids of St. Lucy. Half an hour before Max's tour of the gift shop, 5 women had sat huddled by a small fire in the chapter house, for despite the heat of the day, the ancient walls could hold a morning chill like a damp woolen cloak. The chapter house was not in any case designed for coziness. Situated at the east side of the cloister in the conclave area forbidden to visitors, it was the corporate heart of the Abbey, if corporations could be said to have a heart. Its narrow, low-reaching windows like the floor-to-ceiling vistas over a modern-day New York skyline. The room was an elaborate Gothic chamber ringed by stone-hewn benches, with rib vaults springing from round pillars, a majestic meeting space meant to humble those who gathered there, meant to tame and subdue. The room's vast size was now a rueful reminder of how many nuns the space once had been able to accommodate. Someone had once proposed to move the chapter meetings into the more comfortable warming room, an idea that had quickly been voted down. The cellaress in particular had been adamant that the room would one day again be filled to overflowing if they waited patiently for the void to be filled. It was a somewhat New Age, if we build it, they will come brand of thinking, to which not all subscribed, but tradition, they all agreed, was tradition, and tradition was what mattered. The abbess generally sat on a raised seat, but in deference to the informality of this occasion, she sat on one of the stone benches, flanked by the others. The nuns' feet rested somewhat irreverently on the grave of one of the monastery's medieval greats, Abbess Junella. Her resting place, outlined by an elaborate tomb marker, was a special tribute to a long and peaceful reign, and to the wealth of the family from which she had sprung, for generally abbesses were buried in row upon row of sarcophagi in the crypt that ran beneath the church. For centuries, the serious business of the nunnery had been conducted in the chapter-house. Momentous decisions discussed and voted on. Sometimes voices were raised, and an abbess's diplomatic skills tested to the limits. Here the nuns met daily for a reading of a chapter from the rule that framed their days. Often the abbess would expound on that day's chapter, particularly if it were one of the more problematic rules, difficult to obey and enforce. Infractions against talking during forbidden times were common. Little lapses of behavior, like a show of unchristian irritation at a sister who was slow or doltish or just always there, were common. Of course, part of the routine of chapter meetings was for the sisters to confess their faults to one another. The rather devilish part of this routine was that those who failed to acknowledge fault might be publicly accused. There was, in other words, no escape, no rest for the wicked. Unless, of course, one were lucky enough to have been unobserved in a transgression of the rules. Most tended to hope their misdeeds, large or small, would go unnoticed by anyone but God. The meeting today was very different, however. Abbess Justina had asked a select few of her nuns to stay behind, the cellaress, the librarian, the cook, and the infirmaress. It was nearly an unprecedented request, and privately they speculated on the occasion for this hush-hush meeting, especially since the rule of St. Lucy decried the exclusion of others from important decisions. "It's like a cabal," thought Dame Olive, the librarian, mystified. They sat quietly, as they had been trained to do, their faces impassive and their eyes downcast. But their excitement betrayed itself in the rustle of skirts as they wriggled for purchase on the uncomfortable stone bench, or in the soft click of prayer beads being sifted through restless hands. Dame Olive knew she wasn't at the gathering to take notes, her usual role. That was for certain. The abbess had expressly requested that no record be kept of this meeting, and that it not be talked about outside these walls. Dame Olive pushed her heavy lenses up the narrow bridge of her nose in consternation. It was all most baffling. The cook's natural humility left her even more mystified than Dame Olive. What, wondered Dame Ingrid, could she possibly have to contribute? Such a small and select group indicated the topic might be financial, and Dame Ingrid would be the first to claim ignorance. The joy of her life was that she had given up daily concerns, like balancing a checkbook, and could devote herself to cooking, which she considered to be a pious offering to God. In part of her mind she struggled against a nagging sense of flattery to have been included in this august company. Then she wondered if that were a fault of pride she'd have to confess later. Probably it was. Bother. Unless... She had just had a horrible thought. Unless all this had something to do with the fruit-cake. Her famous fruit-cake, and that little man with his shocking accusations. The beads dropped into her lap as the train of thought tunneled through her mind, toppling the calming litany of her prayer. Her leg began to throb. Normally she welcomed this reminder of her sin and just punishment, but today it just plain hurt. It hurt like the devil. Meanwhile, the cellaress was thinking, too, about their special visitor. Dame Sybil would, of course, be civil to him, but she planned to avoid the pompous little upstart, if at all possible. Her forehead, beneath her pronounced widow's peak, crinkled into a frown of displeasure. She was a product of the class wars in Britain, the daughter of a mining family that could rightly claim to have gotten the shaft by various British governments. No matter what Lord Lislevitt did, and no matter how long he lived, the fact of his aristocracy damned him forever to a fiery perdition in Dame Sybil's book. Her own dear father had been a martyr to the cause, dying from pneumonia after a protest fast he was in no condition to undertake. So a pox on Lord Lisle-Livett and all his houses was all Dame Sybil had to say on the matter. If this special meeting were to do with him, and it was difficult to see how it could be. She trained her alert stare on the abbess and waited. The cellaress looked like an owl waiting for her night's prey to emerge, thought the infirmeress. Dame Petronilla, for her part, had a patient to see to and wanted no part in whatever this meeting was about. It was nothing to do with her, she was sure. She had left the postulant in charge, for lack of a better choice, but the girl was such a goose. Dame Petronilla cradled her wide jaw in one hand, a worried expression creasing her narrow forehead. Just as she was about to ask permission to be excused for urgent business, the abbess began to speak. And when she spoke, it was not about Lord Lisle-Livett or fruitcakes, although she touched on those topics in passing. Rather, it was about the much-delayed expansion of the new Monkbury Abbey guest-house, and the reasons behind the delay. First swearing them all to silence, she spoke for 20 minutes without pause, and when she was finished, she made each in turn state aloud their promise. Only the cellaress dared register a protest. "I won't lie," she said stubbornly, "especially since I think what is called for here is the opposite of secrecy." "I'm not asking you to lie," said Abbess Justina, thoroughly affronted. "But if anyone comes to you with questions that make you uncomfortable, send them to me." And might that someone be the dark and handsome vicar, wondered Dame Olive, who already had caught a passing glimpse of Max Tudor? For even a nunnery dedicated to the Almighty operated on a grapevine of ruthless efficiency, and the arrival of Max with his movie-star looks was news, however one looked at it, and sent by the bishop, no less. The postulant had speculated aloud that Max might be here scouting locations for some religious movie, you know, like Ben-Hur. It was uncharitable of her even to think it, Dame Olive knew, but the postulant Mary always struck her as being a few peas short of a casserole. "Just say nothing," said the abbess, "for now. On top of the whole business with the fruitcake, we can't have this come out, not now. You do see that. We must stay ahead. What is the phrase, Dame Cellaress?" And she turned to Dame Sybil as to one with vast years of experience of corporations and spin-doctors, hoping the flattery might work. It did seem to thaw her just a notch. "You mean that one must stay ahead of the story," supplied Dame Sybil. "That's precisely it," exclaimed the abbess. They all exchanged glances, but it was Dame Petronilla who readily agreed. The abbess was right. They could only cope with one catastrophe at a time. One or two. "It's been a secret for so long," she said. "What do a few months matter?" Chapter 12. The Kitcheness. The Kitcheness shall consult with the cellaress over the wise provisioning of the abbey, but the cellaress shall have the final word on the amounts and types of food provided to the kitchen. The rule of the Order of the Handmaids of St. Lucy. Dame Tabitha, the guest-mistress, had greeted Max with a dutiful bow, Dame Hephzibah with a dry little kiss, but Dame Ingrid grabbed his hand fervently in both of hers, pumping it enthusiastically. She looked as though she wanted to clasp him to her ample bosom, but thought better of it. She contented herself with a joyous cry of, "Thank heaven you're here!" "I am most happy to be here," Max said politely, but it was only partly true, and he did not feel particularly heaven-sent. "Welcome to the fruitcake factory, Father Max." "I had read of your fruitcakes before I ever came here," said Max. "You have achieved quite a following. Congratulations." Dame Ingrid's complexion exploded bright red at the compliment, and she dipped her head in bashful acknowledgment. "I'm sure I do my best," she murmured. She had a constellation of freckles across her nose and cheeks, red hair coiled at her temples. "And, of course, I couldn't do anything without my sisters, without the support of the Abbey, without, needless to say, God's help. As this was turning into an Oscar acceptance speech, Max cut in. "Would you mind if I asked you a few questions about your work?"
"Of course not, Father."
Her hazel eyes shone at the prospect. She was a tall woman, so tall that Max could meet her eye to eye. Her rounded features gave her a wholesome, milkmaidish appearance, as if she might at any moment break into a yodel.
"We often have visitors. People at the guest house are generally curious to see the famous cakes being made. Of course, it's a process of months, so at any given time you will only see one stage of the process. This is how we keep the recipe secret. Oh, yes. You need not look so surprised, Father. Industrial espionage comes with the territory when you have a product as popular as ours."
Max briefly closed his eyes, nodding in solemn understanding. "My lips are sealed," he said.
"We once had a man come to a weekend retreat only pretending to be here for spiritual refreshment," she leaned in to confide. "He was from a major biscuit manufacturer, and it was obvious from his questions and his general demeanour. Well, the rule tells us we must welcome all who come to our door, but it does not say that we have to reveal our secrets to any passer-by of ill intent. Right." She picked up a wooden spoon and waved it like a baton. "So now I'm simply assembling the batter. We deal in large vats now, rather than bowls. We had to step up the process to meet demand." Her face glowed with pleasure as she warmed to her topic. This was clearly a performance she had starred in many times. "Now, fruit-cake has been around since the time of the Egyptians." She looked at him expectantly, anticipating the punchline.
"That explains the fruit-cake one of my aunts kept sending us," he said. "Perhaps my mother simply mailed it back every year, our family version of the Curse of the Pharaohs."
"Ha!"
said Dame Ingrid, delighted. Max was playing right into her hands.
"That is where fruit-cake got its bad name, those dried-up amateur attempts. With all due respect to your aunt. Now, my fruit-cake, our fruit-cake, succeeds because it is baked at a very low oven temperature for just the right amount of time."
First looking over her shoulder, she lowered her voice.
"Shall I tell you the secret ingredient?"
Max nodded solemnly. The ingredient he was interested in was poison, but he guessed that was not what she meant.
"Pineapple,"
she said, and Max struggled to look astonished. She placed one finger against the side of her nose and nodded.
"Chunks of pineapple soaked in rum. I won't tell you for how long, no use asking me. I'll never tell. But that makes the difference you can taste. None of this drizzling rum over the top of the cake. That's the lazy woman's way. Too late by then to save it."
"The word pineapple will never pass my lips," Max assured her.
"I can tell if a man is trustworthy, Father. I knew a thing or two before I came to the convent. I came here later in life, later than most of the others."
"Have you always been a cook?"
"Yes, I cooked professionally for many years."
He waited, but she seemed reluctant to say more. He watched as the blood again rose in her already hectic complexion. Her high colour may have come from the heat of the stove, of course. The room was nicely warm, as the day was just getting started. By noon, with all the ovens going, it might be deeply unpleasant to have to work here.
"Here, let me show you something."
She turned with an awkward movement, grasping the table edge to steady herself. One of her legs appeared to be shorter than the other, or may have been injured, for she walked with a noticeable hitch, and without the gliding locomotion of her sisters. Indeed, she had the sort of rolling gait one might associate with someone who'd spent her life aboard a whaling ship. Now she made her way to a door at one side of the kitchen proper, and motioned him to follow her into another room.
"See, here is the oven,"
she said, finally rolling to a stop.
"And over there,"
she pointed to rows of shelves lining two walls,
"over there are the resting fruitcakes. The beauty of the fruitcake is in its need to sit and mellow for several months. There is a lesson for us all in that, do you not think, Father? Consider the lilies of the field. They toil not, neither do they spin.
Neither does my fruit-cake. All will be well," she added, surveying the rows of fruit-cake either resting or being readied for baking, "so long as the generator doesn't break down." She went on to explain that over 600 cakes could be made at a time in the specially built oven. The cakes would be left to sit, patiently awaiting their weekly lashings with more liquor. Max, reminded of Miss Pitchford's deadly fruit-cake, so called by the villagers, imagined the old schoolmistress's envy at the sight of so many loaves being produced on such a vast scale. "And you manage all this yourself?" "Good heavens, no! We all take turns in the kitchen. I have lots of help. Some help is more helpful than others, if you follow. The new postulant and the novice will take time to train. We all needed time when we first got here. How easy it is to forget that. In the old days we would have had a frateress to help, someone who saw to the crockery and such. We all have to be a bit more flexible in our duties these days." So they all just shoved along together, and somehow it all got done, without friction, without animosity, hidden or otherwise, thought Max. Was any human organization ever so free of strife as this one appeared to be? Well, the attempted poisoning of Lord Lisle-Livet, or whatever it was, strongly suggested otherwise. "The oven was built to my specifications." She pulled open one of the oven doors and turned to him, her face beaming with pride. "See? See how each pan has its own little shelf? Special built, cost the moon, but after many months our prayers were answered." Max took a guess. "The Gories?" She nodded. "Mr. and Mrs. Gorey have been most generous to the Abbey over the years. We thank God for them every day. Of course, we thank the Gories too, but it is God working through them." "How long have they been coming here on retreat?" She stopped to think, chin resting against her thumb. "Forever," she said at last. "The daughter, though, this is her first visit. Poor thing doesn't seem to quite know what to do with herself. It takes some people a while to adjust to the quiet." "I think that is a particular challenge of this day and age for all of us." "Too right," she agreed. "Could you tell me something of your background, Dame Ingrid? What you did before you came here to the Abbey? You indicated you were a professional chef." "Well, I guess that would be all right." Shutting the door to the oven, she steered him back into the kitchen proper. She took a simmering kettle off the hearth and asked, "Some tea while we talk, Father?" Max nodded, and when she had got them both sorted with cups and saucers and spoons, she sat across from him at the wide wooden work-table. "Yes, I was a cook before I came here," she said. "Only then I called myself a chef." She laughed. "That was just me putting on airs. A cook is someone with a loving heart, wanting to keep his or her loved ones well nourished. A chef, though, a chef is something else. In my case, a show-off." "You worked in restaurants?" Max asked. "A few, when I first finished my training. I was born in Sweden, in Stockholm, and I went to Le Cordon Bleu in Paris." Max, impressed, made a whistling sound. "Yes," she said, "I was awfully proud of myself. Shockingly ambitious I was. The competition is unbelievable, Father. Who can make the best soufflé in the world? It becomes a matter of life and death. Ridiculous. And the tempers you see in a restaurant kitchen, the chef exploding all over everyone, causing accidents. I once saw a man badly burned when a soup kettle overturned during a scuffle. It is the opposite of a peaceful and nourishing occupation, and the language could scorch the paint off the walls." "So you gave it up to come here?" "Not right away. I went to work as a private chef. That word again. A private chef. For a novelist and her family in Hampstead." And she named a famous thriller writer, the sort of author whose fame and flair with the art of storytelling kept airport bookstalls thriving. Max, despite himself, was intrigued. "Really?" he asked. "What is she like?" "Well," said Dame Ingrid, "she was nice.
The photos make her look awfully mean, you know. That's because of the sort of blood-and-guts stories she writes. Maybe her publicist thinks she should look forbidding to match her books. I never understood it myself. She was divorced, and her kids were a handful. I acted as their nanny half the time, since their mother always had her head in the clouds. But she was generous about paid leave and things. She was quiet for a moment, stirring her cup. Max prompted. So why did you leave? It's difficult to explain. One day I came here on a retreat. I wasn't Anglican at the time. You know how we Swedes are, Father, Lutheran at birth, even if we never set foot in a church. Your parents weren't religious? My parents were content to leave my spiritual growth to chance. It is such a different culture there, Father. Anyway, I came here thinking I'd enjoy the quiet, read a bit, get away from the children, who were a full-time job when they got to be teenagers, let me tell you. How did you come to hear of the Abbey? I think I saw an article about the place. Their arts and crafts were already beginning to attract attention. Anyway, once I saw the Abbey, well, that was the first step on a long road. I didn't really mean to attend the services, that wasn't part of the plan, but the beauty of the nuns' voices singing, the surroundings, the cloister garden, the clean air, well, something happened to me that weekend. It is so difficult to put into words. I didn't just want to convert, you see. I wanted to live here, to dedicate my life to that peace and beauty, to God and serenity. I knew that right away. Isn't it odd? I knew I would live here one day. But I couldn't just up and leave my employer, because she drank, you see, while her kids ran wild. I don't know when she got any writing done, to be honest, but somehow she produced a book a year. You know the sort of thing that can happen when a single mother, even one you'd think had lots of resources, is overwhelmed. I used to think if she wrote nicer stories it would help, not focus all day on horrible murders and tortures and such. A nice Agatha Christie type of story, you know? A nice sort of murder. But I suppose she wrote what paid the bills for her and for the kids. She had let her husband run off without paying child support on the condition he never came near her or the kids again, and he didn't. Anyway, I was her personal chef for about 3 years. She liked me to cook healthy foods, which she would wash down with a quart of scotch a day. Go figure. I stayed until the children left for university, and then I left too. I suppose that sounds heartless? She asked. I often think about it, about her. This time the rush of blood to her face definitely was not from the heat of the room, but from a memory that still seemed to pain her, no matter how many times she may have talked of it or thought it over. And Max had the idea she often thought of it and wanted finally to hear that the voice in her mind saying she had behaved selfishly was wrong. Max shook his head. I don't see how your staying would have made any difference. If she one day decides she's had enough, that day will not arrive because you or anyone scolded her into it or protected her from the inevitable day of reckoning. A vision of his parishioner, Chrissa Baker, crossed his mind just then. It is too bad for the children, though. It was kind of you to stay for their sake until they were launched. The relief on her face and her wobbly smile told him how long she had worried over what she surely saw as her defection from the household. That is true. If you are determined on destruction, no one can protect you. Do you ever see the children? Oh, yes, they come to visit me here sometimes, not often. I suppose in my heart I adopted them as my own, and I do miss them. One can't help it. Max hesitated, wondering how to bring the subject round to the main purpose of his visit to Dame Fruitcake in her Abbey kitchen. The recent events, he began. Lord Lisle Livett. Again the flush of colour. He felt he could monitor her blood pressure if only he had a detailed colour chart. She was just saved from plainness, he realized, by that high colouring and by the attractive hazel spark in her eyes.
He could see her in another life, away from here, sitting before her own hearth and surrounded by very tall children and grandchildren, perhaps getting ready to prepare a meal for her own family. Again he marvelled at the sacrifices so willingly made by these women. For her part, Dame Ingrid was thinking, were we not supposed to notice how handsome Father Tudor was? Well, we might be the Sisters of St. Lucy, patroness of the blind, but we aren't blind. She smiled in a flustered way and said, You'll be wondering about those berries. Believe me, I have wondered too. Where did they normally come from? Were they imported from elsewhere? That might be too much to hope for, but he thought it was worth a shot. As much as possible, we harvest them ourselves, but the demand has been so great we've had to augment our supplies. The cellaress orders the quantities I tell her I need. We recently took in a shipment from the mother house in France. You say everyone helps out in the kitchen? Oh, yes. They all take turns. Everyone except the abbess is required to help, according to the rule. But Abbess Justina does not excuse herself. She likes to pitch in now and again. It is hard to imagine her having the time. It is harder to imagine the cellaress having the time. But the abbess very wisely insists we all be treated the same, as much as is humanly possible. I can see why that would be necessary, the emphasis on fairness. She stirred her tea, spooning in more syrup from a little white jar labelled agave in neat cursive script. She said, St. Benedict was so wise about the ways of humans. He understood anger and envy and ego. He understood that danger could come as easily from within a community as without. He understood above all that we can't choose where we love. That seems somehow preordained. Some may call it heresy, but I've always thought it to be true. We don't choose in these matters, which is why we so often see these oddly matched couples out there in the world. Beauty hand in hand with beast, genius conquered by the pure of heart. It makes no sense, probably not even to the couples themselves. Max smiled, thinking life would be so much easier and, at the same time, so not worth living were he facing a future with a woman more suitable, more mainstream, than the endlessly fascinating Rowena. Anyway, continued Dame Ingrid, the abbess is no different from any other human being. She is bound to have her favourites, but it is fatal to the community to let those favourites be known. The trust is gone once you show that sort of fallibility. It's lonely at the top, then, said Max. If it's not, it should be, she asserted, and Max was struck again by the savvy of this otherwise humble and unworldly woman. Anyway, in the old days, the cellaress would have been in charge of the kitcheness, and I would have reported to her. But when it is Dame Sybil's turn to help out in here, things are the other way round, and she is to be guided by me. Oh? Max had picked up a certain wry note in her tone, noticing the topic of favouritism had led her directly to comment on the cellaress. And how does that work out? She smiled. Not all that well. Dame Cellaress, that is, Dame Sybil, is used to being in charge. Old habits die hard. No pun intended. Max returned the smile. What did she do in her life before the nunnery? I'll tattle no tales, Father, she said. Really, I don't know the specifics. I gather she was a big noise in the city, but we don't reminisce about such things here. Even though you've lived together for years, some of you? Known each other for years? She nodded. We simply don't talk about personal things. We certainly don't talk much about the past. That is forbidden by the rule. Talking to you, as I have done, is a different thing, but even there, it doesn't do to wallow, even under the guise of unburdening one's soul to a priest. But maintaining privacy about the past is the only way we can shuffle along together in peace in such a small community. We had an American postulant here once who tended to overshare, her term.
and then she would thank us for sharing, almost regardless of what we said to her. Pass the butter, or whatever. And the questions! Why this and why that? She was a lovely girl with a big heart and a true vocation to serve, but she didn't last long here. She did not understand it when no one reciprocated her rather gushy fervour by baring their souls in return. It was partly British reserve, I suppose, but partly the psychology of being packed in together like commuters on a crowded train. We know that the only way we survive here is by erecting a privacy fence around ourselves. Anyway, she left us finally, and I heard she went on to become a missionary with another order out in Africa somewhere, which work I think would suit such an outgoing type very well. Our more shuttered way of life requires that we maintain our own boundaries. Christ alone, she concluded, knows the secrets of our hearts. More tea, Father?
Chapter 13. The Librarian. Books are to the soul what food is to the body. Let the sister in charge of the scriptorium be alive to the rare sanctity of her duty. The Rule of the Order of the Handmaids of St. Lucy. Max left Dame Ingrid soon afterwards. He knew she had limited time for chit-chat, much as she had seemed to be enjoying herself. He first asked about the nunnery's archivist, knowing they must have one.
"You'll be wanting Dame Olive, our librarian," she told him. "She's forgotten more about the place than most of us will ever know."
And finding a small scrap of paper in the pocket of her work apron, she drew a map to guide him to the library and scriptorium.
"I'll send word ahead that you're on the way," she said.
Dame Olive's face, a pale oval swathed in white linen, floated toward him out of the darkness of the library stacks. It was a delicate face, the perfect egg shape of the head emphasized by the cruelly taut wrapping of the coif under her chin. Heavy, dark-framed glasses overwhelmed her small features. Max could see the red marks on her nose where the frame weighed too heavily. Her hands, as they constantly adjusted the frames, were as small, precise, and tidy as a dormouse's. The coif seemed to bother her, and her fingers slipped often beneath the fabric to hold it away from her skin. Max wondered if she might have been allergic to either the fabric or to the detergent used to wash it. If so, it would be like wearing a hair shirt. Did she need to wear it quite so tightly wound? Like Dame Ingrid, Dame Olive greeted Max with an enthusiastic, if more demure,
"Thank heaven you're here."
Max felt his fame as a sleuth had somehow preceded him. Flattering as it was, he hoped the nuns weren't overestimating his ability to get to the bottom of their public relations crisis. She stood back and gestured him to a seat across from her oak desk. The cavernous stone room was lined floor to ceiling with books, most of them leather-bound and creaky with antiquity. Library ladders ran on rails the length and depth of the wood-panelled room. Dame Olive herself looked comfortable in her domain, as if she had somehow always been there, a guardian at the fount of knowledge. They exchanged the usual pleasantries, and Max said, "What an impressive collection you have here."
"We have a small assortment of books that can be borrowed, but the archives date back centuries, and they, of course, cannot be removed," she told him, as if forestalling any plans he might have to run amok in the stacks. He saw that many of the older volumes were chained in place, a holdover from centuries past when hand-copied books were worth their weight in gold. He commented on the chains, saying, "I would imagine much that is here is valuable." "It's all valuable to me," she replied, "but thieves, then as now, have always been drawn by the notorious riches of Monkbury Abbey, the gold and silver plate as well as the books."
"Thieves?" asked Max.
"Oh, I didn't have anyone specific in mind. No, indeed, I was talking of the past."
She adjusted the heavy glasses against her nose.
"At Monkbury Abbey, much of the income once was generated by providing access to relics and objects of veneration. That was the case in religious houses everywhere. There was usually nothing cynical in this. We had our own miraculous relic in the church, a femur said to belong to St. Lucy, as well as part of her shin bone, but the casket and most of its contents were destroyed by King Henry's men.
So the visiting throngs of pilgrims vanished overnight, he said. It's a shame, really.
He was thinking more of the casket, no doubt a work of art made of gold and silver and inlaid with jewels. Whether its contents had ever had anything to do with St. Lucy was doubtful. Relics were a dime a dozen in the medieval church, and many were of doubtful provenance. But simply counted as a loss to the historical record, the devastation was sad to witness at places like Rievaulx and Whitby. For Dame Olive, no doubt an historian at heart, the damage must be particularly galling. Not just the religious relics, the saints' bones and bits of cloth from their cowls and so on, but many of the books of the time were destroyed, she said, and not all of them religious tomes. There came a point where the destruction was indiscriminate, but someone managed to preserve some Anglo-Saxon poetry that is really quite, earthy. No one knows how it came to be at the Abbey. She smiled. She had a big, wide smile, almost too wide for the small features, so tightly wrapped. With her smile, the linen seemed to cut into the skin.
But are they valuable, the poems? Or is anything else in the archives? He asked.
He was thinking of Piers, with his shiny Regency tresses and his interest in things ancient, and of Lord Lisle-Livett, with his beady eyes and his sudden interest in things monastic. And of the Gories, who, for all their generosity, had an evident interest in things financial. That depends on whom you ask, Father. As Stephen King has said, books are uniquely portable magic, and, as I've indicated, value is in the eye of the beholder. Max muffled his surprise that she would quote the master of horror tales.
"What is your own favourite reading?" he asked.
"Not Carrie, surely." She sat back, unused to such questions. "We aren't exactly encouraged to read for pleasure, Father, nor do we have scads of leisure time. But I would have to say I have a fondness for poetry, a fondness which has never left me."
"Ah, who is your favourite poet?"
"Oh, I have too many favourites to name just one. I'm reading Leonard Cohen at the moment." Max smiled. Cohen was a poet and songwriter who'd written extensively about religion, having been ordained a Buddhist monk while retaining his ties to his own Jewish faith. He'd also had a lot to say about women and sex, which mysteries seemed to confound him.
"Surely," he said, "the rule of St. Lucy would allow for a little poetry in your lives."
"It would, in balance and moderation," she replied. "St. Benedict was big on balance and moderation." She hesitated, adding, "But even so, his own monks tried to poison him."
"I've never quite understood why they did that. They could have just asked him to leave."
She smoothed the fine light wool of her voluminous skirt. "I suppose they felt he would not listen. Saints are like that." Did he imagine it, or was she hinting at something? For the reference to poison seemed deliberate. No doubt it was a subject uppermost in all their minds, but try as he might, Max could not see parallels between a 6th-century religious reformer, annoyingly righteous as he may have been, and a 21st-century British lord with a reputation for fast cars, fancy women, and underhanded dealing. And yet both had survived attempted poisonings by people they had in some way provoked. He looked around at the surrounding walls of books.
"I'd like to look through the archives, with your permission."
She had a habit of peering over the tops of her glasses in classic librarian style, as if to read the fine print or to assess the character of the person before her. She was probably just trying to compensate for the near-sightedness that was surely an occupational hazard. "How long do you have?" Her small hands fluttered from the desk to adjust her glasses. "Really, Father, you've no idea how much accumulates in a nunnery over time. But of course you may browse to your heart's content. I just hope you're not allergic to dust. I'm not allergic, but I do have a well-developed sense of smell, and being in the stacks can be a torment."
"I may just need an hour or two," said Max, with no real idea how long he needed, since he had no clue what he was looking for. It was too much to hope he'd stumble across a treasure map hidden within the end papers of an old volume. In line with his thoughts, she said,
"Research expands beyond the time allotted, always. When I update our website, I lose hours if I get distracted by researching other sites, and the use of bandwidth is prohibitive for us."
He'd seen the Monkbury Abbey website. It was impressive. It not only provided information about the Abbey, it had a shopping cart where people could buy the goods the nuns produced. They also took prayer requests online. "Where did you learn web design?" he asked.
"I taught myself through trial and error." As with the cook, Dame Ingrid, there was an unmistakable note of pride in her voice. "The site was the cellaress's idea. She is a great champion of progress. If a nun from the 11th century were to see the shopping cart, I wonder what she'd make of it."
"I had forgotten the Abbey went back that far."
"Oh, yes. The original Abbey was founded by Princess Aethmertha of sacred memory. We're lucky to have retained much of the original fabric of the place. When the nunnery was abandoned following the dissolution, villagers in Temple Monkslip came to pilfer the stone and lead, but whatever was built with the stolen material collapsed or burned to the ground. In the end, the villagers decided it was better to leave it alone, and the monastery was left to tumble down of its own accord. Thank God, because that is what saved it."
"Superstition," said Max.
"Would you call it superstition, Father? I would call it justice."
She took off the heavy glasses and polished the frames against the fabric of her gown. Her face without the glasses looked strangely blank, the eyes hollow and unfocused.
"We survived so much. Even before King Henry we had the Black Death, and for a while in the 1400s the nunnery was in the care of an Oxford college. Those were dark days indeed." She said this without a shred of humour. "But then the centuries passed. It's always been one thing after another. We will survive."
Yes, there was some comfort if one took the centuries-long view. Max looked around him. "It's a sizable library," he said, trying to read the faded bindings on some of the books in the row above her. "I suppose many of the nuns were high-born and thus able to read." She nodded.
"Many also could write beautifully. Our scriptorium was a going concern for many years. It's the room on top of this one, above the library. We now use it as a reading room." She replaced the glasses. "Alas, the fire destroyed so much."
"The fire?"
"Yes, 1500 or thereabouts. We lost many things of value."
She shook her head, a mournful expression on her pretty face.
"There are gaps in the archives to this day. We lost nearly everything, the parchments and scrolls, the records. You'll see."
Max, as his eyes skimmed over the shelves filled with beautifully preserved texts, recalled that in the name of the rose the Abbey library had caught fire, destroying everything, the books and then the Abbey itself. The killer in that book had wanted to prevent the spread of dangerous knowledge. The killer alone, of course, got to decide what was dangerous. He noticed the we. We lost many things of value. It was as if it were yesterday, part of their recent history, and as if the loss still rankled. What had happened to the convent's nuns long dead was the same as what happened to nuns present. "How free," Max asked, "was the Abbey of the charges of corruption made by Henry and his men?"
"Not very," she replied smoothly. She adjusted the frames to peer at him. "Some of the abbesses in the past went in for spending in a big way, and found ingenious ways to pay for what they wanted. The cellarist and the sacrist in particular had many opportunities for cooking the books. There are veiled references to these things in the archives, if you will excuse the pun."
"I'm sorry?"
"Nuns, veils."
"Ah," he said, "of course."
"The nunneries were no different from any other place where human beings gathered. The women often wanted autonomy from their bishop, you see, to avoid visitation and inspection and oversight.
It may have been a matter of wanting to be let alone, said Max. Some bishops are more interfering than others.
Of course. Luckily, our bishop is quite a reasonable man, as you know, and other sort of corruption is well in the past.
Other?
We were a double monastery once, you know. That leads to its own particular temptations.
Ah.
Of course, we being British, things never got as bad here as at the mother house in France. Eloise and Abelard. That was not a unique situation in the history of monasticism.
Ah, he said again, the doomed lovers, although in their case the relationship ended rather than began in the monastic life. It's a wonder the system worked as well as it did, for as long as it did.
There was often disagreement. The abbess is supposed to ask everyone for counsel in making important decisions, although the final decision as to whom she chooses as cellaress, just using one example, is up to her. But if it is felt her request for input, as the younger nuns would have it, was somewhat lacking in, how shall I say it?
In sincerity, prompted Max.
Sincerity, yes. It can lead to difficulties.
Are you speaking of the present situation? Max asked, for it seemed to him she had a particular event in mind.
I'm sure I couldn't say, demurred Dame Olive. But it was clear to him she was longing to do just that.
Max waited as she waged this mental struggle, but in the end she returned to an earlier theme.
Yes, if it's scandal you're after, there was no shortage of that.
Max wasn't at all sure scandal was what he was after, but he let her have free rein.
There is even a prison in the cellar of the abbess's lodge, did you know? Sometimes people just lost it, I suppose. They'd try to run away, but were brought back. The space is used now for storage.
I suppose they had to make and keep their own laws, as isolated as they were out here, said Max. A bit like the Wild West, with the abbess acting as sheriff.
She nodded. At times they over-corrected, with an emphasis on strict enclosure. No men allowed except to administer the final sacraments to a dying sister. The priest offering the Mass was hidden by a screen, and a turntable was used so the nuns could receive communion.
Rather sad, that.
In a way, but it all meant their autonomy increased. They controlled their own money, you see, always the first step. No one had ever told them what to do before, these aristocrats, and they weren't going to start letting men, in particular, take their freedom now. Better to operate in secret.
They played the system to their advantage.
Played it brilliantly, she agreed.
And were they still playing? Wondered Max.
St. Lucy's, at least for a while, was extremely wealthy, and that, as you know, Father, brings its own problems. The place was better off once it fell back into its forgotten and somewhat neglected state.
It doesn't look neglected now.
No, people have been most kind.
The Gories?
Yes.
Lord Lisle-Livet?
Not so much.
And as much as Max may have wished it, it was clear she was not going to elaborate. He tried a change of topic. You have always been assigned to work in the library? He asked.
In recent years, she said. But I have helpers, and they alternate. That way no one person thinks she knows it all. And in case of illness, someone else can take over. Poor Dame Meredith, when she fell ill, that was terrible on many levels. She was the cellaress, you know, a key position.
Perhaps I could visit her while I'm here, said Max.
Oh, I'm sure she would like that. It is good of you to suggest it. She doesn't get many visitors, and it would cheer her. I'll mention it to Dame Infirmaress.
No need. I plan to talk with her later today. Dame Olive, how long have you been at Monkbury?
Since I was 18, she said.
So young. Did your parents approve of your decision? She laughed.
My parents were appalled by my decision. They just didn't get it. They still don't. They show up quarterly for visitation days. My mother, you can tell, wants to drag me out by the scruff like a wayward cat.
She paused, her expression a strange mixture of longing and confusion.
I don't know why I'm telling you this. You have a kind face." She paused, visibly pulling herself together. She stood to let him know the interview was over. "Now I will leave you to what research you will. Was there a particular time in our history that interests you, Father?" she asked.
"All of it, I suppose. Perhaps I'll start with the Reformation."
"Over there," she pointed. "All that section. It starts with Luther and continues on. I'll be here for the next hour if you should have any questions, Father."
Chapter 14. The Infirmaress. A separate building shall be maintained for the ill, and an infirmaress, known for patience, piety, and competence, shall be appointed to oversee their care. The rule of the Order of the Handmaids of St. Lucy. Max spent over an hour in the archives. It was all fascinating in its way, and a test for his limited Latin, but nothing suggested to him a reason for poisoning Lord Lisle-Livett. Fantastical tales of treasures and miracles abounded, but if Max or anyone had been hoping for a treasure map, they were out of luck. Returning a volume to its shelf, he wondered if he might be wandering too far from his mandate. Since it was poison that brought him here, his time might be better spent talking to someone with medical knowledge. He asked Dame Olive for directions to the infirmary.
"If it is Dame Petronilla you're wanting, she'll likely be in the garden with her herbs and plants on such a warm day. Try the grounds past the cemetery."
She gave him detailed instructions on how to get there.
"She'll have left the novice in charge of patients while she tends her plants. Well, the one patient of the moment, Dame Meredith. You will remember to go and talk with her, Father? It's the cancer, you know. Right now she'll be recovering from her latest hospital visit, so perhaps tomorrow afternoon would be a better time. It is in the afternoons that time hangs heavy for her, and she becomes prey to worry. Night-time is even worse."
Max assured her he would visit the next afternoon, and thanked her again for allowing him the run of the place. He put from his mind for the moment the idea that she had opened up the archives to him as a way to keep him off the subject of recent Abbey history. The library opened onto a wooded area, and a gravel path took him past the abbess's lodge, which he could glimpse through the trees, and on past the infirmary, which at the moment housed only Dame Meredith and the novice keeping watch over her. As he breached a small hill beyond the cemetery, the gardens came into view, a splendid green technicolor against which a nun in white wielded a hoe. The narrow woven circlets sitting atop her veil made her look from a distance like an Arab sheikh. The white was probably in homage to her nursing duties, but he thought it probably was welcome under the hot sun. She looked up to welcome him, her face with its wide jaw and narrow forehead emerging from the enveloping fabric. The coif was slightly askew, and he could see the tan line where sun never reached the sides of her face.
"You may call me Dame Pet, Father, if you like. Everyone does."
But the informality didn't suit her somehow. Behind the friendly smile he sensed a well of reserve. Of course, his mission was to spy, which, if she knew it, hardly made him a welcome addition to her daily routine. He said, indicating the rows of healthy plants and blooming flowers, "This is amazing, the variety you have here." She looked with pleasure over her work.
"I like to grow not just useful things like herbs, but things of beauty. St. Francis said there should always be space set aside for flowers, particularly sweet-smelling ones, to remind people of the sweetness of the Lord. Have you seen the cloister garden yet?"
Max nodded.
"It is my pride."
She removed her gardening gloves and dabbed at her face with a clean white handkerchief.
"St. Francis used to preach to the flowers, too."
Max smiled at this. Some of his parishioners in their pews were like potted plants during his sermons, now he came to think of it. G.K. Chesterton thought St. Francis did not want to see the wood for the trees, he told her. I have always thought that was rather a perfect line.
Chesterton, of course. He wrote the Father Brown mysteries. I read all of those when I was a girl. I trained as a nurse, you know, and during the long night watches I read mysteries to stay awake. We all did.
They had fallen into step on a grassy verge around one of the planted beds. She stopped to pull a weed that had dared encroach. "I imagine you keep a doctor on call?" Max asked her.
"Of course, Dr. Barnard. But we bring him in only if someone falls seriously ill, or if they present with symptoms that stump me."
"Ah," said Max. "But you are formally trained in medicine?"
Dame Petronilla nodded. "And I've taught myself a lot about herbal and holistic medicine since I came to Monkbury. Still, I wouldn't presume to make medical decisions outside my scope. We have one sister who is quite ill, and of course we take her to hospital for treatment. The best we can do for her here is offer palliative care."
"I wonder that you didn't choose a nursing order. That didn't appeal?" She shrugged, her eyes surveying a distant past.
"I think, Father, that what interested me most was the cure rather than the patient. I mean that the healing properties of plants are so fascinating and so miraculous, I felt I could study them endlessly. And of course, plants don't complain. They die, alas, as patients do. I had a hard time with losing patients."
She paused, and again Max had that sense of something held in reserve.
"A very hard time."
He decided not to press her. Instead, he said, "Dame Hephzibah told me you know a great deal about botany. I saw some of your pamphlets in the gift shop. I suppose you know that I am here at the bishop's request to find out what I can about this fruit-cake situation."
"Yes, we all know. The abbess told us in chapter."
Dame Petronilla, tucking her gardening shears in her basket with her gloves and her collection of herbs, said,
"I wonder why they used Tutson. That is very odd."
"Really, the grapevine here was a match for Miss Pitchford's in Nether Monkslip. How did you—"
"The abbess told us."
Max assumed the abbess's information came from the bishop via DCI Cotton. "Why do you say it's an odd choice?" he asked her. She massaged her wide jaw with one hand, thinking. He was reminded of the actress Minnie Driver, with her triangular face. Finally, Dame Petronilla said, "Tutson is not an efficient choice. Not at all what I would have chosen to do away with someone. May God forbid I should ever wish to do such a thing." "I'm certain you never would think of it. But why do you say that? About the inefficiency, I mean."
"Because if someone were bent on killing, something like black bryony would be a lot more effective than Tutson for their purposes. Or yewberries, for that matter. Absolutely deadly. And of course we have yew trees growing in abundance in the cemetery. Nothing could be easier to find anywhere in England. Whoever it was chose to use a berry that was not necessarily going to kill anyone, not unless they ate a lot of it or were susceptible in some way to it. One might almost say—"
"Yes?"
"One might almost say the wish was to sicken, not to injure seriously."
She stopped to run the handkerchief beneath the edges of her coif, pulling the fabric from her face as she did so. The sky they stood beneath was slightly overcast, but it had turned into a sultry, too-hot day for gardening. Her enveloping garments couldn't have helped much. "What is Tutson, anyway?" He knew the answer, as he'd looked it up at the vicarage on the internet, but he suspected Dame Petronilla had a knowledge of such things more encyclopedic and accurate than any search engines.
"It's a member of the St. John's wort family," she told him. "Its proper name is Hypericum androsamum. It grows in the woods near here. It's a sort of shrub. It's also called sweet amber. It's quite a pretty plant when in bloom. We use the leaves as an herbal medicine, but it is meant to be applied topically, to treat wounds, you understand. It is not meant to be eaten like an ordinary berry. Certainly no one in their right mind would put the berries in a fruit-cake. And that is what this inquiry is about, is it not?"
She observed him shrewdly.
"Whether we are dealing with someone in their right mind, and whether they might not, in true G.K. Chesterton fashion, strike again?"
Max turned his head, ignoring the sudden blaze of interest from her canny blue eyes. "When does Tutson come into season?" he asked.
"It blooms from June to August, and then its berries appear. They start out green and turn red. When fully ripe, they are a deep purple color.
So, thought Max, the berries involved in the fruitcake poisoning were likely harvested in the fall of last year. That fit the timing of Lord Lisle-Levitt's visit to Monkbury Abbey. Whoever did this would not have had access to the berries before then, unless, of course, the berries came from the previous fall, which seemed unlikely. As it was, the fruitcake sat around untouched for a long time, as fruitcake is wont to do. If tightly packaged, it could last on the shelf for years. Max sighed. No one would ever be able to figure out who was responsible for the poisoning, since all of this had been set in motion so long ago. It was, in its little way, the perfect crime.
"Now," she said, "the yew, or Taxus baccata, if that had been used, we'd have a different story. The red berries of the yew are, as I say, pure poison. To be specific, the inner seed of the berry is poisonous. Every child has been warned since ancient times not to eat the berries."
Max knew the yew was poisonous, and certainly felt he had always known this, although he couldn't credit a particular adult with passing along that tidbit. His parents were the last sort of people to possess folkloric knowledge of this nature, neither his charmingly ethereal mother nor his intellectual father. Perhaps whoever did this just didn't know enough to commit an effective poisoning. He was not sure he himself would recognize Black Bryony unless it wore a sign, and the same went for Tutson. But the odds of Dame Ingrid the Kitchener not knowing her berries? 1,000,000 to 1 against, he would wager. Having produced so many fruitcakes in her day, using her super-secret pineapple formula, could she help but notice that one of her staple ingredients had changed its size, shape, smell, or color, if even slightly? But that hadn't happened. She had noticed nothing and reported nothing unusual.
"There is one possibility," Dame Petronilla was saying. "Someone may have mistaken the Tutson for belladonna, for deadly nightshade, that is. Both are plants that produce black or very dark berries. At least at their final stages of growth, the Tutson berries are dark, and although their shapes are different, someone without my knowledge, well, they might mix them up. When they are in flower now, that is a different thing. Tutson and belladonna are quite different, and only someone with no knowledge whatsoever could mistake one for the other."
She added gloomily, surveying the perfection of her garden,
"As few as 2 berries of belladonna can kill. If that is what they thought they were dealing with, Father, well, that is quite a different matter."
"What would be the symptoms of belladonna poisoning?" he asked.
She returned her gaze to him. "Visual distortion, rapid heart rate. Women used to use it to enhance their looks. It dilates the pupils, you see, makes them big and dark, like doll's eyes. Why that would be thought to be attractive to men, I cannot say. Women silly and vain enough to use it cosmetically over a period of time were running the risk of blindness."
A bee buzzed between them, and Max became aware of a row of hives a short distance away. Dame Petronilla, unperturbed, watched the bee going about its propagating business.
"We grow the berries near the beehives to ensure a good harvest. The bees do all the work. Shall I show you?"
She motioned him nearer a forested area, where bushes and shrubs of berries were being cultivated. He recognized plump blackberries being trained upwards in a shaded area. She gestured to a sunny spot several yards away, where a post and wire system supported raspberries, and pointed out currants growing on bushes, without the need of support.
"We use a natural insecticide made from dried chrysanthemum," she told him. "Everything we grow is as natural as we can make it. Raspberry beetle can be a plague."
He did not fail to take in her familiarity with poisons. Still, what would kill a beetle might not harm a man.
"So you see, Father, we grow all sorts of berries, edible ones, that is, raspberries and blackberries, also red, black, and white currants, for jams and jellies, and, of course, for the fruitcakes," she added. "We have to hire outside help for the picking and pruning, but we do as much as we can ourselves. It's a miraculous system," she added, "the way the bees and berries support one another, I mean. Nature is genius." Max, who had never much enjoyed the company of bees, nodded his agreement, while gently coaxing another one off his sleeve. "They only sting if agitated," she warned him. "Yes, Ouch!" He looked at his hand. Bees were like cats, he decided. They always knew where they were least welcome. "I have a salve for that in the infirmary," Dame Petronilla said. "I'll have some delivered to your room. It's made from lavender oil. You can also rub some honey on the sting. No one understands why, but it seems to neutralize the pain." Max thanked her, adding absently, "It seems to me most of the berries here are deliberately planted, so it's unlikely someone could accidentally harvest anything untoward, like Tutson." "Precisely. We use wild berries, too, of course, in a lot of the baked goods and preserves that come out of the Abbey kitchen. But Tutson? No one would knowingly grow Tutson with a view to harvesting it. Those berries that sickened Lord Lilevet grew wild. I can show you where they— Oops, I guess I'm a suspect now."
"No one has ruled out accident, Dame Petronilla."
"Dame Pet, please."
Had someone deliberately tried to poison Lord Lilevet? It seemed to Max the answer hinged on how well acquainted the poisoner was with the different berries growing on the property. He looked past Dame Petronilla to a far grove. "I see you're growing apples, too. There is a woman in my village who sells apple cider in her shop, all different ciders made from specific apple varieties, like using different grapes for different wines."
"What a delightful idea. Maybe one day— we just don't have enough people to take on any more ambitious projects right now. Producing cheese is stretching our limits at the moment. So many things require a full-time commitment."
"That seems to be a recurring theme, that there is a battle between bringing income to the Abbey and having enough people to handle the workflow."
"It's more than that, Father, although battle may be too strong a word. Conflict, perhaps. We are conflicted. Every project that takes time away from prayer and contemplation is at odds with our true mission."
Yes, I see how that could happen." Chapter 15. The Abbess. "The Abbess shall be set above all, and above all others shall she be wise, fair, and loving, tempering her sound judgment with mercy. The Abbess should gladly welcome guests and travellers to her table." The Rule of the Order of the Handmaids of St. Lucy. He returned to his room via the guest-house kitchen, where he stopped to apply a spot of honey to the bee-sting. He was not surprised that it helped. At the small desk in his room, he took out his notebook and began jotting down his impressions so far. An hour later, the notes covered less than 2 pages, but showed him 2 patterns. One pattern had to do with wealth. It was clear that although the nuns were stretched as to resources, they were doing very well in terms of sales to the outside world. The other pattern, a mere suggestion so far, indicated that not everyone was as thrilled by this success as they might have been. Dame Hephzibah was content in her little showroom of a gift shop, and Dame Ingrid was happy in her kitchen. Dame Sybil, the cellaress, was all in favour of progress and was a champion of the Internet, or so he gathered. But Dame Olive, the librarian, had indicated oh so delicately that there was some friction between what Max thought of as the traditionalists versus the go-getters. Dame Petronilla, the infirmeress, had mentioned this as well. He had the idea they all might have wanted to say more, but were held back by vows that prohibited them from breaking rank or discussing outright the business of the nunnery. Indulging in idle gossip was also forbidden, and he supposed all of this might fall into that category. Priest he might be, but he was an outsider who would, with any luck, go away soon and leave them to get on with it. He became aware of a slight movement outside his door, and as he watched, an envelope appeared, slipped over the sill. He sat a moment, expecting a knock or other communication to accompany the delivery. None came, and whoever left the note had crept silently away by the time he opened the door. He saw just the hem of a skirt disappearing around the corner of the corridor. He opened the thick envelope, embossed on the flap with the Abbey's ancient seal. This depicted a woman wearing a heavenly crown, presumably the Virgin Mary, or perhaps St. Lucy herself. The envelope contained an invitation to dinner from the abbess of Monkbury Abbey. It was handwritten in blue-black ink with a thick-nibbed pen. Dear Father Tudor, please come to dine with me this evening at 7 p.m. I look forward to meeting you. Yours in Christ, Abbess Justina. Max rubbed a hand across his chin and decided he needed a shave, because of course he would obey the polite summons. Gathering up his kit and a change of clothing, he made his way down the chilly hallway of the men's section of the guest house, following the signs to the bath facilities. As he had already discovered, these were spotless and seemed newly spruced up. Indeed, they still smelled of paint, and one sink still had the manufacturer's warranty and instructions attached to its pipes by a plastic string. The water in the shower, a built-in modular affair, was as scalding as he chose to make it, so the various green devices the nuns had installed for generating electricity and heating seemed to be working. He towelled off with a white towel, thinned by repeated washings, and prepared to meet the abbess of Monkbury. Of necessity, the abbey cloister did not tidily enclose a traditional flat square. The grounds stepped down or rose up, or even halted abruptly to fit the space allotted on the mountain perch. The design owed much to the Roman country villa plan, being built with covered walkways around a central plaza-like area designed for quiet comfort, for reading and reflection, with benches and nooks under shaded trees. Traces of the Romanesque could be seen in the fantastical carvings of animals and demonic creatures on the cloister arcades and the central wellhead. Max skirted the edge of the cloister garth, heading toward the abbess's lodgings in the southeast corner of the compound. He could hear the river Easewinter below, rumbling its way to the sea. It would branch off into the smaller river Pudmill on the way, the river that ran beneath the jagged brow of Hawk Crest in Nether Monkslip. If he'd had a boat, he could have jumped in and been home with Awena in a few hours. She'd be cooking her evening meal right about now, something wholesome and cruelty-free, and saying over her food a prayer of thanks to the universe for sharing its abundance. Max sent up a similar prayer, with the wish to rejoin her soon. He reached the door to the abbess's lodge and pounded on the knocker with strength sufficient to reach the further edges of the building. The lodge was a massive structure that gave every outward appearance of being full of byways and nooks and crannies, and he doubted very much if the abbess had a full staff to run the place. But he waited no more than a minute before the door was opened by a young woman in her 20s, wearing the plain white band with black veil of the postulant. Her dress fell to below her lisle-stockinged knees, and was gathered unattractively into a bunch of fabric at her waist by a rope, precisely like a sack of potatoes. Still, she had a fresh young face with a fading tan and a pleasing expression with a sweet and welcoming smile. Circling at her feet, to Max's surprise, was a small white dog. "Praise be to God," she said. Then she added, "Stop it!" "Not you, Father, the dog. He is the abbess's pet and thinks he runs the place. He pays me no mind whatsoever, because she spoils him rotten. Please come in. The abbess has asked me to seat you. She will be with you shortly." "And you are?" "I am Mary Benton," she replied. She bestowed on him her wide, sunny smile. "I am a postulant here. I'll be taking my first vows as a novice in 2 months, if God wills it." The part about gods seemed an afterthought. She hadn't yet mastered the drill. "Have you been here long, Mary?" "A few months. I suffered a personal loss, you see. My husband. I had just finished an art history course last winter in Italy and planned to continue in that career. God had other plans." "So you took a holiday, trying to decide?" She had been in the process of stifling a yawn. She stopped to look at him, startled. "Excuse me, I'm still getting used to the interrupted sleep. How did you know that, about the holiday?" "I did the same thing. My life was turned upside down, and I went on an aimless holiday to Egypt. That is when I got the call, as they say. Besides, I don't think you got that tan from hanging about an English garden in winter."
"Ah, I see. You're very observant."
She ushered him down a long draughty hallway and into a grand room, its large wooden table set for 2 people near one of 2 large fireplaces. It was a room designed for entertaining queens and potentates. Painted heraldic shields hung against dark panelled walls, and tapestries so old they looked as if they would disintegrate at a touch crowded the walls. There were no portrait paintings, which befitted a monastic place, he supposed. It was vainglory to have one's portrait done or one's photograph taken, even if one had risen to the high rank of abbess of a famous nunnery such as Monkbury, especially if one had. Mary Benton asked him to sit in one of the throne-like chairs, promising again that the abbess would join him in a few moments. She walked away, her sandals looking several sizes too big for her feet, and closed the door behind her. Max was left in splendid isolation to try to decipher the faded tapestries and the various shields. He imagined the shields had something to do with the various nobles who had left their riches to the abbey, with the hope that someone would remember to pray for their souls. The abbey shield itself, depicting the woman in her heavenly crown, took pride of place over the fireplace nearest him. The door opened, and in glided Abbess Justina. Max rose to greet her. He was struck first by her Renoir colouring, pink cheeks, blue eyes, flawless fair skin showing not a trace of her age, although from the files provided him by the bishop's secretary he knew Abbess Justina Berry was in her early 50s. The hair peeking from the edges of her coif was dark and only lightly streaked with white. She wore the same clodhopperish sandals as the postulant, but the lack of proportion to the rest of her body was muted by the long purple skirts falling nearly to the stone floor. The little white dog who had greeted him at the door emerged from beneath her hem. Max in his boyhood had spent a brief and unproductive period in an Anglican school while his parents were posted overseas. The nuns who taught him had worn a starched headdress that stood out from their foreheads in elaborate origami folds, the elegant structure topped by a veil of soft white linen. Abbess Justina and the other handmaids of St. Lucy wore a more relaxed affair, although remembering Dame Olive's evident discomfort in the library, he still wished for them a less constricting coif, particularly in summer. "Good evening, Father," said the abbess. "How good of you to join me." "How good of you to invite me." "Goodness had less to do with it than curiosity," she said, smiling. "The situation that brings you here is alarming and, well, curious. In addition, your fame precedes you. Oh, no false modesty, please, Father Tudor. The Chedrow Castle affair, as the press calls it, was extraordinary. But let's have our meal, and over some of the lovely French wine from our mother-house we'll talk of what your theories are of the matter. I know you have spoken today with Dames Ingrid, our cook, Olive, our librarian, and Petronilla, our infirmeress. Perhaps you have gleaned some ideas, but—" Judging by the distant, loud clatter of crockery against cutlery and glassware, the postulant had dropped a tray. Abbess Justina heaved an enormous, patient sigh that rippled the snowy drapery of her wimple like a slow-moving avalanche. "Mary is a dear young woman, but—" Her voice drifted off. "She has a lot to manage." "They all do," said Max. "Yes," she agreed. "We've a dwindling number of applicants, so we're spread thin. Just for one example, Monkbury Abbey had a chantress at one time to manage the church services, lead the prayers, and train the novices to sing. What a luxury that seems! One wonders what she did with all the free time. Dame Olive does all that now, and the cellaress does double duty as almoness, making sure whatever we produce in excess gets distributed to the poor. Lately there has been a great deal of excess, praise God." Max wondered if all that abundance presented any sort of temptation to the cellaress, or to anyone, really, with access to the abbey coffers, including, as he supposed he must, the abbess. It would not be the first time that an abbey found itself vulnerable to fraud and graft, or, at best, accusations of same. The bishop had his system of checks and balances, but as Max well knew, any system devised by man could be circumvented by man or woman. The postulant appeared with a bowl of salad and a basket of bread. These she set before them in rather an unsteady fashion, and retreated backwards, bowing awkwardly. She did not seem to have a gift for waiting at table. She did not speak, and Max gathered she was not allowed to. She disappeared back through the door, which presumably led to the lodge's private kitchen. "The rest of the appointed jobs we've had to let slide or share," the abbess continued, offering him the bread. "The sisters all take a turn watching out for our one postulant and our one novice, training them up and testing their suitability for the life." "But you seem to be prospering," observed Max. "We've been extraordinarily lucky in making our own way and in attracting benefactors. But there are limited hours to the day, and the rule of St. Lucy requires that devotions be balanced with work. So we do what we can with what we have. It doesn't help that we have such an aging population." Her right hand fell to her side, and Max realized she was feeding the dog a piece of the bread from her plate. "His name is Rotterdam," she informed Max. Max took a wild guess. "As in Erasmus of Rotterdam?" "Yes. However did you guess?" Oh, how he enjoyed a good insider reformist joke. He wondered that she kept a pet, which surely fell into the category of forbidden personal possessions, but then wondered who would begrudge her the company. "He was my mother's," she said, answering his unasked question. "When she died, there was no one to look after him. He's a spoiled nuisance with an exaggerated sense of his own importance, but we're inseparable now." "It is not a life for everyone," Max offered neutrally. "You don't mean the dog's life? No, of course you don't. We are not contemplatives, but still, we all have times of loneliness and doubt." "I understand," said Max. "That could happen all too easily." There was a silence, and he said, "There must be occasions when help from outside is needed. How do you manage in case of sudden illness or accident?" She paused in buttering a piece of bread, her fingers swollen with what looked like arthritis. "I struggle to remember the last time anything like that happened. I suppose it was when Dame Edith fell off the hayloft, and that was years ago. We have had to ring the vet on occasion when one of the sheep or goats is ailing, but otherwise we are able to manage on our own. Dame Infirmaress has learned enough about dentistry to perform routine cleanings, but the sisters go into Temple Monkslip for anything major. The same goes for any serious medical condition, of course. Otherwise, permission to leave is limited. It has been some time since any of us have had our eyes examined, and we are all overdue. Dr. Barnard was reminding me of that last week. He is a trained optician as well as a GP. "You seem to be almost entirely self-sustaining. May I?" he asked, his hand returning to the bread-basket. The bread, difficult to resist, was homemade, fresh and warm from the oven. "Please," she said. "I've had all I want." Another piece of bread disappeared over the side of the table, presumably into the waiting dog. "For the most part, we grow or make what we need. Certain sisters will go into the village for dry goods and such. Sometimes, very rarely, a sister will need to travel outside for, say, educational purposes. We weren't all born knowing how to raise sheep or cut back certain plants and trees for the winter, for example, and there are times we need to expand our knowledge." "Your own background is not agricultural?" he asked, knowing the answer. "Good heavens, no. I am city-born and bred, and I didn't know a turnip from a turnstile when I first came here." "How would you get help if you needed it?" He'd seen no landline phones on the premises. "We have a satellite phone to ring the emergency services from Temple Monkslip," she told him. "Or Dr. Barnard. Guests are not permitted to use the phone, but we can relay messages to them if need be." She turned, pausing as the postulant brought in 2 plates heaped with pasta and tomato sauce. The abbess probably felt, as did Max, that the postulant should be allowed to focus all her energies on not letting the pasta with its red sauce slide right off the plate into their laps. "Zandagori," the abbess continued when Mary had successfully offloaded the plates onto the table, "seems to have a gentleman friend on the outside who is most anxious to reach her.
We soon put a stop to that. The phone is not for amorous chit-chat."
"Of course not," Max murmured loyally.
"Of course, her parents have been most generous. Mr. and Mrs. Gorey would like to be laid to rest here, you know. One hopes he would not insist on wearing his baseball cap for the effigy. Have you met him yet?"
Max shook his head.
"He is a brilliant man," she said,
but did not offer evidence for this.
"Yes, of course, in an emergency, such as may yet happen with poor Dame Meredith, we can ring the outside world. There is even a mobile telephone that in rare instances we allow to be used by a sister travelling on business for the Abbey. As I say, I can barely recall when we had a situation we couldn't cope with ourselves."
She smiled beatifically, in the manner of one who was sure heaven would provide, no matter the occasion. A world without email, video, television, all the things that cry out for our attention every day, thought Max. How restful on the one hand, and how frustrating on the other, particularly for families who might wish to connect more often with their relatives here at the Abbey. The abbess picked up a fork and spoon, spooling her pasta. He marvelled at her willingness to tackle tomato sauce, with the snowy white linen of her wimple at her neck and enveloping her chest and shoulders. It was asking for trouble, like washing the car when rain is in the forecast.
"We augment our electricity with candlelight, as you have seen," she continued. "For a long time we only had enough electricity to power a few kitchen appliances and low-voltage lamps so we could see our way around. Running a cable out here was out of the question, and probably will be until technology catches up to our remote needs. Our priority right now is to expand the photovoltaic system. This is part of the guest house renovation project."
"So that is still in the works?"
"Oh, yes," she replied smoothly, "just slightly delayed. We need larger batteries to store energy when we have cloudy days. The guest house once was lighted by kerosene lamps and heated with wood stoves, but now fire insurance is difficult to obtain unless we modernize. So wood stoves in the guest rooms have been replaced by gas heaters. Electricity is available in all the cloister buildings, although we still rely on candles in the church. For other areas, we have rechargeable battery-powered lamps, like the one provided in your room. We can't have guests falling off the mountainside. Although we strongly urge guests to stay in the areas assigned to them, restricted areas are clearly marked."
"Of course," said Max. "It is, after all, a cloister."
"But we don't want people to misunderstand. It is part of our life's purpose to welcome guests, to provide a place of peace where they can collect themselves."
"The guest house," Max began. "The bishop has said there may be a question—" How to put this, wondered Max. A question of the funds being siphoned off sounded a bit harsh, if accurate.
"Dame Celaress can answer all your questions," Abbess Justina said blithely, resuming her hospitality narrative as she twirled her pasta.
Her brook-no-interference tone was unmistakable, and Max did not persist, knowing it would push her into a corner from which she might never emerge. She began to speak of daily life in the Abbey. He had the idea her descriptions, like the guest mistress's, might be part of a well-rehearsed lecture for visitors.
"On Sundays," she was saying, "there is no work period except for the cook and her helpers. It's a time for recreational pursuits. The aim is to do something relaxing and not related to work or study. Many of the sisters who enjoy reading or fishing take this time as their opportunity. I often go walking or hiking, especially in summer. I like to collect wildflowers. And, of course, Rotterdam loves it. Don't you, my sweet?"
She turned her head, apparently addressing the floor, before returning her attention to Max.
"On feast days we decorate every corner of the refectory with wildflowers."
"And this is when relatives might visit?" he asked. "You don't miss just being able to telephone when you feel like it?"
"That is where things get difficult," she replied. Her expression changed fleetingly to one of regret. "Not so much for us. It is a choice we made, after all, even if I would argue that it was God who called us and we simply answered. No, the families have a hard time letting go. They will send gifts that are meant for their daughter alone, or try to game the system, Is that the phrase? Game the system so that there is some family emergency every other week that requires the sister's attention. Once we catch on to this, it is firmly put a stop to. We must be cruel to be kind. They do break my heart sometimes, the parents. Mary Benton re-entered just then with bread to replenish the basket. This time several slices fell to the floor. "Leave it for now," said the abbess sharply. The young woman seemed to be surrounded by chaos the way the cartoon character Pigpen was surrounded by dust. Max felt a tug of nostalgia for his own catastrophic housekeeper, that herald of the coming apocalypse, Mrs. Hooser. Once she had left them, the abbess confided. "She was widowed a year ago. We are watching very closely to ensure her vocation is a true one. Many times people reacting to a tragedy don't know what they want. They cut off old friends, even family, wanting a fresh start, having been reminded of the brevity of life. Mary had thought her vocation was art history, but she came here instead. I'm sure you've seen that for yourself, Father, in the course of your pastoral duties."
"Many times," said Max. "It may just be that Mary is not cut out to wait tables." The abbess let out a hoot of laughter, startling the dog into an answering bark.
"You are right about that," she said, lifting him into her lap. "All the postulants have to take turns serving at my table, so I can size them up at first hand. Mary is the definition of a butterfingers, but I'm certain God has plans for her that don't involve breakable items. Her biggest struggle with the rule, as it is for many, is that she forgets to keep the great silence after Compline and is constantly having to be corrected for it. The silence is to be maintained throughout the night. She forgets and will go bustling about, gossiping and blithering about trivialities and asking if anyone has toothpaste she can borrow. I think she's lonely, poor soul." She sighed. "And there I've committed the fault of gossiping myself."
"How do you solve a problem like Maria?" said Max.
"Precisely," said the abbess.
The postulant came in just then with a newly opened bottle of wine. Max recognized the label of St. Martin's from the wines being sold in the gift shop. On the label was a smiling nun framed in silhouette against a vast sunny vineyard. It was an excellent wine. With an eye on the postulant as she left, the abbess told him, "Not one of us is ever sure of our vocation. As many years as I've been here, I've seen the doubts, and I've felt them myself. But I believe, Father, that we do much good, even hidden away from the world as we are up here. That is why I persist, with or without miracles to reassure me." "Miracles?"
"We attracted pilgrims from the start, travelling to and from Bristol and elsewhere. And when we were a Catholic house, the Pope would grant get-out-of-hell-free cards, as my father called them, to people who made the journey here to pray. Many came in search of a cure. Many were cured. It was the source of our wealth, but not a complete fraud. You do see." She might have been talking about events from yesterday. In this atmosphere, surrounded by smoke-darkened wood and stones, Max could see how yesterday blended into hundreds of years ago, and hundreds more hence. "We've also survived all manner of natural disasters," the abbess said. "We even had an earthquake a year or so ago, measuring just over 5 on the Richter scale. Not big by the world's standards, but big enough. I watched my own empty shoes march across the floor. I'd never seen such a thing outside of a cartoon."
"Was there much damage?"
asked Max. She shook her head. "No, that was a miracle, really. We had to make some structural repairs to the church. The guest-house plans had to be put on hold for a while. Perhaps you've met Piers Montague?" "Yes, I see that you have. Anyway, one old wall in particular came tumbling down. How he loved photographing that wall. We were constantly having to shoo him away. Piers reminds me of someone from my youth."
Absently, she stroked the head of her little lapdog. From her expression, she might have been thinking, someone best forgotten.
"So, Father, I gather you've talked with a few of my sisters already. But I would suggest a talk with our cellaress if you really want to put your finger on the pulse of things here. She manages the day-to-day, you know."
"Yes, thank you. Everyone has been most helpful. I had planned to talk with, is it Dame Sybil? Tomorrow."
"The cellaress, yes."
"I am hoping she can tell me a bit more about your various enterprises."
"You mean our sources of income?" she said candidly, disarmingly. "The inflow and outflow. No need to beat about the bush. I can help you with the big picture, Father. She, of course, knows the details. Much of our income has come from our ties to the local villagers."
Max, savouring the tomato sauce, which was nearly a match for wieners, recalled the bishop saying the abbess had a Reagan-esque quality about her, an easy and likeable geniality, an air of open honesty. He had known such a person when he belonged to a drinking and dining club at Oxford. Hugh Berkeley Watson was the person everyone wanted to be with and be seen to be with, the man who exerted not a single ounce of effort to win the constant devotion of his legions of followers, who seemed genuinely unaware that he had followers. It was Max's first real encounter with charisma on such a scale. The man's murder had come as a shock to everyone in the club, but Max realized in retrospect it should not have done. That kind of effortless power earned one enemies, and if one was spoiled like Hugh by the gifts of charm, one never saw it coming. Was the abbess similarly blinded?
"What we strive to accomplish every day," she was saying, "and of course fail to achieve, is the transformation of our old selves. We fail, but we keep trying."
Failure, he thought. How badly had a nun failed if she had tried to poison one of the guests? The abbess might have read his mind.
"You are here at the bishop's request to investigate an event that could bring dishonour to this house, a scandal unprecedented in recent history. In fact, to match this, we'd have to look back to the 1400s, when one of our sisters starved to death in the crypt."
"Good heaven," said Max.
The abbess nodded complacently, gratified by his reaction. "She was an anchoress, you know, a recluse, a mystic. In those days extremes of penance and fasting were allowed, even encouraged among ascetics, the sort inclined to extravagant self-denial. The abbey attracted a few of those. Probably she would disappear for a week or more, eating little, doing penance. Then she died, and I suppose no one realized. It's not as if she were expected for supper. Her body was left where they finally found it in the crypt. They simply sealed off the area rather than disturb her remains. We know of her only that, due to her great piety, she acted as the sacrist, entrusted to look after the plate and ornaments, the vessels and relics. I suppose," the abbess added musingly, "I suppose it was a natural job for her, to guard the most sacred objects, since she never wandered far from them."
"I guess thievery was a commonplace."
"It was always a problem," she agreed. "You would think the abbey's reputation for holiness would inhibit people, but it doesn't seem to work that way. It would be difficult to overstate the wealth and power of the abbey, which is, of course, what led the church in those days into all manner of folly. Would you like more salad, Father?"
Max nodded, and the novice Mary materialized from the shadows to serve him. He reached for the salad bowl, but the abbess stilled him with a raised hand.
"Let her," she said. "It is our privilege to serve, and it is also how Mary learns. Isn't it, my dear?"
Chapter 16. The Novice. The novice should be warned in advance of all the hurdles on the path to God. The rule of the Order of the Handmaids of St. Lucy. Max slept well that night, attributing his rest to the abbess's excellent wine and to the calming silence that surrounded the abbey. Waking early the next day, he joined the nuns for lauds, spent some time adding to his notes on the case, then decided on a walk to acquaint himself with the grounds and simply bask in the purity of the bright gold morning air. Sunshine fell like fingers of light through the trees, making patterns on the grass in dark and pale greens, and there was the slight suggestion of a breeze that he tried to will into stronger action. The nunnery was so high up he felt he was walking on Olympus, quite alone. The only sound was the bleating of sheep in the distance, which, now he became aware of it, was a constant, a simmer of discontent carried on the transparent, gentle wind. "Beware," he thought idly, "of those who come to you in sheep's clothing." Walking slowly, passing the abbess's lodge and the infirmary and the back of the nuns' dormitory, he came to the cemetery with its yew trees. Time had obliterated most of the information on the headstones, although a recent entry to the presumed company of saints was the abbess who had been succeeded by Abbess Justina. A line of Thomas Gray's came into his mind, and he stopped for a moment in reflection. "Beneath those rugged elms, that yew tree's shade, each in his narrow cell forever laid." He tried to avoid walking on the graves themselves, an avoidance he saw more as a courtesy to the dead than a superstitious dread of waking them, even though whatever lay under these old stones had long since turned to dust. This avoidance was not so easy to do, as the stones were scattered willy-nilly, time and geologic upheaval presumably having moved them out of alignment. He did a sort of jitterbug across the area, and, shaking off the melancholy of the sad old place, plunged through brush and bushes heading toward the cliff edge of the grounds. Finally, he emerged from a grove of trees beyond the cemetery into a sunlit meadow where goats and the unhappy sheep were grazing. In the water far below, 2 men went by in a boat. It was a motorboat, but they were paddling, their silence probably in deference to the nuns. Max waved, but they didn't see him, intent as they were on navigating the choppy water. Max walked to the mountain's edge and looked down and along the stone wall that rose straight from the river running beneath the abbess's lodge in the infirmary. A small black door flanked by mooring rings was set into the wall. Presumably it was used for offloading goods or even for catching swans, back in the day when they were prized as much for food as for their beauty. Max squinted into the sun, peering across the rolling vastness like some ancient mariner, taking in the woodlands and heathlands of the fertile area, imagining that as far as the eye could see was Abbey land. He knew Glastonbury Tor sat in the misty distance behind him, pulsing with all the tie-dyed colours of the rainbow, a sort of small, bare twin peak to the wooded Tor on which he stood. Archaeologists were convinced there was some connection between the two sites, but could only guess at what the link might have been. He came nearer to the grazing animals. Watching the black and white spotted sheep, Max recalled a documentary where a ewe had been tricked into thinking she had given birth twice, so she could be given another ewe's lamb to nurse. The sheep ignored him, continuing their preoccupied bleating, but the goats stared, an audience awaiting its speaker. There was something, Max had always thought, rather uncanny about goats, something knowing and otherworldly and very ancient in their gaze. He agreed with Xander that they were ever so slightly creepy. They watched him closely as he passed, a human-like grin on their bearded, whiskery faces and amusement in their pale eyes with those strange horizontal pupils. It was little wonder pagans had adopted them as symbols of wickedness. Christians associated the goat with the devil himself. Max thought of the herd mentality, wondering if the nuns, living in such close proximity, could any more see and think as individuals. Did they all just look to the abbess for guidance, a practice that had become automatic with the years? She exuded a certain comforting presence, an assurance that all would be well. Max had felt it himself the night before at her dinner table. The more he thought of it, the more it was difficult to see any of them operating independently. But surely committing a crime like attempted murder required a certain gift for autonomy, a certain willingness to step outside the herd, a turning away from convention and toward chaos. Hearing the sound of feet softly disturbing the grass, he turned. The novice, as he could see she was by the abbreviated skirt and white veil of her habit, walked over to him. Her name, as he knew from the information provided him by the bishop's office, was Sister Rose. Watching her approach, she had a steady marching stride, her hands curled into her palms, as if she were on parade. He searched his mind for her last name and came up with Rose Tocketts. She had not yet taken vows, at which point she would adopt her religious name, the name under which she would live the rest of her life, the name that would appear on her gravestone when she came at last to be buried under the yews in Monkbury Abbey Cemetery. The Tockets would disappear. "You have a long day," Max greeted her. "I didn't expect to see anyone for a while." "Do we?" she asked, brushing some dirt off of her hands and then peering up at him, shading her dark eyes against the sunlight. She had a square face with broad, flat cheekbones. Max thought she might be of Eurasian heritage. "I don't really notice it any more. One day's much like the last, and one gets used to waking up early. In fact, I've come to like that feeling we have of being quite alone in the world in the early hours. In the army, I often worked the midnight shift, so it feels familiar." "You never take a break?" She nodded. "We do. In the summer, if it is very warm, we are allowed to take a little nap in the afternoon. Up until this year, we've been spared the flooding of last year, but have been given a bit too much heat instead. I can only hope St. Swithin will come through for us in moderation this time." She was referring to the belief that if it rains on St. Swithin's Day, July 15, it will rain for 40 days afterwards. In the county of Monkslip, rain would be most welcome. They had had sun, too much sun, the sort of unrelenting, moist, beating-down heat that made people wonder why, oh why, was nothing being done about global warming. "I wonder what it is like here in winter," he said. "I have only spent one winter here. It was harsh." "But not harsh enough to deter you." She lifted her shoulders in a shrug and flipped one end of her veil back over her shoulder. "They give you a lot of time to decide whether you are really cut out for this life. I think I am. But it is easy to delude oneself. The others are an inspiration. They are all so different, from such different backgrounds, and yet they have that serenity." Her voice trailed off wistfully, as though that were an unheard-of gift she was waiting to have bestowed. "I've noticed it, too," he said. "They seem to carry that certain belief that God always has your back." She turned to him with a start. "The last time someone said that to me, I was shot at the next day. I was spared, obviously, but it turned out not to be true for my brothers in arms. God didn't have their backs." He'd often seen that reaction among soldiers come back from Iraq, the instant return to the moment when life hung by a thread, as if no time at all had passed. She was right back there. He noticed she was carrying a gardening basket and shears. To divert her from her melancholy, he pointed and said, "Roses instead of guns now. Much better." "1,000 times better. It's my turn at arranging flowers for the refectory table," she said, positioning the stems. "Another thing I'm not particularly good at. Give me an engine to take apart any day, and I'm happy." She walked toward the edge of the field, where a colourful wave of summer wildflowers had made their bright appearance. A hare crossing the field stopped in its tracks. "Is it all that you expected?" Max asked, following her. "The religious life?" "No," she said, without hesitation. "You think you know, you think you're ready, but every day I seem to mess up. I seem to mess something new up. I think what comes hardest for me is the isolation, being the new girl, apart from Mary, that and the stillness." "And maybe the language?" he asked, teasing her, for he sometimes still had the same problem, matching his vocabulary to fit his new station in life. She laughed, piercing the air with a great shout. The sheep, startled, turned small faces as one in her direction. Nothing seemed to upset the goats, who continued their disinterested assessment of her and Max. "Thank you for understanding that," she said. "In the army, everybody just blew off steam with the foulest language imaginable. I wasn't one of the worst offenders, but I'm afraid some of it rubbed off. I've had to really watch myself since I've been here. Bad habits die hard. You should forgive the pun. Anyway, the stillness, when you're used to being rousted at all hours and sent running about shouting, generally to no purpose, well, it just takes getting used to." "It's a sea change, yes." Thinking of his MI5 days, he said, "I think I can relate."
We are given many opportunities for quiet reflection," she went on, "and a part of me says, oh no, not quiet reflection again. Let me weed the garden or milk the sheep or even scrub floors or something, but not that." Max smiled. "I can imagine it all takes getting used to. The cycling down when you're used to being on alert all the time. So tell me, what is your typical day like here?" "Well, it starts early, as you know, but the day doesn't really get going for me until we assemble in the chapter house in the morning after prayer. The abbess presides, and that is where we get our marching orders for the day. We take turns reading a chapter from the rule, and the abbess will give a little talk on the meaning of that particular rule. Then the practical matters are discussed, the status of the various projects we have going, how sales are going, which items are being discontinued. It is very like a sales meeting in the outer world, I would imagine, not something I know a lot about. In chapter is also when we confess our shortcomings. That takes quite a while in my case, the breaches of the rule, and we're given a penance." "Do the sisters ever report each other for breaking the rules?" Max knew in some orders that was required by custom. It had always struck him as a recipe for disaster. "You mean rat someone out?" she asked. "Yes, in theory, chapter would be the place to bring up little lapses they may have witnessed in others. But it's like casting the first stone, isn't it? I've never known it to happen, not since I've been here. We all confess our own lapses, mind our own business." It had been, thought Max, rather a long shot that one of them might have seen or heard something untoward and brought it up during the confession period of the chapter meeting. "Besides," she said, "for anything that happened that was really out of line, we can talk with the abbess about it in private. That seems infinitely preferable to ratting each other out in public." They looked out over the enclosure where the sheep were grazing. He asked her what breed they were. "I'm city-bred," he apologized. "I can still tell you where to get the best table in London at the last minute and how much to tip the maitre d', but I've no clue when it comes to sheep." "Those ones over there are Frisians," she told him. "I didn't know that either when I first came here. They use their milk to make soap. They've also started a little trade in farmhouse cheese." They, not we, he noted. She had slipped back into the they. He wondered how long it would take for her to feel at home enough to start talking automatically of we, like Dame Olive. "Don't they have the most wonderful faces?" she asked him. "You wish they could speak. I suspect they talk about us behind our backs." One of the sheep walked over to the fence. She stretched out a hand, which it nuzzled. "And those in the further pasture are Jacob sheep," she said. "We breed them for their fleece. It's so soft, like nothing you've ever felt. We sell it to hand spinners." "You never breed them for food, then?" "Heavens, no. I couldn't bear the idea, really, once I got to know them all." Max thought of Lily Iverson back in Nether Monkslip, Lily who bred her sheep for their silky wool, which she knitted into award-winning sweaters and rugs. Lily would entirely have understood Sister Rose. He asked her if it were true that a ewe could be tricked into accepting the offspring of another sheep as her own. "I've heard of it. I guess sheep are the dumb blondes of the animal kingdom, very sweet, not awfully bright. The lambs bleat when their mothers are taken away to be shorn, as you can hear. They have to be weaned, the lambs, but they keep the bleating up all day. They'll bleat until their little voices give out, some of them. The mothers cry as well, but not all. Some don't seem to care. If the mum is shorn, sometimes her lamb doesn't recognize her when she's brought back. As I say, they're not very bright, poor things, but very dear they are." Sister Rose, under the competent exterior, struck him as a bit of a softy, at least when it came to animals. She confirmed his impression by telling him, "This one I've named Ethel. We never slaughter them, absolutely not ever," she assured him again. "After chapter, what comes next for you?" he prompted. "We have a time where we can work or study until the bell rings for sext at midday. In the old days the abbey employed servants to do the heavy lifting. I don't think I'd have enjoyed it here so much then. There were a lot of grand ladies swanning about, who seemed to treat the place like a spa or a great library. Those who could read and write were probably very happy with the solitude and the relative freedom. They were sent here by their families if, for some reason or other, a husband couldn't be found for them. And not all of them, I'm sure, saw that as such a bad trade-off. When you stop to survey the field of what passed for an eligible male back in the Middle Ages, I mean, please. Women just didn't have a whole lot of choice in those days, or control over their own lives. The nunnery gave them, especially the high-born ones, a ticket out. Her white skirt caught on a bramble as they walked. She stopped to extricate herself and went on to say, "Between the noon meal and evening vespers, there is more time for work and study, although of course we pause for prayer in mid-afternoon as well." "For noon," he supplied. "Yes, all that takes getting used to, including just getting the names for things right." They came to a fence over which an elderly horse had poked his head. She stopped to rub the blaze of white on his forehead, as if for good luck. He nuzzled her hand, looking for a carrot, which she produced like a conjurer from a hidden pocket. "Domino," she said. "We keep him for a neighbour when he travels. Domino is a gentle old soul. The neighbour's little girl rides him." Max indicated the pasture and farmland beyond the river surging below the monastery walls. "All that pasture is yours, too." There were largish black and brown lumps gathered under a tree in the distance that he figured must be cows, although at this distance it was hard to tell. "Since time out of mind," she told him. "It's a fraction of the holdings Monkbury used to call its own. And the river. Sometimes I just stand here watching it flow, and before I know it 20 minutes have passed. I suppose that is another infraction of the rule." "Somehow I doubt it," said Max. "Not of the spirit of the rule." "It wasn't always like this," she told him. "Until not all that long ago they routinely dumped waste into the river. Abbey infirmaries traditionally were built near the river, so the worst things you can imagine could be dropped straight into the water. It's a wonder they didn't all die of some dread disease. Come to think of it, many of them did." Turning from the fence, she returned to the topic that seemed to preoccupy her. "The most common offence we tell on ourselves in chapter is that of not stopping what we are doing when the bell calls us to prayer. It seems I just get rolling with something I'm working on and I'm called away. Half the time I seem to tune out the sound." "I would think that was impossible," said Max. "I know it is a very loud sound, but when you're focused on something else— Anyway, that is definitely my weak spot, one of many. The others also forget to pull the hoods over their heads when they enter the church." "I'm sure it will come in time," said Max. "You seem a very determined person to me." He meant it as a compliment, but even as he spoke, recalled the havoc determined people could cause if they kept only their own goals in mind. She acknowledged the remark with a short nod of her head. "Anyway, we take the main meal after Vespers. I gather they used to alter mealtimes according to the season, but not any longer. Artificial light, even the feeble variety available at Monkbury, changed the need. There is a ritual washing of hands before the meal, and we take turns reading aloud. We can't speak during the readings. I am not certain I would survive a nunnery where talking was forbidden altogether." This silence, Max supposed, was what made the life of the sardine possible, all of them packed together the day long, the modern concept of privacy banished. "The great silence after Compline is easy enough. I'm asleep before my head hits the pillow most nights. The last thing I want to do is stay up and chat. This week I have light duty, though. In the evenings I merely sit and keep watch on Dame Meredith. As I said, it's a long day for you." "But I love the life," she said simply. "It is hard, but I do love it. I will adjust eventually. Look at that. It seems we're going to get some rain after all." Indeed, white clouds were now scudding against a darkening sky, which held an eerie promise of a summer squall. He decided to return to his room to wash up before lunch and collect a weatherproof jacket, just in case. After lunch he needed to keep his promise of a bedside visit to Dame Meredith in the infirmary. "Funny, but the cows always know when it's going to rain," said Sister Rose, pointing. "See them in the farthest pasture? They're sitting down. That's always a sure sign." Good to know, thought Max. Animals, if not people, could be relied on for useful information.
Chapter 17. The Infirmary. The sick are not to make excessive demands on those who care for them, but should offer up their sufferings. The rule of the Order of the Handmaids of St. Lucy. "Did you never see the nun's story?" demanded Dame Petronilla. The postulant, Mary Benton, was sorely trying her patience. The infirmary needed reliable helpers. Dame Petronilla was more and more convinced Mary belonged in the kitchen or garden or somewhere she could do less damage than in what was, in effect, a hospital ward. "With Audrey Hepburn? Wasn't she lovely in her nun's habit? Those cheekbones! Yes, of course I did. I loved that movie. I learned all I know about the religious life from watching that movie. Why?" Well, that explained so much. Dame Petronilla, busy with tweezers, plucking the thread from an old pillowcase she was restitching, reminded herself to be charitable. Mary was a young widow and was still probably adjusting to that status. Had she been admitted to the order too soon? Dame Petronilla thought so. But any more, any reasonably able-bodied young woman who did not appear to be completely insane was being admitted. That explained the high dropout rate, too, she was certain. The vetting process was not what it once had been. She looked sternly at her charge, as if she could frighten some sense into her. Mary, like Audrey, had thick, beautifully arched eyebrows over hooded dark eyes that belied her tardiness and other drawbacks by blazing with intelligence. There the resemblance stopped. Her small white teeth protruded ever so slightly, marring her otherwise good looks. She flashed the teeth now in a tentative, hopeful smile. "It's the same principle at work here," Dame Petronilla explained patiently, or as patiently as she could, having been reduced to movie metaphors to make her point. "Audrey, as Sister Luke, kept getting into trouble for wanting to finish what she was doing and ignoring the bell pulling her away. Obedience to God is what matters. It is all that matters. And stop that yawning." "Sorry, Sister. I just can't get used to the long hours yet. But surely, in the case of a nurse who is tending the ill—" "The seriously ill, yes, of course. Exception would be made for that. If someone were having a stroke or some sort of fit, no one would expect a nurse to stop what she was doing and attend to the Holy Office. But the fact is, once you decide you know better than the rule, that you are going to think for yourself, you become a disruptive force not only to the nunnery but to yourself and your own vocation. Obedience for all of us is the most difficult thing, because as human beings we're always convinced we know everything." "Yes, Dame Petronilla, of course you're right." "I will expect you to mention this when the abbess tells us to name our faults." "Yes, Dame Petronilla." "Oh, bother," thought Mary. "I will never get the hang of this effing obedience thing. I mean this blessed obedience thing." May God grant her a long life so she has time to improve, Dame Petronilla was thinking. It was different in the old days. The infirmeress would in effect be a hospital administrator with dozens of helpers in her charge. Now here she was, alone with one hopeless postulant to help. Still, Mary was adequate to attend to Dame Meredith, who was little trouble, and Dame Petronilla counted herself lucky that there were never many ill nuns. The diet and hard work and peace of their lives saw to that. The fact that they were all aging and liable to give out at once, well, she'd cross that bridge when she came to it. Dame Petronilla was about to resume her lecture of the postulant when Father Max appeared at the open door. She sent Mary to make sure Dame Meredith was ready to receive visitors. Then Dame Petronilla herself went to admit the priest to the premises.
"It is difficult to describe, Father Max. The horizon changes here. The more so when you know you are approaching the end at last."
He was at the bedside of Dame Meredith, née Fitzwilliam, in the infirmary of Monkbury Abbey. In one corner of the room sat the postulant Mary Benton, acting rather as a duenna to chaperone the encounter, he supposed. She was darning a sock, rather badly, he thought. In these days of disposable everything, he wasn't sure when he'd last seen anyone, man or woman, darn a sock. Certainly he'd never seen his rather impractical mother do anything of the sort.
"I have reached,"
Dame Meredith said in a whisper. "The end of my journey." Journey. When, wondered Max, had everyone started talking about their journeys? Only Awena, the most spiritual of people in his experience, could use the phrase without sounding like a daft hippie. But this nun, clearly, as she said, nearing the end of her time on earth, touched his heart with the phrase. Gently he squeezed her hand. "We believe and hope it's the beginning," he said. Max looked at the pale, drawn face of the aristocratic-looking woman lying before him in the hospital-style bed, with its metal side rails designed to catch a fall. She looked familiar, resembling the portraits of an aging Queen Elizabeth I, a fading Gloriana. Her skin, stretched over the high-bridged nose, had the grey-bluish tinge of someone who wasn't getting enough oxygen to her blood, and the thinning of her hair, no doubt from the cancer treatment, was evident, all of this giving her likeness to a newly hatched and highly vulnerable chick. Because of her condition, she had been allowed to wear a modified version of the habit, with an old-fashioned nightcap and nightdress in place of the more elaborate headdress and layers of cloth. Her usual habit was on a chair at the side of the bed, folded with military, ritualistic precision, her sandals tucked beneath the chair. At one side of the room was a folding white examination screen of the type found in hospitals, and beside that was a tall window that allowed a view into the orchard trees fronting the abbess's lodge. It was as peaceful a place of healing as could be imagined, but with gleaming stainless steel everywhere reflecting the afternoon light. Dame Meredith opened her eyes suddenly and caught Max staring at her. "I don't blame you for staring," she said. "I am sure I look as if I lost a fight, which I guess in a way I have. It's a blessing not to be allowed mirrors. We have only the haziest idea what we look like. You would be surprised how freeing that is, especially now. Losing my hair to chemo, as little as there was of it, was as upsetting for me as I imagine it is for most people with long, flowing locks." At Max's stricken look, her face softened. "Forgive me. I indulge in a lot of gallows humour. It passes the time, and it seems to be how I cope with things, but it does take some getting used to. Anyway, at Monkbury we concentrate on the interior, on what's under the hood, so to speak." He guided the conversation with questions about convent life in general, of the choices she had made, and of how, nearing the end, she had come to regard these choices. Was there regret? She claimed not, or very little. Max was aware that given the impending birth of his and Awena's child, he was perhaps not in the best position to appreciate the choice these women had made to forego family life in the traditional sense. Calling another woman sister was a poor substitute for having a flesh-and-blood sister, was it not? And less than that, the simple pleasures of watching television or taking in a movie were forbidden to them. He had seen no television set anywhere on the guest premises, but a daily newspaper had been delivered rather late to the gatehouse. He asked Dame Meredith now about this. She told him, "One of the villagers brought us a television set when the planes flew into the Twin Towers. We couldn't bear to watch the images. After a day or two the abbess asked that it be removed. There is the internet, of course, but the longer you are here the more you grieve for the world anyway and don't need the reminders. Sometimes the abbess selects passages in the news to be read aloud to us in chapter, generally news of an uplifting nature. A royal birth, for example. We were very excited by the news Prince William and his bride, Kate, is that her name, were having a baby. That is very rare, however." Dame Meredith had not elaborated on whether good news was rare or just the reading aloud of it. Max imagined that both things came into play. So even their knowledge of outside events was censored, if such a harsh word could be used. They were sheltered from all that was wicked in the world, so that they could concentrate on the world's healing. He saw the logic, but wondered if he wouldn't himself chafe at never being allowed to decide for himself what was important to read and know. "I suppose I should care less about these things. You would think it would seem irrelevant.
But the more the world draws away from one, the more interest one takes. I want to know everything, especially the happy and intriguing things. If I have regrets, it is really only that I am running out of time, and there is so much out there to see."
"What did you mean when you said the world draws away?"
"Haven't you noticed, Father? When you have a disease, any disease, people assume you're contagious. They should give me a bell. A leper coming upon a village in the Middle Ages had to ring a bell to warn people of his approach. I need a bell."
His heart fell at the image. "Mostly I've found people just don't know what to say and are terrified of saying the wrong thing."
"I live in a place that, when you get right down to it, welcomes death, lives with it, understands it, embraces it. But my sisters are human beings, first of all, and no one would welcome reminders of such a sentence as this one. I've told them, no more treatment. I'm done. If I'm going to be cured, God will cure me."
Max looked at her doubtfully. Clearly the inclination was to pray over the matter some more. God worked in mysterious ways, but God also worked through us, thought Max. But according to all he knew of her condition, man's best efforts had already failed her.
"But I know," she told him earnestly, "God is with us even in suffering. God doesn't watch from a distance, but I believe is right here with me now. He doesn't shoot us full of arrows and then turn away. Who could live believing in a God capable of that?"
Max had no answers for her. His strength as a priest lay not in offering bromides, but in listening as people tried to come to terms with unthinkable realities. He looked again at the tidy room, white and gleaming steel, with some sort of lighted apparatus blinking softly in one corner. Everything was as immaculate as would be expected, and on the way in he had passed some impressively modern, if small-scaled, equipment. He was reminded of a hospital on a cruise ship, small and compact and able to handle most crises, but at the end of the day extremely limited. A day out at sea, and they were out of the reach of helicopters and other ships, and had to trust to what the ship's doctor could manage without the resources of a proper hospital and equipment. Remote Monkbury Abbey was just like being at sea, he supposed, when it came to any real emergency. He said something of this aloud, adding, "I am impressed at how smoothly the Abbey is managed, however. It seems you could go for months here without really needing anyone's help from outside." She followed his gaze and said, "Dame Infirmaress manages very well. She even makes sure Dame Hepzibah is fed on time." "I was wondering today how the portress gets her meals, since she always seems to be on duty somewhere."
"Lately Dame Pet has been taking meals out to her, or sends her assistant to do so. It saves Dame Hepzibah having to walk as much."
"Her assistant being Sister Rose?"
"Yes, the novice, Sister Rose. She learned first aid in the army. Actually, she was a full-fledged medic. She's been a real boon to us. Anyway, after the portress is taken care of, Sister Rose fetches her own meal, and sometimes Dame Petronilla's, and takes her meal in private in the infirmary. There's a little microwave and things for making coffee down the hall, in the kitchenette."
His eye caught on the rosary beads on the table beside her bed. Something prompted him to ask, "Do you get many visitors?" The question seemed to sadden her, but she rallied quickly.
"Oh, yes. Abbess Genevieve, she's from the mother house in France. She comes to visit daily. Any of them would, if I asked for them, but I especially enjoy her company. I miss being part of the community, you know. I don't have the stamina to get through the daily offices. I imagine I can hear the chanting from here very faintly when the wind is right."
She did not mention family visitors, he noticed. The Abbey probably had come to be her family after so many years. "Their voices are indeed beautiful. I suppose the perfect harmony comes from long practice."
St. Augustine said that singing is praying twice. Chanting has medical benefits, you know. Scientists have found it alters the brain waves. Haven't you ever noticed how long-lived people in monastic life tend to be? Present company excluded, of course.
Max gave her hand a squeeze. If Dame Hephzibah was any guide, they would all outlive him. He had himself experienced the calming effect of chant early on, as he had sat listening to the King's College Choir singing in Gregorian chant or just listening to his trio medieval CDs. He looked at Dame Meredith, at the face that belied her years, despite her suffering. He knew she was in her 60s. There must be something to this life they led in granting them that serene composure. She was saying, "Saints live closer to the divine than we mere mortals can. Not since Abbess Iris passed have we had a true mystic in our midst. She walked with a glow surrounding her. Light seemed to shine out of her pores. You won't believe me, but it's true." "A bit different from Abbess Justina, then," he said. It was not a question.
"Chalk and cheese," she replied. "Don't misunderstand, but Abbess Justina is a figurehead, merely. Charismatic, inspiring, and everything you could want in a leader. But Abbess Iris was, I don't know, perhaps not of this earth. I'd have done whatever she said, because I felt she was speaking from a higher authority, even when she insisted on changing the design of our habit. A little thing like that, and no one questioned that it needed to be done, and immediately."
"Because she said so," Max nodded, adding, "Some people have a heightened ability to tune out the world, artists and creators and inventors, and saints. It sounds as if your Abbess Iris was one of them."
"But now, here you are investigating poison," she said. "Impossible to think of such a thing happening in her day, really. What has happened? What has gone wrong?"
"I hope to find out. What can you tell me?" He glanced back at the postulant duenna, but she seemed absorbed in her task. Indeed, at that moment, she let out a muffled yelp of exasperation as she stabbed herself with a needle. There might have been a mild swear-word, too. Dame Meredith shook her head against the pillow in frustration.
"I don't," said Dame Meredith, "understand this whole thing about the poisoning. We had a bout of food poisoning not long ago. Nothing too serious, although Dame Hephzibah was taken quite ill, and at her age that sort of thing can be dangerous."
"What was the source of the poisoning?"
"We were never certain. We thought something might have crept into the mushroom soup that shouldn't have been there. Some strains of mushrooms are of course not edible. It happens all the time that someone will innocently pick something out of their garden that is better left alone. I'm sure this business with the berries was a similar mistake. Otherwise, you have to believe someone here at Monkbury Abbey has come completely unhinged. It doesn't bear thinking about in such a small, tight community as this."
Max sat back, thinking about that, about the search for perfection that had brought so many of them here, the taming of the spirit and body by denial. The monastic life was built upon the famous words reported by Matthew, in which Christ told a rich man, "If thou wilt be perfect, go and sell that thou hast, and give to the poor, and thou shalt have treasure in heaven, and come and follow me." Could this striving for perfection have turned into a literally poisonous pursuit, a vile intoxication? At what point might seeking to deny every normal human impulse toward desire and self-interest 24 hours a day tip over into madness?
"Anyway," Dame Meredith was saying, "if you're here to prevent a murder, and that is why you're here, isn't it, Father? You can be sure I'm not the target. Surely seeing one's enemy die of this horrid disease would be revenge enough to satisfy anyone, assuming someone is after revenge. It is also difficult to see how any of the sisters here could provoke anyone to murder. I would look to the guest house for potential victims if I were you."
The postulant Mary was definitely eavesdropping, thought Max, and had pricked up her ears on the word murder. Naturally enough, he supposed. It was one of the most loaded words in the English language. But Max thought a change of subject was in order, so he led Dame Meredith away from the topic of likely targets. "How did you come to be here?" he asked. "To discover you had a vocation." Again the weary look came into her eyes, and Max asked if he were tiring her. "Not at all," she said. "This is more novelty than I've had in an age. The doctor is due any minute, though. He comes to check up on me. A complete waste of time. He's a good man, though, devoted to Dame Pet. Anyway, you ask about my vocation. It was more that a vocation seemed unavoidable in the end. I was raised Roman Catholic in the Sturm und Drang stream of theology that held that pretty much anything enjoyable was punishable. My parents were so strict. I sometimes wondered why they had children, since my brother and I seemed to be nothing but obstacles to their salvation. By the time I left home and school, I was in search of a place where I was welcome, not a place where I was judged and found wanting, but a place that welcomed me as a woman, as a human being. And one Sunday, when I was feeling down, I went to an Anglican service where the priest said that all were welcome to partake. That got to me. There was no one excluded, and I thought to myself that Christ would have said exactly that. All are welcome to sit at his table. From there it wasn't a far distance to feeling at home here at Monkbury. I came here on a retreat, and I kept coming back. The same as Dame Fruitcake, thought Max. I took to the life, to the order and to the love, the ready forgiveness of transgressions. I think Mary here can tell you how that comes in handy every single day." Mary looked up from her work, the white cloth dotted with red spots that surely were blood, and lifted her eyebrows in sardonic acknowledgment. "Never mind," Dame Meredith told her. "Everything washes out." To Max she said, "Anyway, before long I was elected cellaress, and I loved it. Every moment. I think sometimes that is why I stayed, even when the dawn awakenings were killing me. I had a job I loved, and people around me who seemed to love and need and appreciate me. We didn't have all this buying and selling to the outside world back then. The Internet. The cellaress we have now, Dame Sybil, is— But there, I must not carry tales nor stand in the way of progress as I do it." "Oh, go ahead," said Max. "Just this once." That made her laugh. "I thought you were supposed to be a good influence, Father. Anyway, I was only going to say that Dame Cellaress now plans to open up the Abbey to the world more and more in the spirit of capitalism. That is not what we religious are about. It is in fact the very thing that got monasteries into trouble when they became too worldly. Oh, I shouldn't say anything, but what is freeing about this ruddy disease is one feels one can do and say what one wants, at long last." Was there professional jealousy behind her words? From what he had seen, the Abbey was a great commercial success, putting them on a solid financial footing, enabling rebuilding and recruitment efforts. But she was dying of a disease that was slowly eradicating anything that marked her out as unique and gifted, death being the great equalizer. Perhaps her opposing stance in this one area gave her something she could call her legacy. There was a knock on the outer door, and Mary Benton put aside her work to answer. "That'll be Dr. Barnard. You'll be all right, Dame Meredith? I'll be right back." "And I am just leaving," said Max. In truth, he wanted a word with the doctor just to be able to tick that box and say that he had interviewed everyone with even a passing attachment to the nunnery. Dame Meredith nodded. As the door closed behind Mary, she told Max, "She won't make it. She's too secular, too attached to the world, and too quick to anger over small things. If you see your life here as nothing but a series of sacrifices, if you think only of what you've given up to be here, you won't make it.
Those of us who chose this life don't see anything but the joy. We're given a glimpse of heaven just often enough that thoughts of the past are uninteresting, if not positively unappealing." She added, surprising him, "We get many treasure-seekers, you know. A rather silly book was published about the place by a local fellow who needs his head examined. It's brought day-trippers and a surge in applications to stay in the guest-house. Those who pretend to be here for spiritual solace. Ah! There is treasure in the church, but not of the kind they mean." Her fingers plucked at the bedclothes. It was the first sign of agitation she'd shown, and Max wondered if she had a particular solace-seeker in mind. But she had closed her eyes as if exhausted, her chest barely lifting with each breath. Max said a quiet prayer over her. Then, without a goodbye, he slipped out into the corridor. He waylaid the doctor as he was about to enter Dame Meredith's room, gesturing him toward the small infirmary kitchen. "I'd have been here earlier," the doctor told Max, "but 5 miles out the weather has broken loose. I was soaked to the skin just getting into the car. I thought I'd have a quick shower in the guest-house to warm up. One of the good sisters is bringing me some hot soup and bread to eat. God bless all their hearts, although I suppose they've already got that covered." Dr. Barnard was in his mid-40s, running a bit too fat at the waist, but otherwise fit and hearty. He had all the brisk and competent demeanour one would hope for in a physician. His dark hair was slicked back in a rather old-fashioned cut, parted in the middle. It was a style that cried out for a handlebar moustache, but Dr. Barnard was clean-shaven. His brown eyes brimmed with good health and intelligence. Max was reminded of Bruce Winship, the village doctor of Nether Monkslip. Competent, questing, with a healthy or unhealthy interest in the workings of the mind of a murderer. Max was never sure which. This doctor was, for one thing, older than Bruce Winship, and, for another, gave off a certain Harley Street air that Bruce, for all his competence, lacked. Like a prize hunter, Dr. Barnard was burnished with the polish of breeding and pedigree, and he exuded a confidence in his own abilities that must have gone down well with his wealthy patients. He carried about him an assurance that any bodily invasion of virus or tumour could be routed and excised with minimal effort if only the sufferer would hand himself over to Dr. Barnard unquestioningly. Those wealthy patients probably came to his house for little cocktail parties, and belonged to the same clubs, rode to the same hounds, dined at the same grand tables, which would groan under the weight of fatted calves and forbidden fruits. Max pulled himself out of this culinary reverie to say, "I'm afraid I've upset Dame Meredith a bit. My role was really just to listen, but once we got on to the topic of the church, something about treasure and treasure hunters ruining the place. She is longing for the good old days, you know the sort of thing." "Oh," Dr. Barnard laughed, "many of the nuns feel the same. You'd have to have seen what a backwater Monkbury Abbey was, even a year ago. Dame Meredith ran the show then, you know. She was second in command, as cellaress. You wouldn't believe it now, poor thing." "There's no hope?" asked Max. "I have seen miracles in some cases." "I never discount miracles," said the doctor, "for I've seen them too, and I never discount the power of mind over matter, not ever. In this case, however, no." "How long does she have?" He shrugged in a who-knows gesture. "Weeks, days?" "You've been attending her how long?" "Forever, in a manner of speaking. I am formally attached to the nunnery, as was my father before me. I am called in for anything serious that they can't handle themselves, which almost never happens with this lot. Dame Meredith, of course, is being treated at a nearby hospital. They and she have agreed, though, that enough is enough." "So she told me." "I am just here to see that she doesn't suffer unduly. It's such a shame. She seems a thoroughly nice woman, and she doesn't seem to have anyone in the world." "Well, the one nephew who visits on occasion, if you can count him." "That would be Lord Lisle Livett?" "Yes, a self-serving little a self-serving little man, if ever there was one. Whatever brings him here, it's not devotion to his aunt, I can tell you that.
More likely he's one of the thrill-seeking hordes hoping after treasure. Now, if you'll excuse me, Father, she's expecting me. Chapter 18. The Abbess Genevieve. Speak ill of no one. The rule of the Order of the Handmaids of St. Lucy. Upon leaving the infirmary, Max came across a bit of a vision, a throwback to the days when religion reigned supreme and many heads of religious orders lived as potentates. This could only be Abbess Genevieve Lacroix, a conclusion he reached as much from her regal bearing as from her ornate pectoral cross and the perfect drape of her voluminous habit. "Good afternoon, Abbess Genevieve," he greeted her, a majestic nod of the head. "Father?" "Father Max Tudor at your service." Without thinking, he slipped into the courtier role that she seemed to expect, this woman from another time, almost another planet, an impression she reinforced with her next words. "I am come from the mothership, St. Martin's. I conduct business with the Abbess Justina. We are selling her convent's goods and vice versa. They have had great success with our face cream." "Ah," said Max. She meant, of course, the mother house, but her impish expression hinted at the joke. She was perhaps 50, perhaps 80, like most of the sisters, who, with the exception of Dame Hephzibah, appeared to be ironed free of wrinkles. He had a difficult time telling. He could have sworn Abbess Genevieve was wearing a light scent, or perhaps had used a perfumed soap. Surely that was an infraction of the rule. Or did she have her own rules? It was an idea she seemed to confirm with her next words. "Never underestimate the reviving and healing power of a nice fragrance," she said, "and of a little pampering with handmade products. I bring this for Dame Meredith." She held up for his inspection a small package, exquisitely wrapped in linen and lace and decorated with a sprig of lavender. "So much better than things produced in enormous factories." "I congratulate you on your successful alliance with Monkbury." She nodded, modestly accepting the tribute as hers alone. Max noted that French women even managed to wear a wimple and veil with a certain style and, dare it be said, sex appeal. It must be some manual the women over there were issued at birth. Her habit was different from that of the other nuns, so apparently the satellite abbey here in England was free to do as it wished with regard to fashion statements. It was of a dark blue, almost black, and while her manner was a model of correct austerity, she managed to comport herself with a certain élan that was missing in the other nuns. She stared directly into Max's eyes, taking his measure. Apparently liking what she saw, she answered, "Thanks to God. We have a most successful partnership now. All the rancour of the past, it is forgotten." "And may I ask how long you have been here?" "Not long enough to be of value to you in your investigation," she said quickly. "I only arrived last week." Certainly, word of his mission had spread, not, Max supposed, that it had been any secret. "So you weren't here last fall, when the unpleasantness seems to have originated?" "No, I would have put a stop to it." "How so?" "Mon Dieu, I would not have allowed that horrid man such access to the nunnery for more than a day. Yes, we are to welcome all, but the maker of trouble, c'est un homme pas sympathique. Some exceptions, even to Christian charity, must be made for the spirit who brings nothing but disturbance. Do we welcome the devil? No. Such a man, I fear, is this nettlesome sprig of the aristocracy. But I see you do not agree with me, Father." Max studied her, without seeming to stare, taking in that serene visage, that calm, competent expression that seemed to admit of no trouble, no turmoil. A more sane and rational-looking person would be hard to imagine. Granted, one first had to look past the medieval costume in which she had shrouded herself head to foot, look past the choice of a lifestyle that rejected much of what was deemed pleasurable or normal to the outsider. She had willingly chosen celibacy, poverty, obedience to the rule, obedience to the call of the bells that told her where to be and when. She had chosen not to have a family, apart from the sisterhood that surrounded her. Surely, as with any other family, There were members here she would not have chosen to associate with on the outside, but here was forced to get along with day by day, unto death. She had even chosen to forego the little pleasures most women would allow themselves: a new dress, a new hairstyle, gossip with girlfriends over a cuppa. The scented lotion, or whatever she was wearing, was surely the limit to the rebellion she permitted herself. Was this normal? What was normal? Max in his job sometimes had to distinguish true piety from mental illness, a surprisingly challenging task. One man's vision, as one of his Oxford dons had liked to say, was another man's brain tumour. "Is there a particular reason for your visit, Abbess Genevieve? I mean, at this particular time?" "Am I a suspect, then? How very thrilling. I can't wait to get back to France and tell my nuns." "If you wouldn't mind answering the question," Max asked deferentially. He was well aware she'd be within her rights to refuse to talk to him, but she said, "Absolument. It is rather a coincidence, a bit of bad timing on my part, although I would not have missed this excitement for anything." "Did you have a chance to meet Lord Lisle-Livet while you have been here? Talk with him at any length, I mean?" She answered obliquely. "He is God's child. I remind myself of this constantly." "You didn't like him?" "I don't suppose God really likes all his children. Loves them, yes, but only he knows and sees and forgives all. We humans can only struggle against our dislikes." "How true. So I gather he's not a favourite. But again, you are here now because—" "We talk business," she said, "abbess to abbess. The church is in great crisis, as you know. Falling vocations, declining revenue. If we are to keep these grand old places going, or even keep them from falling into disrepair, it will take business ingenuity. We are nearly the last generation that can save all of this." The rosary at her waist rattled as she swept out an arm to embrace the material beauty of their surroundings. It was made of polished stone, possibly ebony. "Is Abbess Justina in agreement with you on that?" "In theory, yes. I think she does not like the vulgarity of the whole thing, the grubbing after money. To her, it is a vulgarity epitomized by the American Clement Gorey. But I say to you that it will take his sort of know-how to keep this fine old house a religious establishment. Otherwise, they may as well sign the deed over to the National Trust tomorrow. And that would be a catastrophe." Chapter 19. At the Altar. A sister should never forget that she is always seen by God in heaven, and that her actions are reported by angels at every hour. The rule of the Order of the Handmaids of St. Lucy. Max left Abbess Genevieve waiting for the doctor to finish his ministrations to Dame Meredith. Max was sure the French abbess was right about the reviving effects of her small, thoughtful present, even if it was too much to hope a bit of pampering could stave off eternity. Prompted by this thought, he was drawn to the church with its inviting stillness. It was 3:30. The nuns would have finished the mid-afternoon prayer, known, and dispersed again to their various chores or to quiet reflection on their own. The church would likely be empty until Vespers, evening prayer at 6. Going by way of the guest-house, and the gate feebly guarded by Dame Hephzibah, he reached the outer door to the church, the door by which visitors were permitted entry to the nave. Just inside, steps to his left led up to the bell tower, which was located at the front of the church rather than atop the cross passage further in. From the entry he again took in the grandeur of the place, the wooden vaults darkened by age soaring over his head. It was easy to imagine heaven was somewhere just beyond the interlaced beams. He spotted the occasional grotesque, too, peering down on him, the puckish carved faces of inhuman creatures meant to warn or entertain the wandering eye of the faithful below. Max subscribed to the theory that the grotesques were often extreme caricatures of those who had offended the artist in some way. The bulbous eyes and nose, the comically exaggerated leer, the lolling tongue. Surely that was a master who had failed to pay wages on time. Max walked down the nave, studying the occasional worn inscription underfoot. His internal compass told him the altar faced not directly east, as was customary, but slightly toward the north. The rocky landscape must have dictated to the early architects what was possible. There was also a chance that a seismic event had shifted the whole thing like building blocks tumbling on sand. Like many abbey churches, this one had probably started small and been added on to as the nunnery prospered. This would have been not so much a matter of showing off, but a practical matter as well, to accommodate and flatter rich patrons who wanted masses said for their souls, patrons like Clement and Una Gorey. In the beginning, the building would have been a simple rectangle. The bell tower may have come later. Special chapels would have been added north and south of the nave and presbytery for the lucrative practice of saying prayers for the dead. Max crossed the area where the public were permitted and walked up the steps to the choir stalls where the nuns prayed throughout the day. He looked over the stalls with their elaborately carved canopies, designed for beauty as well as to protect the nuns from the cold in winter. Just then a voice hallooed softly across the aisle. It was Dame Olive, the abbey librarian, in her role as sacrist or keeper of all that was holy or valuable in the church. She had entered from the cloistered area, her footsteps making the merest whisper of sound. "Don't mind me. I've just brought fresh flowers for the altar." If she was put out that he was in fact in her territory, she gave no sign. He stood respectfully back and watched as she adjusted the arrangement, a perfect offering of phlox and marigolds and other summer blooms. His untrained eye spotted peonies and violets and roses, from all of which a heady odour wafted around the altar area and into the choir stalls, mingling with the spicy scent of incense. Finally satisfied that every bud was perfect, every leaf perfectly unfurled, she stepped back and made a quick obeisance toward the altar. She turned to Max, saying, "You should see the church decorated for the holy days, for Christmas and Easter and Pentecost. Candles are everywhere, hundreds of candles, and a great fir tree stands behind the altar. We are woken from our beds by the pealing of the bells, all of them at once. It is the most glorious racket imaginable, and we have a wonderful meal at midday and at supper." "With fruit-cake for the pudding?" he said lightly. She returned a sardonic smile. "It would be a shame to stop the custom now, wouldn't it?" His gaze went to the altar with its finely fashioned altar cloth, the product, no doubt, of months of eye-straining labour by the nuns. "I'd like to have a look around, if you don't mind, at some of the artwork and carvings. There's no need for you to linger. I know you have things to do." She hesitated, just a fraction, but Max noticed it. Had she been sent to keep an eye on him? Surely not. She gave him a slow, thoughtful once-over and then seemed to make up her mind. "Of course, Father," she said, and then added, as if to cover for her prior hesitation, "You may have questions. If so, you can always come and see me, or Dame Hephzibah. She knows a lot of the history of the acquisitions. Most were donations, of course, or came to the convent as a dowry with the postulants. Some of our work is quite priceless, you know. Oh, and feel free to go up in the belfry. The view is fantastic. One of the bells has a crack in it that is rather worrying. You'll see." Max nodded. Still seeming to fetch about in her mind for something more to delay her leaving, she finally gave him a short bow and withdrew in the direction of the chapter house with the remaining flowers in her basket. He heard a door into the cloister open and shut behind her. Max began his survey of the artwork, an exercise in art appreciation that was a pretext for assessing what might be the draw for the unscrupulous visitor. There were various fantastic scenes from the Book of Revelation, designed to induce nightmares. One painting, part of a triptych, depicted the whore of Babylon. She looked faded, rather as if centuries ago someone had taken a scrub brush to her and her seven-headed beast. He continued down the aisle. Mary Magdalene washed the feet of Christ, drying them with her red hair. The apostles looking astonished, not terribly bright, their usual role, as Jesus tried over and again to explain his mission. There was a charming, rather rustic depiction of the Nativity, displayed in an elaborately carved and gilded frame, and it was matched by a painting of the flight into Egypt, with Mary on a donkey, holding the Christ child as Joseph and angels led the way. The artist had had difficulty with profiles, so everyone, including the donkey, looked like the artwork found inside an Egyptian tomb. Max walked on, smiling, the images doing their job of inspiring and diverting, and of educating a populace that didn't necessarily know how to read. In a niche between two paintings was a beautifully executed statue depicting Christ healing the blind man. Across the centuries, the astonished gratitude of the man could be imagined, even in his carved stone eyes. Max remembered reading that some of the grand early monasteries in England had imported stonemasons and glassmakers from Gaul. The English had learned their lessons well. The works of art appeared to have been collected over many centuries. Some might even have survived the Vikings, never fated as art connoisseurs. Monasticism had been restored in the 900s to England only after decades of systematic pillaging. Someone probably had hidden these works for safety before the marauders arrived. He turned, taking in the solemn beauty of the nave. Unlike in the pews of his own St. Edward's, here there were no colourful needlepoint kneelers of vines and crosses and flowers, provided by a long-ago altar guild. He imagined chapel knees were not a big concern of the nuns. Visitors were invited to kneel as the nuns did in their choir, on plain wood. The nuns used the 1662 Book of Common Prayer with its poetic and haunting language, a book written by a committee of 50 vicars and academics, each one more obscure than the last. That these men had managed to produce some of the most stirring prose in the English language was still a source of wonder. The nuns would pray the collect for the Queen, a queen they never would set eyes on again in their long lives, even on the telly. The whole place was positively creaky with old-world beauty, the 21st century having made few encroachments. He came upon a side altar containing a statue of St. Lucy, the nuns' patroness. The legend, as Max recalled it, was that St. Lucy, a young woman from a wealthy Italian family, had begun her career as a miracle worker around the year 1200 by curing a blind man, a talent for which she would forever after be famous. It was the age of unshakable belief in God and miracles and wonder. Hard now to separate myth from wishful thinking from fact. Max paused before the statue. Lucy was holding a cloth that she used to cover the man's eyes. He was a bad guy, according to legend, but he was cured anyway. Beside the altar was another carved effigy of the saint, but there was no case or casket displaying relics of her body, as would have been common in the Middle Ages. Max, during his time in Italy, had been brought up short more than once to realize what he had been staring at was some ghastly relic, some bit of saint's bone or tooth still venerated by the faithful. Dame Olive had said the convent had been a popular site of pilgrimage. At one time there probably had been lots of bones and things credited with healing powers. Churches claiming to have relics associated with the life of Christ were, of course, at the top of the list of most visited spots, on the medieval pilgrim's list of places to see before you die. His steps took him again to the stunning choir, divided into individual stalls for the nuns. Now he noticed that the head of each stall was carved with scenes from the life of St. Lucy, a bit like a cartoon strip. Max looked closer at the carvings. From these charming illustrations he came to understand that St. Lucy had categorically rejected the lover chosen for her by her parents or guardians. No doubt he had been a man of pagan beliefs, or perhaps he had been a man given to only sporadic personal grooming, and lacking in compensating charms. One scene showed Lucy with both hands held out before her in a classic silent movie gesture of repulsion. In another illustration, a winged angel appeared in a vision to a sleeping Lucy. And here some sort of soldier, a man at any rate dressed for warfare, held a knife to her throat. What a life! Although the carvings were necessarily worn with age, Max looked in vain for a depiction of the legend most closely associated with Lucy, that she had sacrificed her eyesight rather than her honour. That gruesome bit may have been a later embellishment to her life story. At least Max hoped so. He thought of the anchoress the abbess had told him about over dinner. Perhaps her existence was just hearsay, recorded in some dusty old tome now guarded by Dame Olive. Or perhaps it had been the poor woman's job to guard some gruesome token of St. Lucy's brief life, a life she had strived to make into a perfect offering to God. Max, now standing at the main altar, found that a train of thought about offerings led him to Leonard Cohen, one of Dame Olive's favourites. He'd written that we should forget about perfect offerings, for there can be no such thing. The lyrics, sung in Cohen's raspy voice, began to sound inside Max's head. Ring the bells that still can ring. Forget your perfect offering. Max turned from the altar and walked purposefully down the nave toward the back of the church. In the porch he opened a door leading up the wooden stairs of the belfry. He walked up, scarcely seeing the fine old masonry, the careful layering of stone on stone, meant to last forever. At the top, among the 4 bells, he took in a commanding 360-degree view of the countryside from each of 8 windows, of the river that ran nearby, and of cows and sheep in distant pastures, of farmland and hills in the great distance. One of the bells had a crack in it, as Dame Olive had said. That would need to be seen to. Surely, with the sort of money donated by the Gories and through fundraising activities, there was no shortage of cash, although he knew from experience that would be a costly repair. But nothing else revealed itself, so after a few minutes, feeling a bit like Quasimodo, he lumbered back down the narrow stairs. Although the steps had been kept in goodish repair, they were designed for smaller feet than his, forcing him into a rolling gait as he descended, alternating with a sideways tiptoe move. He was opening the door to leave the stairwell when he noticed a trapdoor, its old slabs of wood thick and splintering with age. Light showed faintly through the cracks. It had to be an entry into the old crypt. But why would there be a light in there? Even as he watched, the light changed, moving and flickering. Candle light, or a torch. Max stepped back, thinking, mapping what must be the layout of the old church in his mind, assuming it ran true to type. How the light gets in. The words ended the Cohen stanza. He recalled it was the title of a recent popular book. Max saw there was dust coating the top of the trapdoor, and then he noticed a padlock, rusting. He knew there must be another way in. If the crypt ran under the nave, as this one seemed to do, it might even stretch as far as the choir and transept. Another entrance might be outside somewhere, although it seemed unlikely. There would, however, be an entrance near the passageway to the chapter house, possibly as a continuation of the night stairs, used by the nuns for direct access to the church. He was faced with a choice. There was no way that old trapdoor was going to open without a protesting creak, alerting whomever it was to his presence, even if he could open it. Apart from the padlock, it was probably frozen shut with age. And some instinct told him it might be best not to let on. Someone might be down there on some perfectly legitimate business, but still, it was the only unexplained happening during his time at the Abbey, and he didn't want the chance of its meaning something to the case to slip through his fingers. He returned to the church proper, closing the double doors behind him loudly, to let whoever was down there know he was leaving. Chapter 20. Darkness Falls. It is in the dark of night that we can best hear the beating of our souls. So on leaving Compline, there is to be no speech except in extraordinary conditions or as needed to attend to the needs of guests. The rule of the Order of the Handmaids of St. Lucy. Dinner that night was a quiet affair, in keeping with the traditions of Monkbury Abbey. The visitors ate in the refectory with the community, but at their own table, off to one side. The Gory family was there, Xander looking distraught and preoccupied, like someone being held hostage. She would have faded entirely into the darkness, but for the candle light that occasionally glinted off the sparkles in her hair. Paloma Green, likewise making no concession to the austerity of her surroundings, wore a bright chartreuse gown that draped over one shoulder Roman style, and was gathered at the waist by a diamante belt. Her companion, Piers Montague, sat across from her, also looking out of place and absurdly louche, like a man posing for the cover of a Harlequin romance. Dr. Barnard, who had been attending Dame Meredith, had long departed the premises, or so Max assumed. And, of course, clearly chafing at the imposed restriction on speech, Lord Lisle Livett was there. He sat across the table from Max, who thus had full opportunity to witness the shifting in his seat and the eye rolling as one of the nuns read a chapter from the life of St. Lucy. The nuns communicated with hand signals for water or for different items of food they might require. Indeed, they seemed able to read one another's minds. Only Mary Benton, the postulant, forgot herself, asking someone to please pass the bread and being silenced by horrified looks from her companions. The food was plain, as locally sourced as the nearest garden, and delicious. Dessert was a selection of cheeses and homemade bread. A final prayer of thanks, and they were released to attend vespers. Max opted for a walk around the grounds while it was still light, and stepped off in the direction of the ridge overlooking the river. The heat of the day now rose from the grounds in a fine mist. Soon the nuns' voices reached him as they warbled the notes of their age-old chant. He imagined he could single out Dame Fruitcake's voice soaring above the rest. It was a beautiful sound, of mystery and of longing, and of giving thanks to a creator whose existence was never in doubt. He let the beauty of their disembodied voices wash over him and fill him with peace. Then silence fell. A flash of light, perhaps from the dying rays of the sun, came flickering from the windows of the nuns' dormitory. The church service had ended, and the nuns had returned to their cloister. By the time Max returned to the guest-house, the nearly full moon had nestled like an opal into a deep indigo sky. The summer solstice approached, a holy day in Awena's book. He could imagine the cooking and preparation in anticipation, for Awena's gift was her awareness that everything was sacred, every great and small moment of the days and passing of the seasons worth marking and observing. No less than the handmaids of St. Lucy, he supposed, did Awena hallow the sanctity of days. Some time later the bells for Compline rang out over Monkbury Abbey, and the place fell into even deeper stillness than before, like an enchanted castle in a fairy tale. It was the time of the great silence, and Max, reading in bed, had drifted toward a dreaming sleep. He dreamt he saw the nuns walking down the church nave in a candlelight procession, their faces shrouded by their cowls, each of them carrying a small jewelled casket. The sleeping Max, sitting in a pew in the middle of the church, counted them as they passed. Counting sheep, thought his dream self. 29, 30, 31, 32. Wait, there should only be 31. The last figure to pass turned back to him and smiled. Max saw through a shock of icy fear it was not the gentle face of any of the Monkbury nuns he had come to know, but the hideously decayed face that haunted his nightmares. The face of the man who had killed his friend, his MI5 colleague Paul, although his face was unrecognizable as anything human. It was, the dreaming Max realized, a stone gargoyle come to life, blood dripping from its mouth. And now, in the way of dreams, he noticed that the face beneath the cowl wore the ridiculous sunglasses with their white frames and blue lenses, the sunglasses Max had seen the killer wear the day Paul died. Lights from an automobile flashed briefly into Max's room, startling him awake. At first he thought it was part of his dream, or a flash of lightning, for in the distance he could now hear the thunder of a summer storm. It was a late arrival, very late by monastery standards. Dame Hephzibah would be inconvenienced. The light interrupted Max's sleep, but momentarily, for he had walked a long time that day in the rarefied air of the abbey grounds and was tired. He started to drift back to sleep, but the anxious, edgy feeling prompted by the nightmare clung to him. It was as if he had walked into a cobweb. Max rubbed at his face. And then a heart-rending scream jolted him fully awake. The book Max had fallen asleep reading flew from his hands and landed with a great thud on the floor. And at that moment the monastery's generator gave out, and the small light in Max's room was extinguished. That doesn't sound like any great silence to me, thought Max, jumping from the bed. Looking for his clothing by the moonlight streaming into his room, he finally found his jacket and threw it on over his pajama bottoms. He pulled his phone from the jacket pocket and located the torch app. The thing might be useless out here as a phone, but the app helped him navigate the room and find the larger electric torch. Max set off in the direction of the cloister, for his senses told him the sound had come from that open area. The light now was better. Votive lights had been set on small stone projections jutting at precise intervals along the hallway, probably in anticipation of the routine unreliability of the generator. The effect was rather like a landing strip. It was the sort of setting designed for ripples of ghoulish, maniacal laughter echoing down the corridor rather than for the drifting notes of religious chant. He started toward the kitchen, where there was a door into the cloister, then remembered that there was no entry to the cloister directly from the guest-house, particularly at this time of night. He went to the gatehouse, where Dame Hephzibah was stirring, bewildered, clearly startled awake and wondering whether it was safe to leave her post. "You heard it too?" he asked. "Could you tell where the cry came from?" Shaking her head, Dame Hephzibah pressed both her hands against her mouth in a monkey-speak-no-evil gesture. She pulled a pen and paper from her pocket and wrote down her dilemma. Max read the page she turned to him. Her crabbed handwriting was nearly illegible, but after a bit of thought he managed to translate what looked like, "I need persimmons to spark with you during the solstice," to its more likely cousin, "I need permission to speak with you during the silence." Max nodded in understanding. Had ever, he thought, an investigation been more hampered from the outset than this one, by witnesses who were not even allowed to speak except at certain times? But right now the immediate problem was that otherworldly scream. "Dame Hephzibah," he said, "I will square it with the abbess. It's all right for you to talk with me, just this once. A human life may be at stake." She nodded, eyes wide and dark with confusion. She was trained to obey, and clearly an ordained Anglican priest trumped an abbess in the pecking order of her small, enclosed little world. "It came from the cloister," she said, "near the centre, the well, I think." Struggling with a mass of old iron keys, she unlocked the door leading into the cloistered part of the nunnery. "You go," she said. "I'll fetch the doctor." Max turned at that. "Doctor?" "He drove up just now. You must have seen his car. He asked for a room for the night so he could see Dame Meredith first thing tomorrow. She's taken a bad turn. He's worried about her." The moonlight helped, as did the torch. The darkness was otherwise near total. Just avoiding tripping at an unexpected dip in the terrain, he reminded himself that the cloister was not a flat, smooth plot of land, but that it fell in cascading ridges, following the natural lines of its setting. The silence remained absolute. It was a time for goblins and witches and for the ghosts of nuns long dead to be prowling the area, saying their beads. He shooed away the superstitious thought. Really, it was impossible in this setting not to have such ideas. He hurried toward the well. And aiming the torch down into its centre, he saw what should not have been there. The soles of the highly polished Italian leather shoes of Lord Lyle Livett, far below. Still wearing the shoes was the Lord, his eyes open and reflecting the light, like an animal's captured by headlamps. But from the expression, an expression of outrage and surprise, it was clear he was dead. Max shone the torch around the area, training his dark grey eyes on the ground. The grass outside the wellhead was undisturbed except for what might have been drag marks of the sort left by the heels of highly polished Italian leather shoes. Uttering a mild curse, he went to rouse the nunnery and to call for needed help to travel the long uphill road to Monkbury Abbey. "There was plenty of money to fix that generator," Clement Gorey was saying. "That's why I want to know where the money really went." Max had rounded up all the inmates of the guest-house, commanding them to gather in the guest-house kitchen, for there had been a murder, that was almost certain, and Max wanted a clear head count. From the kitchen he could keep watch over the well in the cloister and see that it remained undisturbed. He had instructed the abbess, roused from her sleep, to similarly command her charges. Nothing must be touched. The guests were all accounted for. The 3 Gories, Paloma Green and Piers Montague. The one new addition was the doctor, Barnard, who had arrived only moments before Max heard the hellish scream, probably the last sound Lord Lyle-Livett made on earth. "I think we might want to focus a bit on the murder that took place around the time the generator went out," said Max. Clement Gorey looked abashed, but only for a second. He rebounded quickly. "Don't you see? There may be a connection. Where, I say where, did the money go? Lord Lyle-Livett had the same questions about the finances around here that I did." The same thought had, of course, occurred to Max, but he merely said, "It is too soon to speculate, Mr. Gorey." "If not now, when?" he demanded. Max wondered if the man realized he was quoting Rabbi Hillel. Somehow he doubted it. "Now, actually, just not us." Meaning rampant speculation won't get us very far. I've got a call into the police. They will do whatever speculating is required. We don't want to be in their way. In fact, Max fully intended to speculate and get in the way wherever he felt it might be necessary, but he did not relish the prospect of having Clement Gorey play Watson to his own investigation. "I will most certainly be having a word with whatever detective guy they send out here. You can be sure of that." "I would imagine we all will." And what a mess that will be. The silence and peace of the cloister ruined by everywhere the clomp, clomp, clomping of DCI Cotton and his team. Something had to be done to get the entire matter cleared up as soon as possible, or Monkbury Abbey might not survive. And he wondered if that possibility had occurred to the murderer, if, in fact, that had been the aim all along. Part 6. Vespers. Chapter 21. Night Hawks. Each sister shall take a turn keeping the night watch, and in awakening her sisters in time for dawn prayer. Only the abbess and the cellaress are exempt from this duty. It is better that the night watch be kept in pairs. The rule of the Order of the Handmaids of St. Lucy. An hour had passed. They were essentially just waiting for the arrival of the police and all the specialists in the art of murder most foul. Any chance Lord Lyle-Livett had simply fallen into the well on some random night-time stroll about the monastery grounds was out of the question, at least as far as Max was concerned. For one thing, it had to be explained how he had gotten into the middle of the cloister at night, the very heart of the nunnery, really, from which sprang the cloistered parts of the abbey, including the nuns' private cells. Someone had to have admitted him to the area. Xander had volunteered to make coffee to keep them awake while they waited, and the room had immediately split into British versus USA factions. The British all wanted their cuppa, and Paloma rose competently to the challenge of putting a kettle on the boil for a proper British brew, while Xander found filters and dripped coffee. The debate over the pros and cons of the caffeinated beverages seemed to divert them from thoughts of murder, if only momentarily. Finally, once they all had their drinks and a plate of chocolate biscuits had been passed around, Max, who had been watching all of them closely, said, "What do any of you know about the system of bell-ringing that goes on all day here? Is there one person in charge?" "What? Is there a point to this question?" demanded Clement Gorey. "Daddy," said his daughter warningly. "I won't know until someone answers me," said Max amicably. "I suppose that to be put in charge of waking everyone for the early morning services you have to be very low on the totem pole. It strikes me as the sort of job for the postulant, the job nobody wants. But it may not be important." "I think they all take turns," said Una Gorey, "sort of spreading the misery around." "Ah, I'm sure you're right," said Max. Turning to Dr. Barnard, he said, "I was surprised to see you here. I thought you had left yesterday after seeing Dame Meredith." "I did leave," the doctor replied, stirring sugar into his coffee, "but I was worried about her as I drove away, and I realized, frankly, that something was wrong. She seemed agitated, despite the rather heavy dose of drugs I've been prescribing, trying to make her comfortable. So I thought I should return, to be here in the morning and make sure she was all right. Besides, there looked to be a storm brewing, and the roads can be hazardous in the best weather. Anyway, maybe it was just time to change her prescription, but I wanted to talk with her again before I went to keep my appointments in Temple Monkslip for the day. I often do that, stay in the guest house. They keep a spare room for the last-minute traveller, even when the guest house is otherwise full up. Always that one room is kept back, in case the solitary traveller is Christ himself, you know. Instant transport to heaven if it does turn out to be Christ, I suppose. Proper honour must be shown to all, particularly to anyone who looks down and out and basically unwashed and hungry. I don't usually fit that description, but it's one of their nicer philosophies, don't you think? I see, said Max. It was just as you were pulling in that I heard the scream, the cry for help, cry of alarm or panic or pain, whatever it was. Did you hear it? The doctor shook his head. It wouldn't have carried to where I was, just getting my bag out of the car in the parking lot. I heard it, declared Xander, all the way in my room. Was your impression that it was a man or woman crying out? Well, a man, I suppose. It had to have been Lord Lylevitt, didn't it? Max turned again to the doctor. You had a bag with you? Always, he said. I keep a spare bag packed. The byroads in this part of the world are unreliable. Last summer, half of them washed away. I never know what to expect when I'm out on a call, so I'm always as prepared as I can be. Max turned to the others. Did any of you hear anything? They all solemnly shook their heads. See anything? I did see Dr. Barnard arrive. This from Clement Gorey, and said in a way that implied a major concession. He came out of the gatehouse, walking toward the guest-house. This was just before all the hubbub? Asked Max. It was during. I saw him too, volunteered Piers Montague. Incredibly, Piers was wearing a smoking jacket of the sort made popular by Nick and Nora Charles movies. He needed pomade and a cigarette holder to complete the look. Clement Gorey wore an enormous grey T-shirt bearing a Harvard logo. His wife had stayed true to her all-black wardrobe and had a black chenille number knotted tightly at the waist. Paloma Green wore something suitable for a performance of Madame Butterfly. Xander wore grey sweatpants topped with a Pierce the Veil T-shirt. Max gathered that was some sort of rock band. Nice. The excitement seemed to be making the spiky hair on her head stand even straighter. Yesterday's makeup pooled darkly beneath her eyes. She took a slurp of her coffee under the disapproving eye of her mother. Sorry, said Xander. Can we go back to bed now? Not just yet, said Max. The police will be here any minute. A crunch of gravel outside announced that several police cars, whirligig lights no doubt ablaze, were in the parking light. The sanctuary and peace of Monkbury Abbey had been breached. The only question was how long before the nuns could return to the relative serenity of the 11th century. The answer, perhaps never. Max had earlier phoned DCI Cotton, using the satellite phone in the cellaress's office. All this activity had involved raising the alarm all over the nunnery, of course, but many seemed to have been awoken by Lord Lylevitt's dying cry. The habit of sleeping lightly must have become ingrained in most of them. Max briefly explained the situation to the constable on the desk in Monkslip-super-Mare, and then waited for Cotton's return call. It was not long in coming. Cotton explained that his men would set up headquarters in Temple Monkslip for the duration, but that he, Cotton, would join Max right away. But be my ears on the ground until I get there, Max. We're already looking into histories and backgrounds, although some things will have to wait for daylight hours. The Abbey doesn't lend itself to this sort of official raid, nor does it have anything like the connectivity we need to run a full-scale investigation. Besides, I think we'll learn a lot more with the softly approach. I want you to stay on in your quasi-official capacity. All right, said Max. He was chafing to get home, but in all good conscience, what else could he do but see it through now? Lord Lislevitt had been killed on his watch. Cotton sighed. "I suppose I didn't take the poisoning thing seriously enough. It seemed so ludicrous somehow." "Don't blame yourself," said Max, who was busy blaming himself. "Lord Lislevitt has a reputation for creating a tempest in a teapot, and if he'd had any sense at all, he'd have stayed a mile away from the place." Max paused. "I wonder very much why he ran the risk. I did advise him that staying away was the best course. I suppose I should have tried to talk some sense into the man, but in fact I barely spoke with him. I thought there would be time. Every jam and jelly and berry in the place will all be analysed now," Cotton told him, "along with all the fruit-cake in the place that predates the Lord's visit last fall." "That wasn't done before?" Max asked. "Would you really expect us to have the manpower for that?" Cotton asked. "It wasn't murder before." "Of course you're right. I'm not sure even now you'll find it feasible. There are berries and things strewn about all over the place, including in the guest-house kitchen." Max paused, considering. "All of that inventory will have to be destroyed." "I know. Even though that's not how he was murdered, that is where the whole thing started." "It would be quite an effective way to wreck the place financially, wouldn't you say?" Max asked. "Yes, I'll be looking at that as a motive. It seems insane that a group of nuns could arouse such animosity. Not the nuns themselves, perhaps, but what they represent. Religious fanaticism comes disguised in all sorts of ways, and unfortunately their very innocence makes them a tempting target for a certain type of person who sees such purity and wants to destroy it. The Lord's wife has been informed and is raising hell, Lady Lislevitt. From her point of view, it must not be death from natural causes to benefit her to the utmost." "You mean for insurance purposes?" "Right," said Cotton. "She's not saying, but that's my guess. It needs to be accidental death. Murder would also pay out, but if she looks like a suspect, and the spouse always does, then she really wants this thing investigated and solved pronto." "It is a point in her favour, anyway," said Max, "that she is calling for investigation." "That is precisely what I would do in her shoes, if I were guilty. I would get on my high horse and pretend to rally the forces of law and order, and alert the media." "What a stirringly cinematic image," said Max. "Well, I do see what you mean, although unless she has an accomplice on the inside here, I don't see Lady Lislevitt as having a direct hand in this. For one thing, you'd have to have all the mountain-climbing ability of a billy-goat. I'm assuming we're talking about the possibility of a break-in from outside." Cotton shook his head. "Unlikely. Given good weather, maybe. Given the storm of last night, no. You'd be risking your neck, that is certain. Those rocks would be slippery, and you'd be looking at a nearly vertical climb in some spots." "I need you here soon," said Max. "I'll try to contain the little crowd of visitors, but I've no authority." "I'd say you operate under the highest authority, Max, but I do see what you mean. We'll be there ASAP. Chapter 22. DCI Cotton. If a serious sin be hidden in the conscience of one of the sisters, she shall reveal it only to the abbess or to one of the spiritual elders of the nunnery. The rule of the Order of the Handmaids of St. Lucy. "I thought you were supposed to be keeping an eye on things," said DCI Cotton, as if picking up where their phone conversation had left off. I know," said Max. "I feel bad enough already, but thanks for bringing it up." They had agreed to meet in Max's Spartan guest room once Cotton had surveyed the situation and set his team in motion. It promised a modicum of privacy. The other male guests of the nunnery were several doors away and engaged in dressing for the day. Daylight had begun to penetrate the room, but hesitantly, as if not sure of its welcome on such a dolorous occasion. Cotton had pulled up to the nunnery in a squad car, looking immaculate, as if he had been ready and waiting for the middle-of-the-night call that brought him here. Not for the first time, Max was driven to speculate on Cotton's private life. He did not particularly seem to have one. Given the finicky perfection of his wardrobe, Max thought he might spend a lot of time laying out his clothes, even starching his shirts and ironing them. It was an absurd speculation. The man was far too busy for such self-indulgent homesteading behavior, wasn't he? Right now he was worrying a thread on his jacket that threatened to come loose. Cotton had a precise and orderly mind, if one not as intuitive as his friend Max's. While Cotton did not tip over into Mr. Monk-like habits, still he took an inordinate amount of pleasure in, for example, going through his spice rack and discarding tins that had passed their expiration date. Generally, he would do this as he thought through a crime scene in his mind. A policeman's life did not allow much time for home cooking, regrettably, for Cotton was a good cook, who could be an excellent one given time to practice. "Just to get the parish notices out of the way," said Cotton, "why don't you fill me in on your impressions since you got here?" "I'm not sure any clear impressions have formed," said Max. "Only questions, and the biggest question I have, other, of course, than why Lord Lisle-Livett was murdered, is why he was here to begin with." "You mean since, according to him at least, his last visit nearly killed him?" "Precisely. What would make him dare attempt a return engagement? It must have been something important, unless you buy his story of a sudden and overwhelming interest in religion, which I don't. Neither does his wife. I had a brief word with her. She's following this investigation with bated breath, in between appointments with her manicurist." Cotton summarized the essence of Lady Lisle-Livett's statements and beliefs. "It doesn't sound like she liked her husband very much," said Max. "So I wonder why she's pushing now for an investigation into his death, apart from the reasons we discussed." "I had it verified," said Cotton. "His life insurance policy has a double indemnity clause. I'm not sure she wanted it to be murder, although I gained the definite impression she wouldn't mind, but she did want it to be an accident. Death from natural causes is worth half as much. So she's already started calling round her husband's fellow nobs to put pressure to bear on the right people. Said she just couldn't sleep until she knew the truth, etc., etc. Cry me a river. I don't think anyone believed her, but finally to get rid of her they agreed to put pressure on the right places in their turn. She is completely hung up on the value of his insurance policy, and not troubling over much to hide the fact. So, yes, let me go out on a limb and say there is no love lost there. For now, if you could just give me a rundown on the main characters here, not excluding the nuns, I'm sorry to say. We can't pretend they are too above the fray to contemplate murder." "No, I don't suppose we can," said Max. He proceeded to summarize what he knew or suspected about the guests of the Abbey, and then gave Cotton a short rundown on the sisters to whom he had spoken, beginning with Abbess Justina Berry, the superior of Monkbury Abbey, with her Renoir pink appearance and her natural leader's gaze on the far horizon. He then talked about Dame Hephzibah Laffer, the elderly portress of the Abbey, surely, Max added, far too feeble to engage in such a crime. "Early days yet," said Cotton. "Let's discount no one for the moment." Max went on to describe Dame Tabitha Hopringle, the guest-mistress, nicknamed Dame Tabby, with her mysterious cat-like visage and imposing build. Cotton perked up at this. "Just what we need for this case. Someone able to heft that body in the well. He was a small man in every way, but still, there's little question he was dead when he went in. They're confirming that. Rather helpful that his watch was broken, pinpointing the time as just after 9. I think you'll agree that sort of helpfulness is most suspicious." Max was thinking, for thousands of years the site of the well had been revered as a healing centre by pagans and Christians alike. There was something blasphemous in stuffing Lord Lisle-Livett down that same well to which the sick had come to pray for a miracle cure, carried by desperate families on litters, where the blind had been led to wash their eyes, where women had come to pray for safe delivery in childbirth. Did the murderer know the sacred history of the place, or was it just a convenient dumping spot, a failed, hasty attempt to hide the body. Max told Cotton about Dame Ingrid Castle, known as Dame Fruitcake, she of the red face, hazel eyes, and red hair, her round features scattered with freckles. He spoke of Dame Olive Chandler, the petite sacrist and librarian with her vast knowledge of the abbey. He spoke of Dame Petronilla Pet Falcon, the infirmeress, responsible for the care of the sick and dying at Monkbury Abbey, with her expert knowledge of plants and herbs. "We'll be looking closely at that," said Cotton. There was Dame Sybil Pepplewick to tell about, the cellaress of the Abbey, with her innate ability to keep untangled the many threads of the Abbey's money-making schemes. "But I've not yet had a chance to talk with her," Max told him. "I had planned to talk with her today. I guess it's a bit late now." "It's never too late," said Cotton. "We have to solve this before all hell breaks loose. Close the door on speculation." Max next spoke of the dying Dame Meredith Fitzwilliam, formerly the cellaress, now a patient in the Abbey's infirmary; of Sister Rose Tocketts, with her ex-military background, now a novice preparing for admission to the order; of Mary Benton, a postulant preparing for the novitiate. "No one seems to have high hopes that she will make it," Max added. "Dame Meredith? No, I meant the postulant. She is having trouble getting the hang of how things are done here." Finally, Max told Cotton about Abbess Genevieve Lacroix, a visitor from St. Martin's, the mother house in France. "Those are the main players on the cloistered side. There are others, of course, enough to keep your team busy for a long time." "On it," said Cotton. "I've had a word with the abbess already. She has promised full cooperation." Max viewed that promise with skepticism. For one thing, during his time with the abbess, he had been reminded of nothing so much as Lady Baynard of Chedrow Castle, that aristocratic lady so proud of her lineage. The abbess, Max suspected, would cooperate in so far as it kept scandal away from her nunnery. She would pretend at cooperation so well no one would notice the wool being pulled over their eyes. Furthermore, the nuns might all hang together in an us-versus-them mentality. In fact, everything in their training and mindset would be to deny the desires of the individual in favor of meeting the needs of the group, of protecting that group. He had become familiar with this sort of mindset in his work with Chinese spies run by the Ministry of State Security. While the motives of spies for other countries were usually money or ego, in the case of spies for the Chinese, as a general rule, pure loyalty or idealism came into play. No one had to pay them or massage their egos. They did it, for lack of a better word, for love. Cotton, for his part, was remembering his initial meeting with the abbess. He had held out his warrant card in its case, and she had taken it from him almost as if she meant to keep it. She'd pulled a glasses case from within the folds of her skirt and carefully threaded reading glasses onto her ears, jabbing beneath that thing they wore wrapped around their heads. She had studied his photo with all the care of an Eastern Bloc border guard confronted with a suspected drug smuggler, eyes moving from his photo to his face and back again, before handing the card back to him with a disarming smile. "I guess we first have to tease out what Lord Lisle-Livett was really up to," said Cotton. "I know he came here with concerns about money. That was more the concern of the Gories and the rest. But yes, I'd say all the civilians, shall we call them, were showing a keener-than-average interest in the wealth of the place." "I thought nunneries were supposed to be poor," said Cotton. "In fact they are, if you confine yourself to looking at their personal individual worth. The nuns aren't allowed to own anything much beyond what they wear on their backs. Those odd purple frocks," said Cotton. "Habits," Max corrected him. "Quite. But the order itself is quite wealthy. So collectively they are rich." Max shook his head. "No, not at all. Think of it as a large corporation, one without an employee-owned philosophy. Or a commune would perhaps be a better example. All work equally, all share equally. Everything is provided them out of the common bank. But they own nothing of their own. Monkbury Abbey owns it. No wonder the Abbey became so wealthy. Once the religious orders began to settle down in one place, they became wealthy. If they had stuck to begging and the mendicant way of life, I suppose history would have been rewritten. I don't follow. The early Franciscans were hunter-gatherers. The Benedictines were settlers. Once they acquired land, there was no stopping them. Cotton suddenly turned his head toward the window. "What is that sound?" "It's the sheep," replied Max. "They want their mothers. Or maybe it's the mothers wanting their lambs." "Oh." Cotton looked rather crestfallen to hear it. "Sometimes," said Max, newly up in his sheep husbandry. "It's just that the mothers have been taken away to be shorn. They'll all be reunited later." "Oh, that's good." Max decided against telling Cotton the bit about how sometimes the mothers just didn't care about these reunions. Given his untidy upbringing, that might come a bit too close to home for Cotton. Max, wondering if he could work the reunited sheep theme into a sermon, watched as Cotton took his mobile phone from his pocket, studying the display for signs of a signal. He actually gave the gadget a little shake, as if stirring the ingredients inside would help. "Unbelievable," Cotton said at last. "What century are we in? Anyway, there is one thing to be grateful for. If these women own nothing of their own to speak of, it makes searching their rooms a breeze. Their cells, yes. This," and Max swept one arm round the spare little room, "this is a palace by comparison." Cotton, a minimalist to his fingertips, could only admire and approve this philosophy. But the thought of being unable to update his wardrobe at will with a new shirt or tie was chilling. "By the way," said Max, "I'm sure it will not be news to you that this whole thing will be a massive violation of their privacy. How you're going to get around the sort of objections you are bound to face, I'm not sure. It might be as well to bring the bishop's office in on this. Abbess Justina used those very words, violation of privacy. It seems a shame, but there's not a lot of choice. I've just had what might be considered rather a Lucifer moment," said Cotton, "but I don't really see why God would ask anyone to give up so much and do without so much. I mean, what sort of God would ask that level of sacrifice? Most people feel that way, but every tax time I am reminded that I really need to simplify my own life." "In the dead of winter," observed Cotton, "I'd be spending a lot of time looking for a thermostat. That I can tell you. And in this heat, I'd bet the habit's a deuced hot to wear. I won't bother to ask if they have air conditioning." "No," said Max. "Perhaps in the infirmary. Heaters and air conditioners are just one more thing to maintain and repair." "Here be dragons," quoted Cotton. "This whole setup is so medieval, I expect to encounter some mythical creature at every turn in one of the corridors. And it's so dark. I think that is intended less for atmosphere than for conserving energy. Of course, they're probably living off the power grid. There's that, and also it is just part of their philosophy, not wasting anything." Cotton, who had taken a notebook from his ever-present briefcase, scribbled a new heading with his biro and said, "I gather that the drill is drawbridges up after—" He began shuffling through his previous notes, presumably from his conversation with the abbess. "After Compline would be usual," said Max. "That's right. That's what she told me, the very, very old nun who seems to serve as the meet-and-greet person. Dame Hephzibah. The portress, right. It's a wonder they haven't been robbed blind over the years. The poor thing can hardly see or hear, can she? If they were worried about security, they might have chosen someone a little less, well, ancient." Max smiled at him. "Somehow I think that, all things being equal, Dame Hephzibah doesn't miss a whole lot of real importance." "Right," Cotton said again. "She claims she saw a yellow monk last night." "Where?" "What does it matter where? She was hallucinating, imagining things." Off his look, Cotton elaborated. "She claims she saw a yellow monk walking about the cloister garden." "That's interesting," said Max. "And a white nun. Max, she probably sees angels, too." "That wouldn't surprise me either. Anyway, the portress is supposed to be someone of mature years, someone who doesn't roam about the place when he or she gets restless or bored, the way a younger person might. Well, she certainly fits the bill. She looks like she's been planted here since the First Crusade. I don't think they were worried about security, at least not until recently. From her vantage point at the gatehouse, could she see much of the cloister? She could, said Max, but in truth the question would be, was she awake to see anything? I myself was asleep and didn't wake until the doctor's headlights woke me. Maybe it was the same with her. Just so I'm clear on this, said Cotton. After the service they call Compline, the Great Silence descended on the place. Like a shroud, said Max. The silence is total. And the nuns were locked in for the night. That's one way of putting it. I'd say the world was locked out. The door wouldn't open until morning, except for a late-arriving guest in need of refuge, like the doctor. So just when everyone was snug in their beds, there was a cry, a shout. Hard to describe, said Max. I was just coming round from sleep myself, but it was sort of a shriek. Male or female? Ah, said Max, that's an astute question. There was nothing to say it was Lord Lisle-Livett crying out. The autopsy should tell us more about his condition when he went into the well. Lifting dead weight would be a problem, said Max, for some of the nuns, anyway. But this way of life has kept most of them hale and hearty. Even Dame Meredith could just about tackle a small man like Lord Lisle-Livett if she surprised him. And I suppose being attacked by a nun would come as a surprise to most men. Indeed it would. Chapter 23. Suspicion. Evil speech and idle gossip must be curbed, lest they become an occasion of mortal sin. The rule of the Order of the Handmaids of St. Lucy. As the policeman and the priest surveyed their investigative options and plotted their strategy, Abbess Justina was indulging in a rare second cup of morning coffee, sitting alone at her large refectory table. This was a day, if ever there were one, for the synapses in her brain to be given all the help they needed. She'd sent the postulant, Mary, away on a made-up assignment. The beauty of being in her position, Abbess Justina reflected, was that she could act as drill sergeant if she chose, making up pointless tasks and putting it all under the umbrella of discipline. Heady stuff, that. And it was a jolly good thing she was not, Abbess Justina reflected, the type to let power go to her head. Humility was more necessary for someone in her position. She stood, shaking out her voluminous skirt, where a crumb or two from her breakfast scone had landed in the folds. Rotterdam, ignoring the crumbs as beneath him, wandered off to curl up in his bed in a corner of the room. Dame Justina wanted very much to go outdoors and walk about to clear her head, but she was worried she'd run into DCI Cotton, or, worse, Father Max Tudor. Why was it that Father Max always seemed to know more about what she was thinking than even she knew? It was nonsense, she told herself, just a feeling. The man couldn't read minds, after all. No one could. No one but God could do that. But Father Max had been sent here on a mission to flush out the truth, and it had to be said, Abbess Justina had done a few things for which she had no ready answer if pressed. Explained the right way, people would understand, she was sure of it. A new guest-house was not the most important thing in the world. Arching her back, the long hours of prayer made her feel her age. She stared up at the Abbey's coat of arms over the fireplace. Monkbury Abbey had been founded so very long ago. The responsibility of keeping it going weighed heavily. She didn't want to be the abbess in charge when it all came unstuck. The Abbey, then and now, was blessed in attracting more than its share of rich and grateful benefactors, men and women who wanted the nuns to pray for their departed souls and were willing to pay up front for the privilege of really first-rate heavenly intercession. The nuns had buried many of these pious knobs. Their bodies now were interred beneath the floors of the chapels, or they were given a showy tomb with a marble likeness on top, often with feet resting against the little dog like Rotterdam. The fame of those interred at Monkbury was one reason why, when Henry VIII began his destructive, toddler-like rampage against the monasteries and nunneries, the abbey was largely spared. Monkbury had been left to be overgrown by thorns and weeds, and to have its cellars cracked open by the invading roots of nearby trees. She had often thought it strange that when stones had been hauled away to Temple Monkslip to be reused for building, quite often the people in those buildings came to grief. Their businesses and crops failed, or the very buildings themselves collapsed. Word got round that the nuns had placed a curse on anyone disturbing their stones. And of course people of a superstitious age believed it. The place was left to go to rack and ruin on its own. Until one day the nuns returned and rebuilt their abbey. Not the same nuns, of course, but alike in spirit. They adopted the old customs and adjusted the old rules, reattached their veils to their headdresses, and slipped back into the timeless rhythms of chanting, working, and keeping sacred the holy monastic hours. Abbess Justina had been at Monkbury for most of her adult life, for longer than she'd been a civilian. After reading history at Cambridge, she'd spent a decade in the city, moving by day between a starkly modern office building to a large but Dickensian flat, and seeing a married man in his, never her, spare time. She would dress up for him, dress to please him, in clothing and jewellery that did not suit her, that had nothing to do with who she was. And sometimes she would wait, all dressed up and made up, hoping he would call. Shaming it was now, to think of it. She still had no idea why she had done it. It was like another woman had once inhabited her body and mind. In truth, the habit she wore now was the only clothing that had ever suited her. His wife had been blameless, a homemaker raising 2 children, oblivious, and probably, when all was said and done, worth 10 dozen of her faithless husband. She, now Abbess Justina of Monkbury Abbey, had been the home-wrecker. She would not shrink from the fact she had revelled in the role of mistress, had savoured the power she perceived it gave her. It was pathetic to remember how important it had been to her to be desirable, to have that allure, to entice him away from his wife. What Freud would have made of it did not really matter. It was silly, despicable, self-serving behaviour. It had taken her ages to realize that any fool could have done the same, that anyone could catch his eye. He was an untrustworthy man, and anyone could have filled the role she had played. She had realized for some time that Lord Lisle-Livett reminded her of him, not in looks, God knew, but in that bland shiftiness of character, that sense of entitlement. The same man in disguise. Her lover, like predators everywhere, knew in what low esteem she held herself, all without knowing anything about her lonely childhood and her distant parents, who only noticed her long enough to criticize whatever she did or wore or attempted. He had sensed it immediately. He had played on it. But tempting as it was to blame him, she had been a willing participant in this folly, so hurtful to his wife, so hurtful to her own self. Both her old occupations, she realized now, were escapes, daylight busyness and nighttime drama, and when both came crashing down at once, the collapse of both the corporation and her personal life, she had taken her buyout and headed to the south of France. Intending to do what, she didn't know. Perhaps it just sounded good. Those postcards sent from Provence, she supposed, were just a continuation of her career, of the upbeat forecasts sent to investors. Everything, on the surface, is wonderful. My life, on the surface, is wonderful. Perfect. Was she fooling anyone? Probably not. And finally, she realized how far in contempt she held anyone who fell for her act. So one day, in that sublimely rich land of Renaissance vistas, wine, and ancient ruins, she had climbed off the hamster wheel and set herself on a course of atonement to the many faceless people she had wronged. The only atonement she could make to the wronged wife, who had never found out the truth, was to stay far away forever. Was her dramatic life change an overreaction? She never thought so. Slipping into her role here had been easy, natural, like coming home, and now it was all threatened somehow. That silly man. If only that silly man hadn't come here, everything would have been fine. Una Gori was packing to leave. Well, she was packing in case they ever got the chance to leave. Surely they couldn't be held here at the Abbey forever. The police could suspect whatever they liked, and she could tell that DCI Cotton suspected plenty, just like one of those policemen on the BBC America television shows she and Clement loved to watch. But unlike on those shows, they couldn't prove a thing. Not in 1 hour of drama, not in a whole season's worth of drama. With or without a break for commercials, they couldn't prove a thing. She smoothed out one of the black travel garments she had washed in the sink and hung to dry last night, folding it in precise thirds. It amused her to think of how she really lived in comparison with the expectations people had of how people like her and Clement must live. To Una, self-sacrifice and simple living were the keys to their success. She had an almost superstitious dread of losing it all should she suddenly start flashing her money around. She dropped a rosary into her purse, soothed by the soft rattle of the small wooden beads. She'd tried to pray last night, alone in her room, uneasy, waking to find Clement gone. She'd tiptoed to his room, and getting no reply, opened the door. She always worried she would find him dead one day. He didn't take care of himself, and that dreadful man Lyle Livett had upset him. Clement had told her the next day he'd simply needed fresh air. He didn't have to ask her to tell no one that he'd been gone. Their marriage was that close he didn't need to. The police would read all sorts of things into his taking a walk, when in fact he often took walks at night. She heaved a great sigh. When she thought of the trouble they'd had with these nuns, honestly. There must be better places to donate the gory millions, but Clement had his heart set on being buried here, inside the church. This is what came of being an art history major. All that trekking around the cathedrals of Europe had formed in him a burning desire to create a monument for the ages to the gory family name. To show his worthless father how far his son had risen, thought Una, although, being loyal to the core, she would never voice such an opinion aloud to her husband or to anyone. But his funerary plans were part of the deal he'd worked out with the abbess. He'd even hired a sculptor to sketch a design for the tomb. Una had to admit it was a nice idea, once one got over the word internment. So much nicer than any of their options back home, where the best place on offer was a late 19th century church, and a badly designed wooden one at that. Una, too, had been an art history major. Una had spent much of the morning trying to persuade her husband to call the American embassy to get them bailed out of here, but he was strangely reluctant to do that. You'd almost think he wanted to tempt fate. After all, being involved in something this unsavory was bad for the corporate image. It was time for some damage control, or so she had tried to persuade him. At the very least, he had to find some way to get in touch with his PR department at the company back home. He was strangely reluctant to do that, either. There was such a thing as bad publicity, and his involvement in this mess and hers had its embarrassing aspects, especially for a man whose reputation rested on his business acumen. He'd been had by these nuns, good and proper. She paused in her packing long enough to press her curly hair against her scalp. The humidity here made her hair expand, precisely like a mushroom cloud, and all the products she had brought with her were useless against the English weather. She tied a scarf around her head, tying it under her chin, the way she'd seen in photos of the Queen. That, for Una, was the Holy Grail, a meeting with the Queen. Dinner with the Queen, why not? That it hadn't happened yet was a sore spot with Clement. One of many sore spots. He felt that despite pouring money into British institutions, he had been soundly snubbed. Only the nuns had welcomed him with open arms. Those nuns had more marketing savvy in their little fingers than all the Queen's horses, thought Una.